Earth?
How you knew that Earth is flat?
Because you can look at it and see that it's flat.
But it seems to be curved from my side
From
of view.
where? From where does it seem to be curved?
Everywhere, whenever I go
Everywhere.
outside, where
Whenever you
there is
go
a very
outside?
yeah,
Where? I'm looking outside
wherever,
right now, it don't look curved to me.
bro, you tell me where
I'm
is
gonna go
South Pole
down to
and
the ocean. I'll go down to
if
the
Earth,
ocean, it's like a mi listen, I'll go down to the ocean, it's like a mile away. Is the ocean gonna look curved?
yeah, definitely.
The ocean doesn't look flat, it looks curved is what you're saying to me.
Bro, if Earth is, listen one thing, bro, if Earth is flat, then why there is a flow of water in
Okay,
the
you're running away from the problem. You said that I believe the earth is flat. I said, "No, I see a flat earth." I said, "You believe the earth is a globe." You don't see the earth as a globe. The earth looks flat, and you know this, and you're trying to run away from it.
No, no.
You have a belief, not me. You think that
I
when you go to the ocean and the ocean looks flat, that that's not actually flat, that that's actually a big ball. That's what you think.
Yeah, you get into a plane, you look out the window and you say, "Wow, the Earth is really big. It looks so flat, but I can't believe it's a ball.
So
It's so
big, it's
big."
flat, dude. Shout out Chad. Dude, you ever see Chad post that? Chad posted that meme, a bunch of different memes that say Earth is so big it's flat. It's hilarious.
No, but
It's
if
that's
funny.
Earth,
fantastic.
bro, if Earth is flat, then what is the location of North Pole and South Pole? Or
How
you
do you
can
know
say
there's a
if
North? Okay, let's ask you this. I want to find the North Pole. How do I know when I got there?
because we travel towards north and we reach
How do you
North
know
Pole.
which way's north?
Hence, you do not believe in directions also.
No, I didn't say, dude, don't straw man me, please. That's weak. I'm asking you. You say North Pole, South Pole as if you know these places exist. How do I know when I
Yeah,
get to the North Pole? How do I know when I'm there?
because whenever I
Is there a
sustain the bar,
sign? Is there a sign that
yeah,
says
yeah,
you're at the North Pole?
yeah, bro, you, whenever
There's
I
a
sustain
sign.
the magnet,
Do I
one,
find Santa's
Santa's
workshop?
workshop.
whenever
Yeah,
I sustain the magnet, now the one direction it points towards the north and the other towards south. From this only, I came to know that there is a North Pole and South Pole.
okay. What? So if there's a North and South, there must be a North Pole and a South Pole.
Yeah, definitely.
That doesn't make any sense. North and South, there's no pole required to have North and South.
Yeah, did you know the compass points to a lake in Greenland?
Yeah, the compass
So why?
doesn't point toward the North Pole, dude. Why don't you look it up? So there's the geographic North Pole, there's the magnetic North Pole, right?
Yeah,
And there's a whole nother coordinate based upon the sunrise. But that's another thing I'm not going to get into. Now, the magnetic North Pole is not the same place as the geographic North Pole.
but it
So if
is
you
not very much far.
what?
There are very less difference in distance between geographic and magnetic North Pole.
Yeah. How do I know when I got to the North Pole? How am I going to know when I'm there? You never thought about it, did you?
Actually, there's like four North Poles that are magnetic, aren't there? Because in the south there's the magnetic declination.
Is it yeah, well, yeah, is my compass gonna point straight down? Is that how I'm gonna know? Is it gonna spin in a circle? Like, what's my compass gonna do?
Do you believe in geographic
Why are you
magnetic
asking
North
me
Pole?
what I fricking believe, dude? Why can't you tell me how I get there? Like, the thing that you think, how do you explain a North and South Pole? You haven't even shown that a North and South Pole even exists.
Because there are a lot of ice there. So
Okay,
we
but how do you know it
find those
exists if you don't know
those
how to define what it is?
There are a lot of ice
How
at
do you,
the two extreme points, and we have named those two extreme points as North Pole and South Pole.
how did they know that's where they were when they got there?
Because
How do they know they stopped at the right place and said, yes, North Pole right here? Why didn't they keep going? They traveled north and they stopped somewhere and then they were like, North Pole here. How did they know that was the spot?
okay. Let me
It's not as
explain
easy
one.
as you think, man. These things that you just believe to be true, it's not as easy as you think to show that they actually are true. But the thing is, you called us believers. That's the funny thing.
Let me tell you about an experiment. Scientists
Oh God.
went to North Pole, which we
Hmm.
don't believe. Okay, and after that,
I didn't
from
say I
there,
don't believe it. I'm asking you questions to demonstrate that it exists.
a place where a lot of ice is there, that place exists or not?
Yeah, ice exists in a lot of places. It doesn't mean there's ice outside. I can go outside right now and see ice. Is that the North Pole?
At the upper part of Eurasia,
Oh
there
my
are a lot
God,
of.
dude.
Consider that as a point. Okay,
Do you,
let
look, my yard. There's a bunch of snow in my yard right now. I'm gonna consider that the North Pole. The North Pole is in my front yard. Prove me
in your
wrong.
front, a lot of ice
Yeah,
is
that's
there.
where the North Pole is. That's prove me wrong.
From North Pole, if you
No, it's in
travel
my yard, dude. It's in my yard right now. The North Pole, right there. I just get to say it wherever I want. Wherever there's some snow or ice, there's the North Pole. You see how that don't work? That don't work, buddy.
We
It
can
needs
tell
some
that.
it needs some
But
coordinate
those
designation. There needs to be something in the natural world which designates it as the North Pole. I know what the answer is. I don't know why you don't know what the answer is.
bro, having ice in few meter square area and having ice in thousands of square kilometer area is different.
Oh, believe me,
In
there's
North there are
there's a lot of
thousands of
ice, dude. It's been cold here for a long time.
the same with the South Pole.
I bet you it's snow all the way to probably Washington D.C. It's so damn cold. So yeah, there's a lot of snow here. I can be if I stuck a pole in the ground, probably like a 600-mile radius around me, at least is snow. Snow is not what designates the North Pole. Okay, the North Pole is based upon the celestial sphere. Okay, the stars. This is what it's based on. Okay, there is no North Pole on the ground because you can't find it using the ground. That's what I was trying to illustrate. That it's not based upon the ground. It's based upon it when you're under Polaris, right? The North Star. When you're under Polaris, you're on the North Pole, roughly. Okay, I'm being very rough here. It's not the exact coordinate, but it's within according to the mainstream half a degree or whatever.
Then how you knew that is North Star?
Because there is no true North Star. Polaris isn't exactly at the celestial North Pole. It's off a little bit.
Again, you are telling celestial North Pole. That's what I am telling. That geographical North Pole is that only celestial North Pole which you are talking about.
Well, yeah, the celestial North Pole, you can call it the geographic North Pole, but it's not that. Because, listen, first of all, no one's been to the celestial North Pole either. Because you would have to go to the Arctic in the night, right? You'd have to go there in the night to go there. Because it's
Yeah.
like 6 months a day, 6 months or 3 months a day. What is it again?
Hmm.
90 days?
3 months of sun,
Yeah.
6 months of day, and then 3
Yeah,
months of
okay.
night.
So you'd have to go there. You have to be there at night. to see the stars, right? And then you look up and you see Polaris right over your head. No one's ever done that.
Yeah, Google pictures of the
Do it
North
by the
Pole.
solar position. I bet you that's how they do it.
Google the North
Hello?
Pole. Google pictures of the North Pole. You'll never find any.
Hello? What?
Hello?
My
You always
my
enter chats
picture?
like what? I think you're in the wrong chat. Are you trying to learn English?
No, somebody say the Gogo's picture. I'm not sure.
No, we're not talking about you, buddy.
Okay,
No,
okay,
thank
okay,
you.
okay.
Bro, from how many days you all are suffering from this disease of believing that Earth is flat?
Disease. You're the person with beliefs, which I demonstrated like 5 different ways. You're the one with the disease, dude. Look, let me ask you this. Let's say when you went to school, they didn't say anything. They didn't say the Earth was flat. They did not say it was a globe. Would you have thought the Earth was a globe if nobody told you? That's right. You wouldn't have. You never would have. The idea never would have popped into your head. You never would have thought it for even 1 second. You have a belief, my friend, because the reason you never would have thought of it for 1 second, because nothing you experience about the world tells you the Earth is a globe.
Bro, Voyager telescope has sent
Oh my
pictures
God, dude! And you see,
all
here we go.
planets and all are
Can you repeat back what Indio just told you,
Of course not.
Sandria?
Well, I mean, he went into cog so probably not.
Yeah. well. Why do these guys want to sprint before they can even crawl? I mean, they want to sprint and face plant before they can crawl, you know? Speak about curvature, Sandria. That's what you need to make a sphere. If you don't have it, you don't have a sphere. And that's the end of it.
Are
Bro,
you
from
talking
what
about? Well, let
point
me
of
ask.
view, sun is also flat.
From our point, what? Say that again. I'm sorry I interrupted
Sun
you.
and moon both are flat. Both are also flat, na?
No. Those things have nothing to do with the Earth. If you're talking about the planets and the moon and the stars, why would you
They
look
also
at?
do.
Why would you look away from the Earth to figure out what the Earth is?
Besides
They
that,
also
nothing in the sky looks like the Earth.
You believe in the Copernican principle?
which
You
principle?
think that the Copernican principle that says the Earth is not unique, it's just like everything else. Do you think the Earth is unique, or is it like just like everything else?
Earth is not unique. It is similar to all other planets.
Okay, so here, this is the crux of the problem. How do you know that?
Because all planets would have been what you can say that originated in the similar way.
That
There
assumes the
cannot be
Earth is a
different
planet, dude. You're just assuming the Earth is a planet. How do you know the Earth is a planet? You need to give the evidence.
because Earth revolves around the sun. That's why it's a planet.
Okay, so what's the evidence that the Earth revolves around the sun?
Which
Yeah, we look in the sky, we see the sun, it moves across the sky. How does that tell me we're going around the sun? Watching the sun go across the sky. Yeah, it doesn't. We don't see the Earth go around the sun. Sorry. I'm sorry about that.
okay, bro. Have you ever, have
We
you ever
don't. No
gone,
one's ever seen the Earth no one has ever seen the Earth orbit the sun. I'm sorry. Nobody.
bro? There is one instrument in some parks where if you go if you will stand on that, and if that moves turn around, then it is a fun for childrens. From that instrument, if you see the whole things around the park, you will see all are rotating around you. But actually, all trees and humans are not rotating around you. You are rotating. In the similar
We're
way,
talking about a
Earth is
merry-go-round.
Yeah, he's talking about
not
reference
rotating.
frames, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, we understand that, but you know what the easier explanation is? That the sun's moving.
Yeah, if you can't tell you're moving, how do you know you're moving?
You know,
Tell me.
this is the crux of the problem. See, we're back on the thing where you said I believe, but no, you believe. What you see is the sun move, but what you believe is that you move. But you don't have evidence that you are moving. You only have evidence that the sun is moving. I know this is probably very painful to you.
Oh,
It probably hurts a lot because if I was like, you know, if I heard all this the first time I heard about flat Earth, I'd probably be very upset. If I would became an anti-flat earther, I would have probably been a total tool. But the fact is that maybe things are just the way they seem. That the Earth looks flat because it is flat. That the sun moves because it is moving. That the stars move because they're moving. The moon moves because it's moving. We seem like we're standing still because we are standing still. Why can't it just be that? Why does it got to be complicated? Why does it got to go off into imagination land? We have to imagine everything we perceive is actually wrong. And then you come in here and say, why do you believe the earth is flat? No, I just experience the world and go, hey, it's flat because that's the way it looks. Why do I have to go farther than that? Oh, he left. Yeah, you didn't get that easy win, damn it.
We know the Earth is spinning because you just got to go on a merry-go-round.
Yeah, that's how I tell. That's how, like, you know, I wonder how they figured it out before merry-go-rounds.
I enjoyed his line of logic. Snow/ice, therefore North Pole, therefore
That
globe.
was good, huh?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay.
The North Pole can be anywhere you want it to be. There just has to be snow. If you bring the snow around with you, then maybe you can like move the North Pole.
Your own personal North Pole. Just carry a pocket of snow wherever you go.
Hey, there's a North Pole off the west coast of Australia too.
Chief Dog, what are you doing? Wait, man, isn't it like the crack of dawn there or something?
What time do you think it is here?
You're in Texas, right? So you're in Mountain?
No, Central.
Oh, you're in Central? Oh, but Mountain does go through Texas, right? Part of Texas is in Mountain time?
No, it's in New Mexico and Arizona.
Oh, really? Damn, way over there? I really need to make it out there, man. I've never made it out that far from the East Coast.
Texas is pretty cool because the whole
No,
state
I've been
is
to
in Central
Texas.
time, and you can be in East Texas and West Texas and have the same time, but it's daytime on the west side and nighttime on the east side.
That's cool, man.
I liked his diseased comment, eh?
Yeah. Fucking what disease? It's always the Indian guys that they're the most offended if you don't believe the government. It's very
Yeah.
strange to me.
Well, I've got a theory on that. I think
Oh, do you?
it's
I want to
doubly
hear
hard
this
for
one.
Indians.
I do
Yeah,
too.
because Indians, them countries in general, they really look up to Western culture and Western education and what we've
Yeah.
achieved. And it's a big deal for them, for themselves, their own pride and the pride they give to their families and all that to become educated, uh, Westernly, and then achieve some high position in Western society, doctor, lawyer, yada, 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 engineer. So we're telling them, yeah, no, don't trust us in the West. We're just selling you a massive bag of bullshit. We're complete fucking grifters, and you guys are on your own essentially. They're doubly fucked. It's like, oh, our countries are fucked, and you guys aren't selling us anything that's truly going to help us at the end of the day. Fuck.
Oh man, you just gave me a
It's
whole
fine.
bunch of ammo.
I got another one. I think it's religious in the sense
Well, I'm gonna
of
ask one of those guys. India has such a horrible track record of making good decisions. I think you made a bad decision following us.
Well, it's difficult because the West did give them some genuine, well, we gave them a lot in regards to progressing their society. A lot of tangible things,
Yeah, like
You could
toilets.
say
They
were,
still don't use them. Anyway.
but when it comes to cosmological ideologies, yeah, we're
horrible.
just leading the whole world astray.
I think it boils down to the religion. The religion believes in balance and that karma will work its way out, and so they try not to rock the boat.
That could be it. I don't know. They just seem like maybe it's just the people we deal with are just like suck. They're just like literally bootlickers, man.
Bootlickers.
And not just like bootlickers, like they're bootlickers that try to keep other people licking the boot too. So it's crazy. That's the part I don't understand. What is wrong with you? Lick a boot with me. I've been licking this boot for a decade.
No leather left on it, man.
What the fuck, dude?
You're licking the toes at that point. It's an existential thing with Indians. If they can't look to the West to save them, then they're truly fucked.
I mean, yeah, India's kind of weird, dude. Why didn't they have a violent I mean, think about it. They didn't even have a violent rebellion. The British just got sick
Yo,
of their shit, really.
What's up, B-Dat?
what this chat is about?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth?
Yes, flat Earth.
Yeah.
No.
It's definitely not egg-shaped.
For sure. It is fear.
For sure.
How do you guys read the channel titles of the channels you join?
Not be able to read English.
No, they just saw a
Read.
bunch of people in here wanting to get popular.
Well, I want to ask this guy. How do you know for sure?
Scientists prove it,
Okay, that would be them knowing for sure, not you. How do you know for sure? You a scientist? He bolted. He's fucking, don't ask me that question. I'm a fucking bootlicker.
Oh man. Never mind. imagine what it's
I'm like in
like
rear
to be in
form
their
this
minds,
morning.
man. It must be a
Uh,
disaster. What are you saying?
I'm in rare form this morning. I'm like too powerful for these guys. I'll just like I should just go on mute, man. Because any one of them that come in, I'm gonna trash them. Not like in a bad way, just like I
I'll
don't know,
take the
man. I
blame
got
for
too
it.
much ammo, man. I
I'll
just got
take the
too much.
blame for it last night.
Yeah, yeah, dude.
You
Yeah,
probably
it's your
slept
fault.
good on 5 hours, and you're like,
I
dude,
did
I'm
too,
fucking.
dude. I get like I got. I'm like, man. I tell Jedi I'm coming back. Man, man. I'm not coming back. I'm going back to sleep. I couldn't get back to sleep, and I'm like, damn, I have to get up now. So, so yeah, man, I got a good 5 hours, man.
That's all you really need if you can get a good 5 hours. I always found 8 hours made me just consistently feel groggy with 8 hours.
Yeah,
4
if
to
I sleep
6
too much, I
seems to
feel
be the sweet
horrible.
spot.
Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah,
But there was that. That was in They Live, wasn't it? It was one of the subliminal programming. Sleep 8 hours. Wonder why.
I never understood where did they even get the sleep 8 hour stuff from?
Oh, it just neatly divides the day into thirds, no?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
that
maybe.
33%.
Yeah, there you go. 33.
The good old,
That's
the
what
good
it
old
was.
33.
Did you see what? My God, galaxy rotation curve.
What's this?
Some goofball posted in the chat like a screenshot of his whiteboard.
Galaxy rotation curve. Wait, I've got the follow up here.
You're just posting some random shite. I mean, get your ass in VC. Defend that shit.
This is what I was saying, they just keep sprinting before they can even crawl. Worrying about galaxy rotation curve before Earth's surface curve, Still there, Indio?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was noticing something lately on YouTube that I don't look at like any of that sovereign citizen stuff or anything to do with legality
Most of it's
much
bullshit.
anymore.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that I'm getting tons of these like 10 subscribers channels, right? Videos titled with sovereign citizen destroyed in court, like just popping up randomly for me. It's like I've not
Yeah, I've
looked
seen
any
that
of
one.
this stuff, searched it, or been interested in a good while. And I'm just like, why is that suddenly happening, you know? I think that whole thing, right, is like it's the same as usual. It's like there's a hint of truth to it all, right? But it's you know, everybody's led astray with bad information and a bad way to go about it, and that's what's pushed out.
Yeah, really the only truth you need to worry about is the house always wins.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, when you go into a courtroom, you lose and you lose. That's the only outcome that you'll ever get from a court. Even if you win, you lose. Because even if you
Pretty
win,
much.
if you're, I mean, there's a court case that not court case, a guy I follow on YouTube about cameras, dash cams. And it just basically just talks about dash cams, which ones are better. You'll just nothing to do with law enforcement whatsoever. Nothing to do with policing, just insurance reasons, and whatnot. And to get discounts and just had nothing at all. He got pulled over for running a red light. He said, "Wow, this is great. I can just show the cop the video on my dash cam, and he'll walk away in disgrace." No, he gave basically just ticket, running the red light, ticket, blah blah blah, just load them, just slammed him with more tickets. He's like, "Wow, this is quite impressive. Okay, let's take this to court." He gets to court. Here's my dash cam video, judge. The judge is like, "How do I know that was the same day? How do I know that was your car?" And he's like, "Holy shit, really?" Like, so it shows the same timestamp on the video as the ticket, same date, same day, same weather, same circumstances, exactly the same, all of it. So he's like, "Well, I gotta hire some sort of digital forensics. Digital forensic guy pours through the data. Yep, like this video is in fact the same day, same time, same location, same owner, same GPS.
Well, how do I know that you were
same,
qualified
same,
enough to come to that conclusion? We'll need a second opinion.
Yeah, I know. Like all of
It's
it.
like,
And
it's
then
never
finally the
ending.
judge is like, "Okay, like it's dismissed." And he said, and then but you had to pay some court fees. And then had to pay the expert. He goes, at the end of it, to beat this like $80 traffic ticket running a red light, he said he ended up spending about $3,000 to do so. But I mean, for him, it was worth it because he got to drive his YouTube channel. Like, hey, look look how ridiculous the court systems are. Look how far beyond, like a traffic, incident with your insurance company. That would have been good. Here it is. I stopped at the red light, or it was a green light when I went through. But in a court of law, it is so ridiculous, so absurd.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the whole the judicial system is just a complete bunch of bullshit. As soon as you have to worry about upsetting the judge or the judge's emotional state of that day, it's like that shouldn't have anything to do with how they make their judgment whatsoever. But because it does, it's just all subjective fucking nonsense. And they have their agenda,
Yeah, in their view,
So, yeah, as soon as you
the
step in
police
a court,
officer's
you're lost.
testimony is higher than video evidence, witness evidence, all of it. There is no higher authority than that police officer's what the police officer said. They are the expert witness in the court of
thing
law.
is, like, so obviously, like, they want people going down that sovereign citizen rabbit hole, right, and making a complete fool of themselves and being all rah-rah in the face of the judicial system, right, and then just being put in their place ultimately, as they will be, right? They want people doing that. But I don't think they want people like, when people are on that kinda endeavor, and they're thinking along them lines, and they're questioning them types of things, if they really, really stick with it, they'll eventually come to the conclusion that they need to just straight up disengage with the system, you know, with the demands of the system, and not placate the system in any way with responses or their presence in any of these places. And if enough people do that in mass, that's a problem, right? If enough people stop paying their taxes in mass, that's a big problem. Because there's only so much manpower and there's only so much time in the day to get all these people rounded up and punished for it and put back in line. So they need to keep an eye on these types of things, you know?
Yeah, it's the
You
illusion
really
of
want to beat
power.
the traditional system of any country, you just overwhelm it. That's the simple answer. There's only so much it can achieve in any given day, right? And if you backlog it, you basically shut it down. But they obviously can't allow people to get to that conclusion in their minds and start banding together, right? So they need to push this type of media out there of, look at this sovereign citizen making a fool of themselves in court and then, serving 6 months, What was it all worth? Totally pointless. Be demoralized. Don't bother keeping, further looking into this stuff, Just turn back now, That's how they play it. Yeah, it's everyone's a business at the end of the day, Alaskan. It's all just one big grift. The only way to beat the law is to be above it. That's to be in the inner circle and on them files.
Yeah, just try and be smart enough to play the game better. That's all it is. It's designed for them, not for us. So we need to know exactly 100% the ins and out, and then play the game better to benefit us.
Well,
No, it's like I told people before, it's the game I win, right? Like if I'm the government and you're the person, and I go up to you and say, hey, you want to play the game I win? Okay, how do you play? Well, no matter what you do, I win. And then okay, so if I don't play, do you still win? And then the answer is no.
What any suggestions that we can play the game better, or just don't play the game at all?
I personally, I think it's a matter of just everybody walking away. But that's not going to happen. Too many people are dependent on the system.
I think the judicial system, at least back in older times, was functional to some regard, and it did do its purpose of giving out fair justice, But that's because the world was filled with entirely different people at that time, with entirely different, like, spiritual ideas of what it is to be human and what it is to treat, how it is to treat other people, you know? like most lawsuits that happen in America for say, like it's nothing to do with fair justice for each party, right? It's just about the biggest payout.
Personally, these people that are sovereign, I think that they a lot of them like got Bitcoin early, and that's how they live away from the system.
Yeah, could be.
Because you're right, it's not that easy just to walk away, and it's not that easy just to give the finger to the judge. Like you'd have to have something established long terms, and the first thing that you need established is finances and resources.
Sure, yeah. So it's if the people that occupy a system and are inherently dysfunctional in all ways, then that system can't also inherently be dysfunctional too. Can't not be, you know.
Nope, a little wobble always turns into a big wobble.
Yeah, I asked AI why a judge would be so strict about an $80 ticket. And it says it's not about the ticket. That may feel absurd on its surface, but the courts don't scale the rules based on the size of the infraction. The same rules of evidence apply whether it's an $80 ticket or a $500,000 felony.
Yeah,
That's complete
'cause that's
bullshit
true.
too. Yeah, because the court, like the legal precedence for a citation is way lower. Like complete double talk.
Yeah, that's like why when there's like a $500,000, $1 million bond on a felony, they'll lower the charges because they're not sure if they can win, right?
It's all ultimately about demoralization, you know. It's like how can they attack the common person, and what's the, you know, the likelihood a common person is going to get involved in some multi-million-dollar transgression, you know, right? It's pretty low, but that they're going to, you know, break a driving rule here and there. Yeah, so we'll get them there, and we'll go in hard on them, you know, to get them to just demoralize them further and just keep them in that bootlicker state, you know. Just don't bother attempting to fight back against any of this. They're obviously not worried about multi-billion-dollar companies and all that and all the bullshit they pull, because they're all in on the game at the end of the day, you know. They're under the thumb. They push the very system.
Yeah, they know the system depends on them.
Yeah, exactly. They create the system, so.
All right, I finally got AI to admit it that traffic court allows hearsay evidence from the officers or from the government. They just say trust.
So basically, you can make up any bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, it's written in their policies that they're called expert witnesses.
Does anyone know if the defense that accusing the police officer and the judge of being paid by the same entity creates a conflict of interest if that works out in court at all?
Well, yeah, you'll end up going. That's contempt. That's contempt charge right there. How dare you? How dare you? Like call the question of the court.
It's like just pointing out the obvious, folks. The guy who's accusing me of the crime and the guy who's supposed to be impartial are paid by the same people. So, He's that man! Arrest him! Have any of you guys listened to Mark Stevens? I know Indio has.
I don't know the guy.
So he basically helps people fight tickets and charges, and I think it's like markstevens.net is his website. He's been around a long time. He's got an interesting way to approach court cases, and that's to challenge jurisdiction. And I think he's right, and he's got a great system. But it's one of these things where if you want to do it, you need to do it pro se because no lawyer is going to do it for you, and you better have your shit together if you attempt it.
Yeah, see that's the whole key part right there.
So he says, you're going to lead with a question like, what evidence and fact do you have that the jurisdiction that you're claiming over me is true and exists? And so if they start saying, well, you're a resident of somewhere, be like, yeah, I mean, just because you say I'm a resident somewhere doesn't mean that I've agreed to be in your jurisdiction. The whole point is to push them to admit that they're basically coercing you into their jurisdiction against your will without your consent. And it's not really a sovereign citizen argument, but I could see it getting there pretty quickly, and there's some overlap.
Yeah, it feels like it's in their playbook. I mean, this just devolves to them eventually questioning your mental health and then just getting you on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's not quite to the same level as leading with, well, I'm not the legal fiction.
Yeah, he doesn't quite take it there with his method and line of questioning. But and from what I've seen, people who do take it there, they're not wrong, but they also tend to be off their rocker too. Like your magic words aren't going to get you out of jail. It's not like the judge is like, oh shit, he said the magic words. Fuck. Well, you
Hell
won
no,
this time.
they'll gang up on you in the courtroom, put your ass in handcuffs, and take you to jail without your consent. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Look, the simple bottom line of the judiciary system is they, by all means, cannot risk ever setting any type of precedent that a citizen can get out of some legal transgression, right? Because it just snowballs from there. As soon as the precedent's set, then you just cite it essentially, and it demonstrates itself. So I mean, they'll tangle themselves up with all forms of gymnastics to make sure they get you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And if they decide to let you go, then it's because it was in their beneficial interest to see your case get as little fanfare as possible.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's all strategic.
Right. And then if you happen to get lucky that day and they let you off, you're going to be talking about how wonderfully successful your magic words were when that really wasn't what did it. The top of my income tax return says it's voluntary, IRS.
I think they want people to pursue these kind of faulty paths with it and faulty arguments because they they want to keep people as poor as possible. You know. So they throw out all these low-hanging fruits, like putting that on the tax return forms, so people will go after it, try and use it, and then tangle themselves up financially fighting it, only to lose at the end of the day and just be in a worse position than they started off.
Exactly.
And yeah, you know, any legal fees all just circles back into their pockets one way or another. But I think I was saying just earlier, Yoda, before you came in, that like, I think the legal system did have some merit, maybe some hundreds of years ago, you know, but that's because the world was filled with an entirely different population of people, you know, like a much more grounded, fair, and just, and spiritually connected people, you know. And of course, you know, corporatism wasn't what it was. Hadn't even begun really back in them days.
Yeah, I think that's true. There was more of an environment, at least in the United States, back in like the early 1800s, that everything was permissible unless expressly not permitted. So you didn't
Yeah.
have like today this climate where everybody's asking the government if it's okay to do something before they go ahead and do it.
I mean, there's so many factors when you really get down to it. Everything being more localized, community based, and all that. You know, it's like any court case happening in the town, you had the whole town turning out to either support the person with it, you know, because they know straight up like they're a good person in the community and all this. And that's all going to factor in, and that's all disappeared now. It's just entirely different landscape.
Oh yeah, look who he knows in charge of us now.
We always knew though, didn't we?
Well, now it's pretty much on the nose.
Are you referring to the files?
Yeah, it's worse than
Yeah, I mean,
it's not really worse than I thought it was. What's bad is how like how brazen they are. Like they're using Gmail to communicate with each other. Like what the hell?
Well, I mean, who's going to investigate them? You know, I mean, like the Google executives are on the plane as well. You know, not going to worry about their Gmail account having backdoors in it.
Something we were talking about a few days ago is just how it seems Jeff Epstein has his hands in every little frickin' thing. He had his hands
I
in
wonder how
Bitcoin.
much of it's actually true. I wonder how much of this is just an Aristophanes fabricated fucking story narrative.
You know, I was thinking about that earlier. I think Jeffrey Epstein might actually be like a fictitious name or identity. And yeah, like there is a public face for Jeffrey Epstein. It's that guy that you see. But there's probably
Yeah,
like Jeff Epstein program and like an army of Jeff Epsteins running around, at least on the internet.
it's just a code name. Yeah, but what is it we say about like Elon Musk? It's like there's this fucking guy, right? And he's supposedly running like 7 massive companies doing all types of different shit. Each of them. It's like nobody can fucking do that. It's not possible.
No,
You know,
no, you're right.
no amount of advisors and handing off work and all this. You know, delegating. You can't do it. It's not possible. So what? And then Jeffrey Epstein comes along. He's got his hands in. I mean, I haven't went through the files to know an exact number, but yeah,
Yeah,
hundreds of things.
genomic research, cryptography and cryptocurrency, real estate. Like yeah, there's no way one guy can do
Airlines,
all of
all
this.
this, yeah. Yeah. No,
Running
it's
an
it's a
airline
total
business.
total patsy move, right?
Huh?
How can we take every fucking horrible thing in the world and lay it on one single person? The mastermind.
There you go. All right, I'm in and out. I got to go on another call. I'll be back later.
I'd speak to you in a bit.
Thanks, Yoder.
What's going to truly astound me about this whole Epstein saga is that it's just going to float by as, just another news cycle, you know?
Yeah, there's not going to be any justice.
It's like that's what they're really demonstrating with allowing this information to come out, you know? Just showing, look how desensitized and demoralized you people truly are. That you're not going to do anything about this. Yeah, but you'll jump in front of cars to defend fucking, criminal immigrants.
I don't know to continue on the subject. You ever heard of Joao Teixeira? Anybody?
No.
John of God?
Say that again, missed it.
John of God.
No, I haven't heard of him.
Look him up, John of God. He was arrested back in 2019 for over 600 rapes. Got like 430 years in prison. And, even during COVID, they let him out. They let him go home during COVID, which is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah, I heard you speaking about this guy earlier. Yeah. And
But,
then he went back in 23 or something.
Yeah, so my thing is who were the people that were working with him, right? Like him and Oprah Winfrey were really good friends. He's also photographed with Marina Abramovich repeatedly. So
I truly wonder how much sexual crime is actually organic at this point.
Yeah, no,
among all the other things like kidnapping, your children going missing, all this, I truly wonder just how much. It's probably minute, it's probably a tiny amount. It's actually organic.
They say like 800,000 children go missing every year that are registered, right? And then of those children that go missing, most of them return home within 24 hours. They were just run away. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of children that just they wander off and they get lost. Takes a day or two to find them, get them back.
It's like the boogeyman syndrome, right? If we don't know who the boogeyman is, we'll just keep saying it's the boogeyman, and eventually everybody will be scared.
Well, I was I always had this conclusion for a long while, right? I don't know if I necessarily still believe it, but it was regarding air travel, planes, and I got to the point where I thought that planes are so well designed, right? At least, back when they wanted them to be, because we know that's changed now, and they're doing that on purpose. But they were so well designed, they were so reliable, that probably most plane crashes were intended events, and there was probably very, very few that genuinely crashed because of, like, just an organic act of God type malfunction.
Yeah, I read somewhere that like 7 out of 10 plane crashes had somebody of importance on them that made it look like a hit,
Yeah.
or maybe there was something in the news cycle they were trying to change the news cycle.
We've been fed this narrative about humanity and our primal instinctual urges, right? And if there was no laws, men would just be running around raping and pillaging. But is that actually true? You know what I mean? Or is it's just an invented narrative of our world because, they're behind all these happenings, the majority of them. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, right? And that humans don't do that stuff. But to the scale, to the level, to the depth that they've tried to condition us to believe it's just the human nature of us, It's questionable. But anyway, I think I've wandered quite far off topic here. So, someone wants to bring it back to flat Earth. I think I see Whale, you down at the bottom there. You were lighting up earlier. Welcome to the channel. If you've got any questions, just, fire them out and we'll answer them.
What's up, XD?
Hello?
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up, Sheepdog?
I'm just trying to figure out where the curve is at.
Who we got in here? Do we have any globe earthers in the channel?
I think the Earth is a sphere.
Oh, wow. Okay. Excellent. Do you want to have a conversation about it?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. So, would you say that you know for a fact that the Earth is a sphere, or would you say that it's something that you were taught while you were growing up and it's something that you believe is true? Because there would be a difference between knowing for sure and just believing it.
I'm
So, which
actually
do
pretty
you?
sure about it.
Pretty sure?
Yes, I'm sure about it. I'm pretty
Okay.
sure that
Mhm.
yes.
So you're not 100% sure, but you're pretty sure.
Oh, I am 100% sure.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Have you done much research into the validation of the Earth being a sphere?
Well, like not much.
Okay. Do you know much about the sphere?
About
Like
a
the
sphere?
size and yeah, like how big is it? Do you know the size of it?
Not exactly. I don't remember the like the values.
Like if I was to ask you how many times does the sphere spin in one day? How many times do you think it would spin in one day?
Oh, the Earth spins like um 1 day means 1 rotation of Earth. That's why it is 1 day.
Oh, there you go. Most globe earthers don't get that right. All right, great. Okay, so
Wait. I know that radius of the Earth is around something 6,400 kilometers.
yeah, that's pretty
And
close.
and the mass of the Earth was something 6.4 times 10 to the power 24 kilograms. I don't know, like something.
Okay, cool. All right,
Yeah.
so how do you know that the Earth is a sphere with this radius?
Can we please do it the other way? Like, because right now actually I'm having dinner, and can you like go the other way? Can you explain that? Why do you think the Earth is flat? Like, I want to do the more listening part right now, please, if you can, please. Or
Yeah, I
maybe I
can
can
do it
come
the
back.
other way.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
yeah, maybe you can come back when you finished your dinner and we can have a proper conversation about it. But look, I'll give you a quick breakdown, okay? So we also were under the impression that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 6,371 kilometers and all of that fun stuff that we learn at school. We also believed that, okay? But when we actually went out and tried to test for the curvature of the Earth, we couldn't find any curvature. Okay, so if we go out and test the surface of water, for example, we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and it's not there. And it's never there. And there's no evidence that it exists in the first place, right? The surface of the water curving.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a big problem for the globe. Okay, so this has been tested hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and we cannot find any curvature at all. Okay, we can zoom in across a 20 kilometer or 20-mile lake, right? And we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. That wouldn't be possible on a globe. Okay, we can shoot a laser over a giant distance over the surface of the water, and it will hit a target on the other side of the body of water, just above the surface of the water, right? There should be hundreds of feet of Earth curvature over this distance. Okay, so there's a problem with what we're told about where we live, and then when we go and test for the curvature in reality. And we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth necessarily, right? Flat's not a shape. Flat is the description of a surface. Okay, we live on the surface of the Earth, and most of the surface of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. And if the Earth's a globe, the water should be curving, and it's not curving. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space. We don't think the Earth is a flat, round planet floating around in the vacuum of space. Okay, that's not what flat earthers are claiming. Right? But we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Okay, we've just been told that the reason for that is because we're so small and the Earth is so big. But when we actually go and test for the curvature, it's just not there. Do you have any questions?
No questions, please go on.
Well, I could keep going on, but, you know, what do you want me to talk about now? I gave you a basic breakdown of where we're coming from or where I'm coming from with my argument. Okay, I would also say that the Earth is not in motion. The Earth is stationary. The celestial bodies, or the celestials in the sky, basically, they move in cycles above us. We have gas pressure, meaning that we would have to be in some kind of a contained system. In order to have gas pressure, you must have a container of some kind. Large bodies of water require a container. You cannot have a large body of water without some type of physical containment for the water, right? You cannot have oceans sticking to the outside of a globe. And if you did have that, then obviously you would need to have gravity. And gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of the globe. Okay, and that would also include the water. Okay, so if the water's not curving, then that debunks all of that. So we have real world tests, we have high definition videos, we have papers, we have all sorts of empirical evidence that we can present to you. If you want to check it out, yeah, most people just believe the Earth's a globe because that's what they get told. When someone says they know for a fact that the Earth's a globe, we generally like to challenge them on that claim, right? If you were to say, well, I believe it's a globe because that's what I got taught, okay, that's different. But you said that you know it 100%. Okay, so how do you know that 100%, right? That would be my question to you. Because when we test for the curvature, it's just not there.
And wouldn't you agree, DJ, that don't take our word for it, right? We're just giving you tools so you can figure out how to go out and test it for yourself. We want you to go figure it out. We want you to go out in the world and find a body of water and say, yeah, no, the Earth is curving, and then come back here and prove us all wrong, or say, yeah, the Earth is flat. Wow, I just proved it to myself. Really, at the end of the day, where are you at? Is he even in here still? Oh, he left. Really, at the end of the day, for those of y'all that are listening, it's just a lack of curvature, right? Like DJ said, flat is not a shape; it's a description of the surface. In order for a sphere to happen, there has to be curvature, but curvature doesn't mean sphere. Curvature is just a description of the surface. So really what we're talking about is this description of the surface. And if the Earth is flat, then it falsifies the shape that we were told.
Yeah, if anyone else has any questions, I think the last guy kind of ran away because he didn't have a response or something like that. We got some more people in the chat. I think we got XD. XD, yeah, welcome XD. If you think the Earth's a globe, or if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to open your mic. I see you've got the something about Mary hairstyle happening. Very nice. Mohammed, welcome.
Hello.
What's up, man? Welcome to the channel.
Hello, bro. Sorry for leaving you in between. My mom just came in my room, so I had to just close the system. Sorry for leaving.
That's okay, man. Not a problem.
Bro, I was thinking about this. I talked to you about the Earth is flat, this thing, a few days ago, and today when I went to school, I talked to kids and told students about this theory that Earth is flat, and I told them all the proofs that you gave me, and like everything, but they were making fun of me, even the teacher.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen, right? But they probably don't really understand the arguments. And if you only just heard the arguments, maybe you didn't really present them very well. But if you go into a social situation, well, if you go into a social situation and you try to present that the Earth is flat, right? That's not going to work out well for you.
I
Okay, you
took the
need to.
screenshot. I took the screenshot which people send in this inbox chat.
Okay, so what's an example that you gave them of evidence that the Earth is not a globe?
It was a windmill thing. We were seeing some 11.3 miles away from the beach.
Right.
You were seeing 11.
Okay, so what was their rebuttal to that observation? How did they counter the observation? Just with insults and mockery?
Yeah, and some other things they said.
Like what?
Like they said that I am a child of two dads.
Right, because this is the problem, right? They were probably too stupid to actually be able to address the argument, and what they decided to do was throw out feelings and fallacies. Okay, feelings and fallacies are the best weapons that the globe earthers have. Okay, so what they're going to do is they're going to ignore the empirical evidence. Okay, that test was done by a PhD in optics, Dr. John Dee. Okay, instead of attacking Dr. John Dee's real world observation, they decided to throw out a bunch of fallacies, right? An ad hominem fallacy. Okay, and feelings, right? Sharing their emotions because the globe is like a religion for most people. Okay, so just teasing something is not actually addressing the issue, right? The issue is that there's no curvature over that 11.2 mile distance. On a globe, you would have to have over 100 feet of curvature over that distance. Has to be there, right? Otherwise, gravity is not real.
Yeah, but they told me some things which, like, made me doubt that the Earth is flat.
Think about this logic. If there's no curvature, the Earth can't be a globe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we go out and test the Earth, there's no curvature ever. Okay. So what other arguments you might have, right? It's not going to make the water start curving. So what was their argument? What was their response? If you showed them the windmill observation, which is a great observation, right? They should be able to address the observation and say, well, this is the reason that there's a 5-story building worth of curvature missing. You know,
yeah, they showed me another observation which there were like a person standing, and there were cardboards placed with of the same height as that person, and there were holes made in the cardboard at the eye levels of the person. And then the cardboards were moving further and further away, and there was a light source at the end of the cardboards. So
He's talking about the
as
Jeranism.
as they move the light and cardboards away and away, because the light can bend, it only goes in the straight line. The cardboard stopped like showing the light which was placed at the end because the Earth's curvature, like it went
Right,
down.
but this is the
Yeah.
problem. Okay, they in the test that you're talking about, they didn't show you the setup. Okay, they didn't show you the distance. They didn't show you the test. They showed about 50 seconds worth of footage, and they just told you a story about what happened. Now, the person that did that test said that they edited the film in a way that was dishonest, and then they refused to hand over the unedited footage so he could prove that it didn't happen in the way that it was portrayed to happen in the documentary. On top of that, we actually went and did our own test with a torch over a huge distance, much longer than the distance that they used in that silly documentary. Okay, we did
Oh,
that
you did?
over we did the torch test over a 13.7 mile lake.
Oh boy, really?
So we could see the
That's amazing.
torchlight from 13.7 miles away. 13.7 miles, that's about 20 kilometers. Okay, in the
Okay.
Netflix documentary called Behind the Curve, it was only 3 miles or something like that, apparently. Okay, but it was done in the dark. Like, why would you set up a test and do it in the dark? Okay, I'll tell you why. Because
I
they
tell
were
you why,
supposed
because
to
there
do it.
was light.
No, no,
Because
no,
there
because they
was
were
the
supposed to use a
light.
laser. They were supposed to use a laser beam. Okay, but they broke the laser beam. Okay, so they decided that because they had everything already set up, they had plan B and they had a torch. So they decided to do it with the torch. Okay, but if you look into that, right, they don't really show you any footage. If they're setting up a specific test like this, why would you set it up in the dark? How do you know everything's aligned properly if you're doing it in the dark? Right? It's kind of ridiculous. The test, if you look into it, that documentary's it's really just it's just
Yeah,
a
okay,
video
I
that's
got
meant
you,
to
bro.
make fun of flat earthers. Right, more than
Yeah, but
anything, it's
there
meant to
was
ridicule.
yeah, there was another thing they said. They said that there is this thing when oh shit, I'll be back. I'ma put the utensils in the sink.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm back. Bro, the thing that they mocked me was like it was bad enough, but they did more than that. They took me to the principal, the teacher, and like he gave me a notice
What?
and a warning.
Wow, see, that's crazy, isn't it? Just because you're challenging what you get told. Okay, so that should be encouraged, right? If you get told
Bro, maybe
something and it
yeah, but maybe the principal knows about this. But that's why he did so much. He took so much action. You know, he knows something, bro. We should like investigate that person, don't you think?
well, not really. I think most of the time this is like a emotional response. Okay, because the globe is like a religion. It's a faith that people have had since they were young children. And when anyone comes along and challenging someone's faith, right? It's like telling a religious person that Muhammad doesn't exist or Jesus doesn't exist, right? They have an emotional outburst and they want to lash out and attack the person and get emotional, right? At the person for just questioning it. It's like, oh, what if Jesus didn't exist? And the Christian be like, oh, how dare you say such a thing?
Well, what a stupid
Okay, but
principal.
well, I mean, he probably genuinely believes that the earth is a globe, right? So much
But
that,
bro,
it's
yeah,
emotional for him. He's
yeah,
probably
yeah,
invested a lot of his energy
yeah.
mentally into outer space. Maybe he thinks he'll go to space one day. I don't know.
Maybe he prays,
Maybe he
worships.
prays to worships. Yeah, people worship. These. mainstream scientists. Okay, they
Yeah, I knew something was weird about him from the start.
yeah, well, I
Okay,
don't know.
bro, I found something like a student told me this. Because the Earth is a globe, the shortest distance is not a straight line. So the airplanes move in some other trajectory other than the straight line when they go from one point to another point, like a large distance. So that because
Yeah,
that's
look,
the main.
aeroplanes fly using flight corridors. You know, you could think of that kind of like a highway, okay, but for the sky, right? Or like a shipping lane, but for the sky. Okay, so they avoid dangerous areas and they avoid getting in the way of other flight paths and that kind of thing, right? When someone's talking about they're taking a great circle route or something like that, usually what people are talking about is they're seeing a curved flight path when the flight path is projected onto a Mercator projection map. Okay, if you put that same flight path onto a different projection, it's not going to look the same. So, look, this is the thing. Aircrafts themselves are designed by the aerospace engineers treating the Earth as flat and stationary, right? It's in all of the aircraft design literature. Okay, you can look into that. We can provide links for that. Okay, there's also a ton of pilots, commercial pilots, jet pilots that are flat earthers that give interviews about and talk about flat Earth. Yeah, the cat agrees.
Okay, but
So yeah, look,
the
once
whole
you look into these things, you're gonna find that airplanes, right? It's actually not a proof that the Earth's a globe at all. People generally, when they make points like this, it's just something that they heard from someone else or something they looked up online, right? It's not because that person had actually researched it in depth or something like that.
Oh, so the
People
planes
people
don't.
are kind of like parrots. You know what a parrot does, right? They just repeat things that they get told. That's what the mainstream
Yeah,
education system does in general, right? It rewards people for being very good at repeating information that they learn.
bro. I just read a chapter. It's called The Adventure, and its summary was that to question the accepted truths and that the history is not definite. I think, bro, this might be a sign that the Earth is flat, because this is actually historical truth which we are believing that Earth is not flat. And the chapter says that we should question the history.
You should probably question most things, right? And try to check what you can check. You should check. Okay, if someone tells you the Earth's a globe, there's nothing wrong with going to check. It's like, okay, if the Earth's a globe and it has a certain size, then I should be able to go to a 10-mile lake and it should have about 20 meters of curvature or 66 feet of curvature over that 10-mile distance. Okay, that's 16 kilometers, just in case you are used to kilometers. Okay, so over a 16-kilometer lake, there has to be 20 meters of curvature. If it's not
Okay.
there, then the Earth's not a globe, right? It debunks the globe. It debunks gravity, right? It debunks mass attracting mass, right? That's what most of you guys think gravity is, right? Everything's getting drawn towards the center of mass. Okay, that means the water would have to be curving at a certain rate, and it's not doing that. So it doesn't matter what people say, right? We would prefer to rely on empirical evidence, right? Real world tests, repeatable tests. And that's what we have.
Okay.
So I can tell you're kind of trolling a little bit. I remember the way that you converse with people in the comments section. I'm happy to unmute you in the comments section, right? Since you did decide to jump into VC, which is cool. All right, but I just urge you to look into it properly. That's all, right? I will lift your text mute. Okay.
Yeah, that's what that was gonna be my next thing. talk about? Unmute me in the chat, please. Thank you.
Well, the idea with the tech, like when you say stuff like, "Oh, people must be rich. That's why you can be here all the time." We're not here all the time. We're here quite often, but we have a home server with 25,000 members. Okay, so there's always going to be people here, but not necessarily the same people.
I know I asked because
Okay.
I like always find the same people.
Well, it's not always the same people. Maybe people that are similar to your time zone or something like that, right? And if they're in here and you're in here, then you're in here too.
Dude, I'm working and I'm in here. So how do you like that?
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of us, have jobs these days where we can work from a computer, so we can have multiple tabs open and we can be listening like a podcast, right? And then we can jump in every now and then.
Yeah.
If you're
Or
self-employed,
you work with your hands. Yeah, I work with my
there we
hands.
go.
So my
Great point.
mouth is unemployed. So I might as well do something with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I'm going to start an OnlyFans where I just focus on my lips the entire time I'm working. And you can just watch my lips 24 hours a day. Yeah, it's going to be great. Sign up now.
With sound or without sound? It would be better without sound. And you like play a trumpet every time you talk.
Oh, like, dude, like Charlie Brown's parents. Wah, 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 wah.
Yep.
Yeah, but look, a lot of people will make fun of flat earthers hanging out in flat earth chats for some reason. But let's be clear. All kinds of people hang out in all kinds of things that they do for entertainment or for intellectual stimulation, don't they? So just because one person has a hobby or an interest that people don't like doesn't mean you can denigrate them for the time they spend on it, because every single person spends time on something that's not their job, correct? The answer is of course.
Bro, I found this person I like as a fellow student of mine. I told him everything about this flat earth, and every proof I gave him, he was doing like yes, okay, yes, you're right. And at last, when I asked him, yeah, now you believe the earth is flat, he said no.
You know what, brother, though? If the mainstream came out, like the government and whatever you consider mainstream science in your locale, if they came out and said, yes, we were wrong, the earth is actually flat, he would believe it. Wouldn't he?
Well, maybe.
No, definitely. I put my money on that one, brother. This is the problem, my friend. I'm gonna teach you something about human nature. Most people that you encounter, when they have beliefs like that, they only believe it because they were told by an authority. And they're actually afraid that if the authority came out and said, yes, we were wrong about reality, it's actually this, they would just change their minds overnight. Because they don't have character and they never learned their position from intelligent thought. They just believed it because other people believe it. They're just sheep, like followers. You know, the shepherd says, come here, sheep. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I didn't feel like I'm bothering people, okay. Oh no, bro, you did. What, you want to be black sheep, not white sheep? Oh, why?
Yeah, because do you know a white sheep? Yeah, do you know on a farm you got white sheep and you got a shepherd. yeah, the shepherd needs the sheep, and the sheep needs the shepherd. The sheep needs the shepherd for guidance and safety. Yeah, that's what happens on a farm. Yeah, without the shepherd,
Yeah.
the sheep. What does the sheep do without the shepherd? What does it do? It wanders off, doesn't it? And don't have no direction or guidance. So it just wanders off. Doesn't know what it's doing. A black sheep can think for itself, goes its own way, and don't need nobody to tell it what to do. That's what a black sheep is. That can think for themselves. Does that make
Bro,
sense?
what? How do you know?
Do you understand that?
No, not
The
actually.
difference between the black
Sorry.
sheep and the white sheep.
No, bro, I didn't understand it. You said that a white sheep follows the shepherd and the black sheep goes on its way. It's on
Yeah.
its own way.
No. The black sheep doesn't need a shepherd or nobody to tell it to go its own way. It can think for itself. A white sheep can't
Why
do
not?
that. A white sheep needs a shepherd for guidance and direction.
Bro, what are you? What? How? How does
No.
that make like?
Basically, what I'm saying is, yeah, you need to think for yourself. You don't need to somebody else to tell you how to think. Do you understand?
Oh, okay, you are
Like
telling me
like a
that the
authority figure, like NASA and mainstream scientists, telling you how your worldview and paradigm should be. You know what I mean? They're telling you how to experience your reality when you should be able to think for yourself how you are experiencing the reality you are experiencing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
kinda. But bro, tell me how could I improve my English now?
Just stay in here long as possible until you
I was
understand.
giving out free lessons yesterday. When I start with their beginning sentence, this will get you into any club. This will get you conversation starter with everybody. First thing you do when you walk up to somebody, you want to shake their hand and say, "Earth is flat." And then it'll be a good conversation starter, and you'll be knowing English in no time. You'll probably learn swear words and everything.
Bro, but what if they start uh speaking like native language, not English?
Whoa, what's native language?
India.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, they do that.
Oh, well, tell them to shut the fuck up. Say, shut up.
Then I gotta do this thing which I tell with people in Discord.
I'm willing to bet that some of the people in your class probably think the Earth is flat also, and they don't want to say anything because they see you getting made fun of.
Oh no, bro, they don't. Like, yeah, maybe it's possible. I actually, in the like first period when there was no teacher in the class, I stood up on the bench and like asked everyone who believes the Earth is flat, but no one raised their hand. But it's possible that some students do believe it. Oh, but yeah, you guys didn't unblock me and unban me from the chat. Oh no.
You should really investigate things a lot further before you bring it to your peers, arsonist.
Yeah, I did. I took the screenshots. Like, they were enough to prove everything.
See, the problem is, like, your actions are being driven by what the fundamental problem is here, that people seek truth by consensus. It doesn't matter if your fellow students think the earth is a globe or whatnot, or your teachers. You have to demonstrate what's true to yourself, you know? You have to go out and do the tests, investigate this information we're providing you. Come to your own conclusion, irrelevant of what other people are saying.
I gotcha. Please unmute me from the chat. I can't send any message.
Yeah, I'll fix that.
Mhm. Bro, I got a line to say to any girl, and it goes wait, let me read it. Earth is flat, just like your chest.
Wow.
I don't get it.
Wow.
I don't get it. Can you explain that so I can laugh with you?
So sorry, I can't. My mom is in another room. She'll get it.
Boo! Not cool! Disqualified!
Does your mom speak English?
Like she understands it. Wait, I'll type. I'll type in the chat.
Oh, yes. I'm gonna have to write this all down.
Bruh.
I got a great way to talk about flat Earth to your friends. So what you do is you go out and you do a test for yourself to validate that there's no curvature. You do it, you catalog it, you know the result. Then you don't tell your friends you did that. What you do is you tell your friends that stupid flat earthers think the earth is flat. Let's go out and do a test and film it to show them that it's curved. And then you bring all your friends out there thinking that they're going to make fun of flat earthers, but in the end the result shows it's flat, and then you scratch your head and you be like, "Dang, we came out here to make fun of the flat earthers, but look, it's actually flat." What do you think of that?
What? I didn't hear.
Why not?
Bro, someone was roasting me in the chat. I gotta roast him back.
Okay, yeah. Roasting is way more important.
See, this is why I removed your chat privileges.
Bro, but
You need to focus on what's being said in the VC.
Bro, but those people always start.
Well, maybe you provoked them.
Yeah. Don't say dumb shit and you won't provoke people.
I didn't say any dumb shit.
I said, friend. You're on the precipice of understanding that you actually have to go out and do a test. And so what's happening is your brain, because it's so invested in a story from the past, is trying to protect you from the truth. So it's making you act more silly than you otherwise would be about this topic. So what you need to do is say, listen, I'm going to actually take this seriously. I'm actually a human. I can do things on my own. I can make up my mind. I can go out and do tests. I can find out if it's flat or not. And then I can be done with it. I can either know it's flat or I can know it's a globe. And then I don't have to be wishy-washy anymore.
Yeah, maybe I can become an astronaut and go up and see for myself.
Right. And like I said, what I was saying earlier, what you didn't hear was you go and do that. Then you know for a fact that it's true one way or the other. And let's say you go out and you test it and you find out that it's flat. Right. Then you can tell your friends, hey, let's go out and test the Earth to disprove flat Earth, because flat earthers, they don't know what they're talking about. So we're going to go out and do this test to prove it's a globe. But you already know it's going to prove the Earth's flat. And so when they come out with you to do the test, they all witness the evidence that it's flat. And then you can be like, dang, I guess it is flat after all. And then one of those friends will be a girl, and you can be like, "Yeah, are you a flat earther now?" She'll be like, "Yeah," and you'll be like, "Oh, let's go out tonight." See how that works, brother?
Yeah.
Exactly. So not only are you gonna prove it to yourself and one up your friends who were making fun of you previously, but you're also going to get involved with a beautiful girl who also knows the Earth is flat, and that way you both aren't stupid anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is that even if I see for myself that it is whatever it is by going up into space, and when I come back and I publish my theory, no one is gonna believe me.
What are you talking about? Listen, friend, let me dash your hopes and dreams. There is never going to be a time in your life where you go far enough away from the Earth to see the alleged globe in totality. Okay, never going to happen. Not going to happen. One more time for the slow kids in the back. That is never going to happen for any of you listening to me. There's reasons for that. One, the Earth is a fixed size, so they say. And in order to see it as a globe, you have to be a certain amount of distance away. And the only people in the history of mankind who have ever done that is the alleged Apollo astronauts, who had the entire force of a government agency supporting them. Millions upon millions, even billions of dollars. And so, since none of you listening to me possess that money, and none of you listening to me are going to be an elite astronaut that's entrusted with such a mission, you're never going to be in a position where you can see the Earth as a globe. Never. Never. Okay, one more time. Never. In case you don't know what never means, it means not ever. Never going to happen. Okay, follow that?
Yeah.
A lot of, listen, friend, don't get me wrong, I understand your sentiment. But a lot of people think that you can just go up high in the sky, like on a privately owned rocket or hot air balloon, and you're going to see the Earth as a globe. No, that's not the case. Even the people in the alleged space station, even if you could afford to pay to go up to the alleged space station, the $20 million that it costs, right? Whatever. They're not even in a position to see the whole Earth. So even they cannot tell you the entire shape of the Earth. So nobody except one person, his name is Buzz Aldrin, I believe. The only person alive that's allegedly seen the Earth as a globe. One person, dude. And it's not you. And it's never going to be you. So all you globers out there who think we're going to go high up in the sky and see the Earth as a globe, you just need to take that hope and dream and flush it down the toilet.
Bro, you guys are way too toxic for me. I don't like you.
Listen, Fred, I'm loving you because I don't want you to waste your life waiting to get far enough away from the Earth to see it as a globe when you could just go out and test it, whether it's curved or not, in your actual lifetime and achieve something. You know, I want you to achieve. I want you to settle something, to do something, to win. I don't want you to lose.
Bro, but I just wrote one thing. I wrote toxic in chat and they muted me.
Well, there you go. You've been compensated with a nice song about
Oh,
your
I like
feelings.
that song. That was like the perfect theme song for you, dude.
Yeah. And one of
I'll
the listen,
believe it.
guys, one of the reasons why people talk about going to space to see the Earth in its totality to then know whether it's a globe or not, they know that it's unachievable. They actually know that it's not going to be achieved in their lifetime. They know they can't afford it. They know no government's going to allow them to do it. So why do they say it? I'll tell you why. It's a very simple psychological mental phenomenon. If they say, I can't know for sure until I see the whole Earth, that means that they can then take the proposition, stick it on a shelf, and never address it. They're never going to do a test to prove it to themselves. They're never going to lift a finger. They're just going to go about their lives accepting the status quo and say, oh, well, I could never know because I can never get out far enough from the Earth. In other words, it's a defense mechanism, so they never actually have to do anything about it.
Bro, they muted
Now,
me.
arsonist, friend. We all know here that that's the situation in your mind. that you're trying to avoid actually going out and testing it. But we want to encourage you to do it. So we'll help you in every way we can.
Bro, then just unmute me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just said toxic because they were being toxic.
After
Well,
you
Arsonist,
finish
I
you're
know
getting
this
muted in text for what you said. You're getting
I
muted in
think you're
text
toxic.
because you can't help yourself wasting time in there while somebody is giving you genuine effort and trying to help you learn things.
Yeah, for example, my
learned.
friend there just had to, Arsonist, my friend there just had to talk to you about the distraction that you're causing rather than be listening to content about how you could test the earth being flat. And so that, my friend, is again your self-defense mechanism because you're scared to death that you're actually going to have to get up on your own 2 feet and go out and prove something to yourself. It frightens you, but don't worry, we're here for you, friend, and we have plenty of hugs.
Oh no, I can do it, bro. If I get a like really good reason. Like I wouldn't do anything if I even prove the earth is flat. What will I do?
I gave you a good reason. I gave you a good reason. It's your one chance in life to have a beautiful wife. Because if you stay on the globe side, your wife's going to be ugly as crap, bro. I promise you.
I stay on the globe side? What do you mean?
If you stay believing in the globe, your wife that you end up marrying is going to be ugly and she's going to treat you badly. Okay, there you go. That's a good motivation to get into flat Earth, brother.
Oh, the beautiful girls believe that the earth is flat?
Yeah, that's it. Rotan globe, rotan earth, rotan wife.
This way too, brother. Like the majority of women that just accept the status quo, yeah, they're like losers, aren't they?
Ah.
They have nasty attitudes. They treat you poorly. But a woman that actually went out and tested the earth and knows it's flat and had a mental epiphany, she's in a totally different mind space. She's going to treat you a lot better. I mean, that's just me talking to you, brother.
Bro, I got you.
Listen, brother. Arsonist, let me help you out. If you look throughout history, there's been recorded incidents of men fighting entire wars for a beautiful woman and a wife of high merit. So the least you could do to honor your ancestors is go out and test the earth whether it's flat or not. Right?
Yeah. Bro, but I didn't like this, bro. You guys are just being like my classmates.
No, we're not, dude.
What is your issue? Dude, what is your
Hey,
issue?
guys.
You are literally the most toxic person here. You're fucking whining the entire time. You're whining the entire time about other people toxic while you're saying you don't like us. You're the toxic one. You're not being clever, dude. You're not getting past anybody.
Nah, bro. I just
Your name is Arsonist. Think about that for a second.
Oh, now my name has to do something with it.
Yeah, a criminal act.
Oh, very good.
So you named yourself after a criminal act. You come in here, you say, I don't like you because you're toxic.
Yeah,
well, we
because
aren't telling
that's
you we
because
don't
what
like
you did.
you, are we? Did we say we don't like you?
You showed it
How?
by muting me for no fucking reason.
Okay, we had a reason. Okay, whether you like the reason or not,
because
you're not the
I made
mod.
it joke.
But you don't get.
I made
You don't get. Do people get to decide on their own how they're moderated, or do the moderators
Bro, I
decide
just
how to
made a
moderate
joke
people?
that Brenda, don't let me talk. Yeah, on.
Let's see if you understood,
Fucking Victim
Arsonist.
Olympics
Can you
bullshit,
tell
bro.
us back the reason I gave you for why I muted you in text chat?
Bro, I said a joke and people didn't like
No,
it.
not what
So
you did. I gave you the reason why I moderated you. Can you repeat it back to me?
What reason?
He said he told you.
According to me, you just did it because I made a joke and you didn't like it.
That's not what.
and
That's not the reason he said, though.
people just kept mocking me, and
You're
then I
ignoring
said
me,
that,
dude. So
and
why
they
did he mute you? Why did he say he muted you?
then I said that you guys are toxic because you're mocking me. You didn't like my joke, then you can just
That's
stay
not
quiet.
telling
I'm
us
gonna
what
I'm
he
gonna mute
said,
you,
dude.
VC, because you're mentally challenged clearly, and we just got no
Okay.
time for that. Right? No, he left. There you go. Problem solved.
Act failed. They some of these guys. They like assume this persona. It's this weird fucking. This guy was the victim Olympics persona.
I'm back to say, just get better, guys. You are just like
Yeah, give us your last comment
Yeah,
of
bye bye.
nonsense.
Get muted.
Just leave. Fucking just leave, dude.
That's the breakdown. That's the breakdown right there. When they realize we're telling them truth, right? And there's real problems with the globe, they just go into this mode of complete dysfunction.
Yeah. Yeah, Obergord's telling me the earth is flat. He's toxic. He's being mean to me. How dare you, AI? Don't be mean to him. Keep him in his delusion.
Hold on now. Hold on now. I actually never told him the Earth was flat, did I? Think about it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He must have came to that
I just
conclusion
told him.
himself.
I know. I just told him, look, bro, you could go out and test it and know whether it is a globe or flat, and then you would have a settled issue.
See, you're trying to take him out of his safe space. You didn't even consider his agoraphobia. Oh, yeah, cryptic over the fences. Hold on. I didn't even read the full DM that he sent to me. I'll just post it in the chat. You guys can read it. He says, I don't know about life in the U.S., but from what I'm seeing, I'm becoming increasingly more nationalistic. This is the guy that said Singapore was so great because their dear leader never oppressed their people, and then just Google him, and he was like, freaking the entire West protested him beating the shit out of people that were against him.
I think he had he was like a journal, because my very last interaction with him, he was posing all these awkwardly framed questions. It's like, yeah, you're fucking writing articles here, aren't you?
Oh, that's what he's doing. So I wasn't going to post the DM because I have more class than that, but not anymore. Try to keep DMs private.
Oh yeah, he fucking over fences posting here. He was psychopathic, man. I'm gonna get rich and I'm gonna rule and I'm gonna tell everybody to do exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, it'll be a perfect world.
It's like, okay, so your leaders never oppressed your nation, but you're gonna grow up to be the first one.
Yeah, but his leader did, dude. Like, look, I all we did was like Google it, and that was like the first thing that he brutally suppressed civil unrest. That's what it said.
Was it Singapore or Malaysia that was like during COVID? They were like, yeah, if they don't take the thing and they don't wear the mask, just fucking shoot them. Just shoot them.
Probably Singapore. Yeah,
Oh,
Singapore
man.
is like a city kind of, but it's like a country. It's weird.
All I know is I endorse public adult spankings for social infractions like littering. So if they could make that like legit in America, like if you block it an intersection for a protest, you just get publicly spanked. If you litter, you get publicly spanked. If you're a Karen, you get publicly spanked.
I'm for that. The caning thing, with a wet rattan so that they can't walk for 3 months. I'm not for that.
Yeah, you don't have to go that overboard. It's like most people can't handle a spanking, dude. Even a light spanking, like that actually inflicts discomfort and pain. Like they cry like absolute whiny little punks, and they're afraid of it, and they'll actually modify their behavior. But hey, anybody watch the Super Bowl?
Yes, I watched that debacle. It wasn't horrible,
Did you
but
watch the halftime show?
oh
I watched that
my
awesome
lord.
game. I watched that awesome game too.
I liked it. I liked the game. Well, I mean, I like defensive games. Though I didn't like that game.
So it was interesting. I noticed after the fact that the halftime show was kind of about all kinds of other countries being called America, and basically like, oh, we get to be in your land and take over, and then there's like a SWAT team trying to kick us out, but we're not going anywhere. You know, kind of like an anti-resident citizen sentiment.
Yeah.
In other words, you know, people are coming into your house and taking what you have, and they're just saying, we're going to do it proudly, and your attempts to stop us are going to fail, and we're going to shame you for doing it. Now, interestingly enough, check this out. Didn't the Patriots lose?
Oh yeah.
Right. So check this out. The Patriots, right? The citizens, right? Who are against illegal people coming into their country and taking what they have. Okay. So now you got the Seahawks. Now, most people think the Seahawk is associated with the osprey, which is a quote unquote noble bird, right? A bird of prey, but a noble one. However, Seahawk is also associated with the kua bird, which is a similar bird, but it steals food from other birds.
Like a
So, in other
seagull.
words, yeah, so the Seahawks beat the Patriots. So the birds that come around your territory and steal your food beat the Patriots. Man, it's all theater, isn't it?
Yeah. Certainly. I mean, just the sheer fact that there was a picture of the kid, the quarterback for the Patriots. In the last time the Super Bowl was played at that place, he's a kid there. How the hell did you end up there? It's like $10,000 a fucking ticket. How are you?
What kid was it?
I guess it was 10 years ago in that stadium. The last Super Bowl they played in that stadium, that kid that played in the Super Bowl as the quarterback for the Patriots was at that game. And fucking Tom Brady was at the catch game with Joe Montana, and he's from San Francisco, and you know, there's just so much horse shit that goes along with it.
Who, that 12-year-old quarterback that was playing?
Yeah, the 12-year-old, yeah. The 12-year-old quarterback, he pretty much.
My wife said, "Is that quarterback like 12 years old?" I said, because that was the first time I looked. I went, "Holy crap! I think so. Maybe 13."
He's supposedly 23. You got to be in pretty exclusive circles to be getting into a Super Bowl in this era.
Dude, I had an inkling when I heard about the halftime show. I had an inkling that the Patriots lost, therefore the other team had to have some kind of symbology representing the quote unquote people that the halftime show represented. And so, yeah, when I looked into it, it's like osprey, then this other bird which steals food, and I was like, dang, this whole narrative is very uncanny.
Well,
and you know what's else is I thought the osprey the osprey is a noble bird, and the other bird is also called a Seahawk, so it's given nobility vicariously. So in other words, it's a
God.
criminal that
You're making
steals,
this deep,
but it's
man.
pretending. Hey, well, listen, dude, listen. Okay, let's be clear. Jake, the flat Earth asshole, he's gonna do a whole episode on it. We know that, don't we?
Okay, so it gets even worse, man, because you had to do it. Why'd you do it? That entire halftime show was in Spanish.
Yep.
There's no fucking English spoken.
Oh, I wanted to say something about that. Isn't that funny that that's what I heard because I didn't watch. I actually didn't watch that part of the game. I was just betting on it, so I was watching whatever I felt, whatever I
Did
was
you win
jumping to watch.
for your bets?
Yeah, I won positive. I lost a big one, but I won all my little ones. The big one kind of hurt, but the little ones all made up for that plus more. So I wish I would have won the big one. I had the right team, I had everything, but then it didn't have the right touchdowns.
Yeah, the halftime joke. This Bad Bunny person, he won a Grammy. His entire album is in Spanish and only Spanish, no English. He's he won a Grammy for best album of the year, and then the set he did at the Super Bowl was 100% in Spanish.
I won on that too.
That
I picked
was it.
I
That
picked
would be
3
100.
songs. Yeah, I picked 3 songs or something like 2 songs or something. Anyway, I got a bunch of money on the one song, so that it made up for the other 2.
Wow.
It's on
You can bet on.
Kalshi, that app, Kalshi. Yeah, you can bet on the
Holy shit!
songs. You can bet what people are gonna say. Are they gonna say, will anybody say personal foul? Something weird like that. Yeah, you'll see people boom, boom, boom. You want to be the first to bet yes on it. You want to buy it at like 9%, 8%, 5%. But when it jumps to 75, you just go click and sell. The game didn't even start yet.
That's crazy, man. That could get addictive. I'd probably have a gambling problem if I did this shit.
It pays 3.25% interest if you just keep your money in there. So it's like a savings account.
Yeah. But if I could bet on shit people say or what's gonna come up in the show, man, goddamn, I'd be.
Oh, I won like $300 within the last 2 weeks on stuff Donald Trump would say.
Oh my god. Well, he hasn't said China in a while. That's got to be coming up.
I mean, I'm buying it when it's 1%. So it's 1% he will say it, 99% no, because it hasn't started yet. As soon as the table opens up, everything starts that way. Buy right away. As soon as it jumps up a little, if it looks like it's not really going to do much, get rid of it early. If it looks like it is going to keep going and going, then you just hold on to till the end. You buy 100 shares for $1, and at the end, it's $100. So you spend $1 to win 100 if you do it right.
Nice. Do not tell me the website. I am not going to answer any DMs from you.
It's all right. They should be probably paying me for this advertisement.
Yeah, man. That actually sounds like mad fun. And I'm not a gambler, but that's just like too tempting.
It's not really gambling in the same way where you can
Yeah.
bet Bitcoin's going to go up or down in the next 15 minutes. That one's always going. I made a bunch of money on that. I was just
You're
like,
training an AI.
huh?
You think you're training an AI? Maybe you guys are training an AI.
It sounds like stock trading.
There is stock trading on it, and it does come in trading portfolio style, or it comes in betting bookie style, or the original style. You just pick which style screen you want. Looks like
That's
a
fucking
betting
weird.
betting bookie, or you got odds, or you've got percentages like in a stock exchange, and you're buying shares, which is what I do. I buy 100 shares as
You got to feel
cheap as
classy.
possible.
You want to gamble classy now?
I try to
That's
buy
funny.
100 shares at like $3. And then if that thing shoots up to like 65 and it kind of sits there, boom, I'm selling it. I've made that much money and the thing didn't even start yet.
Hey, I'm thinking about opening up a restaurant in the inner city, Minneapolis. I'm gonna call it Pretty Good Chicken.
What are you gonna have?
Fried chicken, obviously.
Well, I would say you have pretty good chicken. Any Globers have any questions about how to cook fried chicken? Because we can give you that recipe too. Flat Earthers have the best recipe.
You guys ever have chicken fried steak?
Yes.
Did you have the real stuff or the fake stuff?
Well, what's the fake stuff and what's the real stuff?
So the fake stuff is basically just steak that is breaded similar to how you would a fried chicken and then fried. So it's basically like the same outer coating that you put on a fried chicken just surrounding a steak. Whereas real chicken fried steak, you use the chicken fat to do the frying.
At both.
Damn, I guess I've had fake one this whole time.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I get to go to a meeting now. This will be fun.
We call those chicken schnitzels.
It's surprising, like there's people who claim to be Southerners and they don't know that real chicken fried steak is supposed to be cooked in chicken fat.
Well, when I lived in the South, that's how I learned about it. But when I came back to Ohio, it tasted a little different.
And they got another one which is steak fried steak. Which is you gotta bread it and stuff, but you fry it in beef tallow, I think. Or whatever, yeah.
You know what's even better is Thai green curry with chicken in it.
See, Arsonist could have hung out with us and we could have like been best friends exchanging recipes.
You think Arsonist knows recipes?
Yes, 1 part lighter fluid, 2 parts gelatin.
Hello.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I'm waiting to uh, understand that what you were guys talking about. Who first proved that Earth is a globe?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody.
And nobody. Mm. So I have no
That's an
experience
easy one
about
to
that.
answer.
One to answer.
Whoa, I can
Oh,
hear.
I don't
Do you
know.
have me on some loudspeaker in the background? I can hear myself talking. It's very annoying, like an echo.
Oh,
Do you have headphones or something?
yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna change the headphone. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Give me a second.
Oh, DJ, you have such a nice voice, though, man. Come on, bro. It's alright.
Dude, I hate my voice. It's annoying.
What? At least you don't have one of those super effeminate voices.
Like the soy boys in the politics server.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Those voices are annoying.
Yeah.
Is that okay right now?
Check, check. Yes, that's great. Right. Okay, so yeah, the first person attributed to claiming the Earth is a globe. Do you know the answer?
No.
Okay, so it is someone that allegedly lived about 500 years before Jesus, called Pythagoras. Right? You've heard of Pythagoras?
Yes, Pythagoras. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Muslim
so
Muslim one.
so in the school system, they kind of teach you that Pythagoras was a mathematician and a man of logic and reason, and he was this very smart guy. Okay, but in reality, Pythagoras, right, doesn't really have a lot of evidence to show that he existed, right, the way that they tell us. But they do tell us that Pythagoras was the first person to say the Earth's a globe. And if you have a look into Pythagoras, you'll find out he was, if he existed the way that they tell us, he was like a mystic cult leader, essentially. And he basically worshipped spheres. Okay. And he thought because spheres are so amazing and perfect, then the Earth would have to be a sphere. How could it be anything that's not perfect? Why would God create something that's not perfect? And he also thought that the universe was a musical instrument, and that the planets weren't physical spheres, but they were actually musical instruments that would play songs and things like that. So, yeah, so that's the first person attributed to the Earth being a globe. And then after that, people kind of use that same philosophical reasoning, right? And that's how the globe became a thing. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Most people think that someone went out and actually did some tests, and they went out, they did some experiments and some science and some geometry, and they're like, "Hey, we've worked out that all of the cultures were wrong for thousands of years in thinking that the Earth was flat, and really it's a globe because we tested the Earth and we proved that it's a globe." Nobody ever did that. Right? That's not how the globe became a thing.
Yeah. I
What do you
got it.
think about that?
And um, I'm kind of atheist, so I think I don't know about him that you explained, but
Mhm.
yeah, I think he was not that type of experience that the Earth is flat, but yeah, it was the idea maybe, right?
Yeah, that's what the globe is. It's an idea.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
hmm
So who do you think proved that the Earth's a globe?
Oh, maybe first. I don't know who, but maybe who is trying to fly, or I mean, making a helicopter or someone. That type of
Okay.
scientist, maybe. Yeah,
So do you think that people believed that the Earth was a globe before people were flying?
maybe not. No.
Well, according to mainstream history, yes, they did, right? They thought the Earth was a globe well before anyone was flying around in the air, according to
What
the
is
mainstream
wrong with
story.
you guys?
That's no way to talk to the globe earthers in the chat, my friend.
Oh, I'm
There's nothing
stupid.
wrong with there's nothing wrong with them, right?
I'm
They're just
sorry.
repeating what they were taught at school.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, I forgive you.
How are you guys?
Having a
Yeah, I'm
conversation with
good.
someone else. That's how we are. Yeah. So look, so you think, okay, so someone invents a helicopter, like you said. Okay, how does that validate the Earth's a globe?
Actually, I have no idea about the globe, but yeah, someone should know about the Earth is flat. How they know? It's a good question. I mean, a big question, and um, maybe the idea developed by experience. Group of scientists. I mean, group of people, not the same times, the different time, different people thought that, and yeah, they figure it out day by day. It's a
Yeah,
like
I love how you use
evolution.
the word maybe, right? It shows that you're honest. Maybe that happened, right? But actually, that didn't happen. Yeah, sorry.
Then how is that one person?
Yeah, nobody ever went out and validated that the Earth is a globe, right? The globe exists as a concept. It exists as a mathematical concept, and it stems from people like Pythagoras, allegedly, right? Pythagoras, Aristotle, Plato. Okay, these people that basically thought that a sphere was a divine shape, the perfect shape, and therefore the Earth should also be a sphere. Right? People after that, right? They took the celestial sphere, and then yeah, once again they used the same reasoning, philosophical reasoning, to say, okay, if the heavens are a perfect sphere, then the Earth must also be a sphere. It's not because anyone went out and actually tested the Earth. Because when you go out and test the Earth, you don't find any curvature. We all experience the Earth as flat. Okay, you do, I
Yeah.
do, everybody does. Okay, but they tell us that we're so small and the Earth is so big. Okay, we experience it as flat. But really, it's a sphere. That's what they tell you. Okay, but what we're asking people for is how do we know that? Okay, who throughout all of history proved that the Earth is actually curving, right? Is actually a sphere that's spinning through outer space.
But no one ever gone through out of the world. I mean, the space or other side from the globe.
Went to outer space. Well, the
Yeah,
first
outer
people that
space.
said they went to outer space was the Soviets, right?
Yeah, then they did not figure out that the Earth is oval shape.
No. I don't think that they went to outer space. I think there was what we call the space race. You've heard of the space race?
Mm.
Yeah, and the Americans were competing with the Soviets to allegedly to try to get to space. And I believe that there was a lot of propaganda involved in that venture.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Right?
So I'm
Look,
not good at.
this is
Uh-huh.
this is the problem. Okay, we can't validate any of this space information that we get told. Okay, we might get shown some pictures and some videos. Okay, but that's about all you're going to be able to validate. Okay, you're gonna see some pictures, you're gonna see some videos, and then you have to trust whether it's true or not, whether you trust the people that are giving you the information. Right? But what we can actually do to invalidate the information that we're being shown, if someone says the Earth's a globe, here's a picture of the globe from space, okay, we can go and test the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is mostly covered in water, as far as we know. Okay, over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is covered in water. Okay, if
Yeah.
the Earth is a globe, all of that water should be curving, should be bending.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but when we go out and we do long distance tests, we don't detect any curvature, where there should
We
be
detect
huge
actually with
amounts of
the
curvature.
ships. Ships
Okay,
are
so Okay. Um, uh, Elon Musk did share anything about the topics.
Well, he said that he sent a Tesla into space, and he said that we know it's real because it looks so fake.
You can
So,
tell
I
it's
don't know.
real because it looks so fake.
Well, there we go. That's him saying it right there. That was on point. Whoever did that. So that was Elon Musk saying that his Tesla car that he said he sent to space looks really fake, right? And we
Even
agree that it
though,
looks fake.
yeah, even though some country went to moon, that was also fake.
Well, we can't validate it, can we? This is the problem. The footage looks extremely fake. Okay, it looks so
Yeah.
fake that I don't know how anyone can take it seriously. Okay, there's a whole bunch of problems with that though. So firstly, the footage looks fake. Secondly, we can't validate the footage. Okay, third, it's scientifically impossible to go into outer space the way that it's been explained, but that's a more complicated question right there, a topic. Okay, this is the thing, you can't validate it. Okay, we can, however, invalidate it. Okay, we can prove that it's not real because they're showing us a curving Earth. And then when we go and test the surface of the Earth using high-powered cameras, right, that can zoom a long distance laser testing, okay, we can shoot a laser beam across the surface of the water over very long distances. Okay, if the Earth was curving, the laser beam shouldn't hit the target on the other side of the body of water. But it does do that. Okay, and I'm just in the side chat, right? This isn't proof that it's fake, right? But just use your common sense and your basic logic and have a look at this footage, right? My common sense and basic logic would say, okay, this footage looks completely fake, right? It looks ridiculous, in fact.
Yeah, in my mind, also saying that if they went one time, why not again, and why not other countries trying to go there? And
Great question. Great question.
yeah,
So people actually asked NASA that question. Did you know that? They asked NASA recently, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon?
yeah,
It's gonna go
it
back
was easy
close.
for them. Yeah,
It's gonna
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
gonna
So
go
this
back.
is yeah. So they've okay. So just a moment. Okay, so when they interviewed NASA recently, and they said, "How come NASA doesn't go back to the moon?" NASA said that we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. Okay, well, actually, it was an astronaut called Don Pettit. He said, "I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology." Okay, and it would be a painful process to build it back. So Don Pettit, one of NASA's main astronauts, he said that NASA destroyed the technology that they used to go to the moon, and it would be a painful process to build it back. Now, they've been saying they're going to go back to the moon since the 70s, right? They told us that they were going to build hotels on the moon and have bases on the moon and all sorts of things that never happened. Okay, once again, they keep pushing these missions back, pushing them back, right? And even if in this one recently where they say that they're going to go back to the moon, they're not going to go land on the moon. They're not going to have a buggy that drives around on the moon. They're not going to play golf on the moon like they pretended to do back in the 60s and 70s. Okay, they're just going to go apparently fly around the moon. They're probably going to provide some footage that we can't validate. Okay, and then the people are going to believe the footage. Probably just with blind faith.
Can I ask
yeah,
a question?
yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
We can see with the telescopes, we can see the details of ISS and other satellites. So everyone can see it with their eyes. So
Yeah,
what
but
do you guys
the
think about that?
ISS, so the moon's meant to be 250,000 miles away. Okay, the ISS is just what, like a couple of hundred miles up in the air. That's the story. Okay, so if you can see a little light in the sky, you can zoom in on a little light or something like that. You can't really confirm exactly what you're looking at,
No,
right?
you can confirm actually because the shapes are clear and
Yeah, okay. So
many.
how do you know it's not something that is lower altitude than they're telling you? You can't confirm the altitude, right? You can't confirm that there are people on it.
No, you can actually because sometimes astronauts go on it and you can see the astronaut with the telescope.
Yeah, okay, cool story. So you probably see it, what, a little blurry pixel, and they're
No,
going to
you
tell
can
you it's an
actually
astronaut.
pick the like solar panels and everything.
Okay. So how are you validating that it's in space in a vacuum?
Because it's floating. If it was in the like closer,
Well,
it
I
would
see a plane flying, right? It's floating. Is that floating?
So you cannot see a astronaut in a plane that floating because there's a
No,
force.
you can see planes flying, right? I can
No, you
see
can
things
see.
moving across the sky. But
Yeah,
how can you
sure.
validate that? Okay, so how can you validate that the ISS or the light that you see in the sky is 250 miles above the surface of the Earth in a space vacuum, and that
Yeah,
there's people
sure.
on it? Yeah, like, I
So
mean, if you want to say that you can zoom in and see people that are outside of the ISS, I mean, post it in the side chat. Happy to have a look at it. I've
so
seen some of that footage you're talking about, right? I can't validate the footage, right? It looks pretty blurry to me. They'll show you a pixel and they'll say, oh, this pixel is an astronaut on the outside of the space station that's in space
so in the
above the
plane,
globe.
so in the plane, you cannot see an astronaut floating around the plane because there's gravity.
No.
But in the
Well, no.
ISS, you can
Okay,
see
so there's no
float.
astronauts on planes.
If you could put it like if you put a human or someone, they would fall off.
Mhm.
That's why. But in ISS, they are not falling off.
Yeah, cool story. That's a great story.
And the good part is
Look, I have
everyone
some
with the
basic logic
telescopes.
for you. Think about
Yeah.
this logic. Okay, so if the water on the Earth is not curving, would that mean that whatever's happening in the sky would be happening above a flat surface?
What do you mean?
Okay, if the water on the Earth is not curving,
Okay.
then whatever's happening above the flat surface of the Earth is happening above the flat surface of the Earth, not above a globe.
What's
That
the point
stuff
of it?
is flat.
What is the point here?
Yeah, so if you're claiming that because we can see something up in this, hold on a second, who's that? Right, so if you can see something up in the sky, cool, that's great. Okay, right? Maybe it's just happening above a flat surface. Okay, because if we can validate that the ground that we're standing on is not curving, okay, the water that covers most of the surface of the Earth is not curving, then whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat surface.
But when I say about ISS, I'm not saying that ISS proves that Earth is not flat. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you can see
Okay.
ISS, and they are
Yeah,
floating.
I agree. I agree that you can see something that looks like the ISS up in the sky. I agree with you. I can't confirm exactly what I'm looking at. Okay,
You
I
can
can't
confirm
confirm that
actually.
there are people on it. Okay, cool. All right. So if you're saying that, so what's the point of bringing it up if it doesn't validate that the Earth's a globe?
So
What's
the
the point?
reason is flat earthers doesn't believe there is space. They don't they don't believe
Yeah. So look,
objects
I
can
believe that there's
float.
space, right? There's space all around us right now. Okay, there's space in your room right now. There's space up in the air. There's space in the trunk of your car if you have a car. You know, that kind of thing. That's space, right? If you're talking about the vacuum of outer space, yeah, that's not possible. Like you can't have a spinning water ball that's covered in gas inside a vacuum.
So do
That's
you
crazy.
agree that through the sky, the space is increased? Like in the ground, space is less, but in the up above, it's increased. Do you
No,
agree that?
space is just the okay, so space is just the area between physical matter, basically. So like if you reach your hand around in front of you right now, all right, it's in the space. If you're
don't know.
talking about the
Since
vacuum of
what I'm
space,
saying
if
is,
you're talking about a space vacuum, yeah, that's not possible. That's a fairy tale.
I don't believe in any holy book. I mean the religious book, but uh, I know that the Quran says that Earth is flat, and
That's right.
yeah, the Bible I don't think so said that like that, but
Same
kinda
thing, yeah.
verse,
Ancient,
yeah,
the
same.
all of the ancient cultures, all of the ancient religions, all had a flat Earth depiction.
Yeah, the Bible was making claims like the earth was spread out and the heavens was stretched out like a tent to dwell in, and that the earth was put on foundations, and that the waters of the earth is like in the palm of God's hands. And you
And
know exactly
the
what,
Earth
like,
cannot be
that's what
moved.
it's described. Yeah. You know what it looks like to have like water in the palm of your hand. That's what it's describing as the oceans and the seas. They're in the palm of his hand in Isaiah. So it's also describing a flat, enclosed, non-moving sanctuary. Jeremiah calls uh, heaven, uh, his throne is our sanctuary, while Jesus says, "Don't swear on heaven because it's God's throne." So his throne, heaven, is our sanctuary, the thing that we live in like a building.
so I have a question from the previous conversations. So, do you guys believe that air is getting less and less through the sky?
Pressure decreases with altitude, yes. It has not ever been measured to decrease into a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Wait.
It's
So,
calculated.
do you agree that in space, like the far you go, the air is becoming less? Do you agree
Yes,
that?
that's the story. I agree with that. Yes, that's the story.
Okay.
In physical reality, no one has ever measured the air pressure reach negative 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's calculated. They did math. They took pressure readings from different altitudes and was like, okay, well, if this is the case, let's do some math.
But can you prove it?
And what they actually say is that, like, the temperature decreases with altitude. And then in the area where they're unable to make measurements, they say that's where the temperature actually increases again and then decreases again over distance. Because I don't know if you paid attention in science class well enough, they actually gave you pictures and drawings of this is what the graph would look like. You know, pressure high here, it decreases with altitude, temperature decreases with altitude, and then temperature increases again while pressure remains low. In the mesosphere, they don't have equipment that can make measurements, which that's about the area where they start saying Narnia exists.
Yeah, so look, this is the main thing, right? If the Earth's a globe, the water has to be curving. When we go and test the water, it's not curving.
But
Cannot be a globe.
with the ships, like
Mhm.
they dissolve from the bottom to top.
No, they definitely don't do that, right? That's a myth. Okay,
No,
and when
not
we
myth.
actually go to the ocean, okay, that doesn't happen all the time. That only happens sometimes if you have certain conditions. Most of the time, you can zoom back in and see the whole ship again. Most of the time, it just disappears due to the angular size of the ship becoming too small to see. Right? I can show you footage of this.
Sure.
Right? It would also have to start disappearing at a certain distance if the Earth was a globe.
So what is the
Just a second.
reason that ships are dissolving from bottom to top in sometimes?
Okay, sometimes it's because of ocean swells. Okay, ocean swells, it's waves out in the ocean. When you're looking far out into the ocean, you can't really see the ocean swells. But if there's a ship, right, the ship will keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective. As it goes further away from you, it's going to get smaller. But those waves that are still very close to you in the foreground are going to block the bottom of the ship. So it's going to look like the ship's disappearing bottom up. Okay, but if we don't have the waves, then that doesn't happen. Occasionally we can have miraging effects, okay, like sinking, and that can also make it look like the ship's disappearing from the bottom up. Okay, that's what it's defined as doing, right? If you go to Google right now and you type in what is sinking refraction, it will say something that that is physically unobstructed looks like it's obstructed at the bottom because of the way that the temperature and the pressure's working at the time. Something along those lines.
But the videos I watched, they are not like mirages. Like it's
Well, okay, so if it fits the definition of sinking refraction, of sinking, right? Sinking's it's a type of inferior mirage. Okay, so if it matches that exact definition, okay, then it's, you're gonna have to count that out as a possibility. So if you want to find an example and post it in the side chat.
I cannot share videos or photos.
Yeah, you probably need to spend more time in the server to get that permission. You can post links though, right?
Oh, if I share links, yeah, sure. Sometimes links, like sharing links, also not allowed, but I'm gonna try.
Okay, so have a look in the side chat. Okay, so here's a giant ship.
Okay.
Okay, when he zooms out with the camera,
yes,
you can't see the ship at all. Okay, so obviously you can see that there's no waves here. Okay, we don't see any signs of any miraging effects. We just can't see the ship. Okay, so now if you imagine that ship was where the cameraman is and it sailed away to that distance, it would get smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore.
But the point is not it's getting smaller, but if that ship would go farther, then we would see it dissolve bottom to top. But
Well, actually, it should start happening at a certain distance, right? It should start happening at about 3 miles away, right? If you're a normal-sized person watching it from the shoreline. Okay, that doesn't happen, right? This ship that we can see here is at least 12 miles away from the shore.
how do you prove that?
Well, we have other examples where we've tracked the ship on ship tracking radar. Okay, so I'll show you another example.
Did you watch it doesn't dissolve like the whole time?
Yeah. We can have different items, like different objects that are out in the ocean that we can see, like oil platforms and things like that. We can calculate how much they should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, have a look at this one. Okay, this one was done by a PhD in optics named Dr. John D. Very smart guy. Okay, so he set his camera up at just 1 meter height. Okay, he's zooming out into the ocean to test for the curvature. Now he can see some windmills in the distance. Okay, you can see 6 windmills. Okay, the one on the left is 8 miles away, and each one's a little bit further away until you get to the one on the right. The one on the right is 11.2 miles away. Okay, 11.2 miles, that's 18 kilometers. Right, we can also see a ship out in the distance beyond the beyond the windmills. Okay, so he tracked that ship using ship tracking radar. Okay, and he validated that that ship is called the Shetland Trader, and it's 12.1 nautical miles away, which is 13.9 normal miles. Okay, here's a screenshot of the ship tracking radar. Okay, here's a picture of the ship. Here's the size of
Also, like you said, the camera is 1 meter up.
3.5 foot. Yeah, 1.07 meters height.
It's also important to
Right. So taking that into account. Okay, so here we go. Here's the mathematics. Right. So look. First, let's focus on the windmill. Okay, because we know the exact distance to the windmill. Okay, it's 11.2 miles away. The furthest windmill on the right-hand side. Okay, so if we take the camera height into account, right, have a look at this screenshot here. Okay, so distance to the object is 11.2 miles. Okay, that's the windmill tower that you can see when he zooms in. Okay, the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Right, that means the horizon should be 2.29 miles away, which is about 3.4 kilometers. Okay, and the bottom of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet, which is also 16 meters, which is also like a 5-story building. Okay, but none of it's hidden. We can see the whole thing. Okay, so have a look, right? Here's a close-up. Just a second. Right, here's a close-up of the windmills. And then here's a picture of them in the zoom footage. Okay, so we can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water. You can see the black bit at the bottom.
Would
Right,
we
that should
see
be.
them if the camera is on the ground?
Well, he did a different observation where he lowered the camera a bit more. Okay, but so in this other observation, see the second one at the bottom one, he lowered the camera down to 2 foot, right? 60 centimeters above the surface. You can still see the whole things. Okay, but like you said, we just take the observer height. Yeah, I got the video. We take the observer height into account, and we're using Earth curvature calculators. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see the bottom portion of the windmills, and the horizon should be at a certain distance, right? 2.3 miles away. That's why he has the windmills there, right? The windmills are distance markers. So we can confirm that the horizon is not in front of the windmills.
But the camera is not on the ground. It's the same
Yeah.
video.
Yeah, but you said we need to take the height into account.
So what about the image video of camera is on the ground?
If you put the camera on the ground, right,
You would
then
see different.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, do you want to see an observation where the camera is 3 inches above the surface of the water?
Hey, before we
Okay,
move away from this, according to the observation at 3.5 feet and seeing the horizon beyond 11.2 miles, what does this observation make the radius value?
He's not going to be able to work that out.
Well, he's saying he wants to see it on the ground, right?
Yes.
If at 3.5 feet you see the horizon beyond 11.2 miles, the radius value is 94,000 miles, and they're claiming 3,959. If you make the camera lower to the ground, like 1 foot, and you see the horizon beyond 10 miles, That makes the radius value 264,000 miles. So if he was to put the camera on the ground, it would be worse for your position because you're super invalidating the claimed radius. Does that make sense?
If you put it on the ground, my claim would be stronger, not worse.
No, your claim would be worse. I can show you an
Okay,
image where the guy was in a kayak, set his camera near the water, 7 inches above the water, and can see a bridge 9 miles away.
Sure, but
Sure, but this
where is the
destroys the globe, dude.
not destroys because where is the footage of
Oh,
like the
here,
camera
I
is
got it,
on the ground?
I got one for you right here. Okay. Right, so this one's even lower than 7 inches. This is 3 inches above the surface of the lake, right? Completely still lake. And he can see something that's 14 miles away. Okay, so just a second. Here we go. You want something lower to the ground? We can give you something lower. We can give you something higher. We have hundreds of these observations. Okay, so have a look at this one. He lowers the camera 3 inches above the surface of the water. And he can see at the peninsula that's 13.8 miles away. We can see the whole peninsula. The horizon now should be at half a mile away. But it's not there. The curvature's not there.
But where is the ship?
We can see a peninsula. Why does it have to be a ship? It's a peninsula.
It's not the same
It's a
thing.
distance. Yeah,
You're
it's a
right.
different
The
thing.
landmass is not going to move at all.
Lakes are smaller than the oceans, so we can.
Yeah, so this
Right.
is 13.8
Curvature rate
miles.
would still be the same.
This is 13.8 miles from point A to point B, right? From where he's standing to that peninsula, you can see that's 13.8 miles. Over that distance, how much curvature do you think there should be?
But that peninsula is high, so high. Like
What's high?
peninsula, like the land.
No, the peninsula is touching the water. It's not high. You can see the whole peninsula. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any of the peninsula. It should be hidden behind 120 foot of Earth curvature. Okay, and the horizon, you know what the horizon is? Remember you said boats go over the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, so anything that goes past the horizon should start to become hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, what's the horizon? That's the line in which the sky and the ground would appear to meet, right? That's the definition of horizon, by the way. Okay, so it should be at 0.6 miles from a 3-inch observation height. There's no horizon at 0.6 miles.
What about the footages of the ships are like looks like sinking? Like there's also footage of that.
Yeah, so go to Google. Okay, so first we need to check how big are the waves and how high is the camera above the surface. So you're going to have that information. That's the first information.
It's not about waves because the ships I'm looking is too like the height is too much for the ships. So the
Okay, so if you put your hand out in front of your face, can you block a ship? Can you block a mountain?
If my face would be so big, I couldn't do that.
No. You understand how perspective works, right? You could put your finger
Yeah.
in front of your eye
So
and block the whole mountain.
What I'm saying is that the perspective doesn't like save this because the ships are too high. So you can clearly see they
Do
are
you understand that okay, so the ship is high, but in the distance it looks like it's really small because of the way perspective works, right? Right. So if you have the ship right in front of you, okay, you have to point your hand up. You want to point to the top of the ship. You're pointing up in the air. Okay, and as the ship moves away from you, you're going to keep pointing at the top of the ship. What's going to happen? Your hand's going to get lower and lower and lower and lower until eventually, once the ship's really far away from you, you're going to be pointing down. Not because you're taller than the ship, because this is the basics of how perspective works. Things get smaller in the distance.
I don't think that.
Really? You don't think things get smaller in the distance due to perspective?
Yeah, it's getting smaller, but it doesn't like necessarily related to the waves. Doesn't really matter about like the waves are too unimportant.
Yeah, it's called angular size.
Oh my God,
That's
bro.
how things appear in your vision. They have an angular size. They take up a percentage of your view.
Just think about it, my friend. It's basic perspective.
The term I think you're looking for, DJ, is called diminution.
Yeah, so why can you hold your hand out in front of your face and block the boat? You can't see the boat, right? You can block it with just with your hand, even though your hand is small. You can block a boat, a giant boat, right? Why? Why do you think that is?
It's because
You
it's
know
getting
what?
smaller.
Just going to give you. I'm just going to give you a real example. Okay, so here's a real world example, right? Something that you can't deny, right? Because you can see it happening right in front of your face.
I'm not disagreeing
Have a
that
look in.
smaller things like you cannot block smaller things with your finger.
You can
I
block
can
things
block
with your
the
finger.
Yeah.
I can block the sun with my thumb.
Exactly.
Yeah, why can you block
You
the sun
see,
with?
wait. You can block. You can block. What I'm saying, you can block. But in this video, like the waves, like it makes a boat sinking, but at the same time it gets to the like it gets up also.
Yeah,
If you
that's
watch.
because it's a little boat, right? If this was a big boat, the waves wouldn't have an effect on it. It's not going to bob up and down. If the boat's 50 million tons, right, and you've got some
But
little waves, it's just going to sink. It's just going to sit deep in the water, and these little waves are not going to make it bob up and down like this little sailboat.
so even the smallest boat, you can see the half of the boat with the waves. So in the like huge ships, it doesn't affect. It clearly shows that because even the smallest like boat, you can see half
Mhm.
of them. Like the wave is doesn't like eat it. Like the wave doesn't make it dissolve completely. Even the smallest boat. But imagine with the big ships, like in the big ships, the
Mhm.
waves are less important.
That's what I just said. It's
So if you
exactly what I
see,
just said.
so
Okay,
if
so
you
the waves are going to block the bottom portion of the boat in the same way that you can block the bottom portion of something with something that's smaller than the object as long as it's closer to you. Okay, like Sheepdog just said, you can block the sun with your thumb.
okay,
Okay, so you can block the bottom of a boat, right,
so
with some waves that are closer to you.
what happens is it's not the bottom of the ship, like the
Mhm.
upper ships are also dissolving over time, like not just the bottom.
Okay, that's because they're going behind the waves, right? Just like you can block the sun, the whole sun, with your thumb. How big's the sun? Pretty big, right? According to you guys?
Yes.
And you can block the whole thing with your thumb. The whole thing. Can't even see it with your little tiny thumb.
The point is, it have to be like it doesn't have to be the bottom, but it would be the whole when you say you can block it. Like, but it is only bottom to top, so it's not really about waves.
Yeah, so as
Clearly,
the ship goes further away, it gets
yes,
smaller
yeah,
due to perspective. It appears
sure.
smaller due to perspective, right? But the waves are still the same distance away from you because the waves are coming in uniform. So it just says there's waves at 1 mile away from you, but the ship's 20 miles away from you. As the ship's moving further away, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, but the waves,
what
right?
about
They're
with
still
with
1 mile away from you, blocking the bottom of the ship. You need to use basic logic here, my friend.
like there's not always waves. Like there's sometimes no
Okay,
waves.
so I showed you footage where there's no waves and the ship didn't disappear bottom up.
So you are saying without no waves, ships not dissolving from bottom to top always.
Unless you have an inferior mirage. Okay, right, like
That's
this,
good.
right? So here's an example showing you a giant ship. You can't see the ship when he's zoomed out. Okay, when he zooms in, well, not this one. 1 second. Right,
There's
so
a
we have
ship there.
100.
It's up to the
There is
left.
Yeah, so this ship should be
That's
completely
good.
hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, my friend. Completely hidden by 27 meters. You shouldn't be able to see the ship when you zoom in. It should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
The
Right?
ship's
See,
13 miles away.
It's
That makes
pretty
the horizon farther than 13
huge ship.
miles. What would the
And
radius value be for 3.5 feet with 13 miles distance to horizon? What would that radius value be?
hey, look, let's use some basic math here. Okay, so we have a 1 meter observation height. What distance should the horizon be?
I don't know.
Okay, well, do you want to check or do you want me to tell you?
You can tell.
Okay, it should be at 3.4 kilometers. Do you see the horizon at 3.4 kilometers?
I don't know. I didn't check it.
Okay, can you see the video? Okay, so the windmill farm is at 8 miles away. Okay, 8 to 11 miles away. Can you see a horizon in front of the windmill farm? Hello?
Are you saying the dolphin? Oh, new video. Okay. Wait, which video are you talking about? The Stark video or?
Yeah, 8 minutes
No.
past the hour. 8 minutes past the hour. Look, I'm going to post it. I'll post it again. Right, so just have a look at it now. Okay, 1 meter observation height. 1 meter observation height. On a globe, the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers. Right, we've got the distance to the windmills. Okay, 18 kilometers. Okay, the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers. The windmill's 18 kilometers away. Where's the horizon? Is the horizon in front of the windmills?
It's a little bit above.
Beyond. Beyond.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Further. Beyond the windmills.
Yes.
Okay, so what distance should the horizon be at? 3.4 kilometers. Okay, so when you say boats disappear behind the horizon,
Yes.
okay, so that would be anything, not just boats, right? Anything that goes beyond the horizon.
Yes. For
Should
example,
start.
skyscrapers. Like you
Yeah,
can
or windmills,
there.
right? Or
Yeah.
windmills like the ones in the observation.
When you look at the Chicago from further, like you can clearly see their like skyscrapers, the top, but not the bottom.
Right, but you shouldn't be able to see any of the skyscrapers. They should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Why would it necessarily be like that?
Because of the size of the Earth. Okay, so it's 52 miles away. Okay, and pick the height of the tallest skyscraper, and then work out if it should
what
be able to
is
be seen on a globe.
what is
And you'll
the map
find
here?
out that no, the whole city should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Yet we can see nearly all of the skyscrapers.
What is the calculation here?
I can do the calculation right now. Just a second. All right, so we have 52 miles is the distance. I'm not sure exactly what the eye height level is in that test. Do you know?
Which one?
The main one, the one that they had on the news.
Well, let's see.
Well, I'll say this. It can be seen on several days throughout the year. People actually go there all the time to actually go see that view. And it's right on the beach. So you could say anywhere between 6 feet and 10 feet.
Oh, it's off a beach?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's Lake
Skiba, he's in.
Michigan's beach.
Oh, Skiba did it from a boat.
Yeah. Well, Skiba did it on from a boat, and then on the same day when he did his boat ride, they got back to the Michigan shore, and they stopped at a coffee shop, and he turned his camera on and looked back at Chicago, and there was a towering effect happening on one of the buildings, and he was able to see it from the from 3 feet from the water's surface.
Yeah.
Because he
Okay,
zoomed
so
in on people and he was looking at their waist.
right. Yeah, so you shouldn't be able to see the buildings. Okay, so there's 1,800 foot of curve of obstruction over that distance. Okay, but the tallest building is only 1,400 feet high. That's the tallest one in the entire city of Chicago. So just because you can't see the very bottom of the buildings, that doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe.
But also it doesn't mean that Earth is flat.
Okay, well, we experience the Earth as flat. The observation, it doesn't match up with the globe. Okay, every single observation we can see much further than you would be able to see on a globe.
Can you
Right? You don't have any evidence that it is a globe, and you experience it as a flat Earth.
Hello,
So
guys.
what's your argument? Hey, welcome, bro.
Can you write it down the calculation about like the skyscraper?
Yeah, I can take a screenshot.
I heard some your discussion about the flat Earth. I'm a seaman, and maybe I can help you to answer some questions if you have.
Okay, cool. All right, we're looking for empirical evidence of the surface of water curving that conforms in such a way to the Earth being a globe. Okay, there's the screenshot in the side chat for the Chicago skyline observation, approximately.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking for someone to empirically validate that the Earth is curving. We have hundreds of observations that show that it's not curving. And we need some explanations. We need some counter evidence. Because at the moment...
My English is not so good. Curving, it's I understand what is curving.
Bending, yeah, like bending.
Yeah. So what do you want to know? Like, what is the question?
Yeah, so how do people validate that the Earth is curving?
So what's the proof that the Earth is a sphere? That is a question.
Yeah, well, no, I asked the question very specifically. So 70% of the surface of the sphere is covered in water. Okay,
Yes,
the water should be curving because of the size of the sphere and because of gravity. Okay, it should be curving at a specific rate.
Yes,
but there's
correct.
right, but it doesn't do that.
Water curving the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, the surface of the water is not curving.
Why? It's curving. You
Okay, we
have a
tested
different.
it.
We
No,
have
no,
a
no. We
different.
tested. Go ahead.
We have a different depth because of that. Like deep under the ocean, deep something, or shallow water. Because
Yeah, that's
water
because
column.
the depth under the water,
Yes.
right? It changes, right?
Yes.
You can have trenches and you can have high spots and low spots. Okay, so obviously it's going to change. I'm talking about the surface of the water. Okay, they call it mean sea level. Do you know what mean sea level means?
Yes, I know.
Okay, so we're talking about. Okay, so if we have mean sea level, right, in one place, it's the same as the mean sea level on a different place. Okay, so the mean sea level, if I'm standing on one side of the shoreline at the beach, right, and okay, and then you're standing 20 kilometers away from me, and we both have our feet in the water. Okay, both of our
Yeah.
feet will be sitting at mean sea level. Right, at sea level. We can call it sea level because the tide will be doing something, right? But our feet will be at sea level.
Yes.
Okay, so between me and you, there should be a certain amount of curvature.
No. The distance, 20 miles, is very short distance. If you stand in
Okay.
America and I will stand in Great Britain, we have a difference.
Okay, so how much curvature do you think there is over 20 miles?
I don't know, but I tell you, if you will stand, if your feet will be in water on west coast of America, and my feet will be in seawater in Great Britain.
Let's just focus on 20 miles to begin with.
No, 20 miles, it's a very small distance. That is a problem.
Okay, so let's calculate how much curvature there is over 20 miles.
Okay, we can do
Do
that.
you think that if me and you are standing 20 hold on a second, we have some disruptive people.
The problem is not because of the distance. If we speaking about the sea level, it's the sea level change not because of the Earth's surface, not because of the ground. The water level change because of the moon. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know all of that, right? I also went to school. So this is right. So
no,
try to stay focused. Try to stay focused, my friend. Okay? If I'm standing 20 miles away from you, do you think that if I have a zoom camera, okay, a very powerful camera, okay, should I be able to zoom in and see you 20 miles away?
Wait, let me check what is 20 miles because we have kilometers.
Okay. It's about 30 kilometers. But
30
yeah, check.
kilometers.
So it was the best time. And I was so
We can, if you want to know how the Earth bends for 20 miles, we can take the whole.
Yeah, I already know the answer. I'm just trying to get you to see if you can tell me the answer.
We can take the whole surface, the whole Earth, and divide for 20 miles, and then we will get an answer, I think.
Well, that's not the correct way to do it, but yeah, we can work out how much. Okay, so all right. Okay, so it's 32 kilometers. Okay, so if I'm standing 32 kilometers away from you, how much curvature do you think there would be over that distance?
Okay, let me calculate. Zero 0.02 kilometers. 20 meters. It
No,
says.
that's incorrect.
No, this is correct. Yeah, I agree.
That's wrong. Yeah, it's 75 meters. Yeah, I'll give you a calculator so you can work it out easily.
Yeah,
Okay.
give me.
Here's a Earth curvature calculator. Right, it's just posted it in the side chat for you, so you can put in the information.
Thank you.
I can just put the screenshot in the side chat, and you can check it if you want. I'll just take the screenshot from the curvature calculator tool.
You do know,
Okay.
I mean, you do know about circumference and all this kind of stuff, or not?
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, that's what we're testing.
Yeah.
Right? So in this observation, this hypothetical observation that we're talking about, okay, so you would be 32 kilometers away from me. Okay, and you said that that's not much distance because of the size of the globe. Okay, but the Earth curvature calculator is saying that there's 75 meters of curvature over that distance. 75 meters. That's like a skyscraper. That's like a skyscraper building.
I don't think that it's correct. I'm trying to find the when I was at university in maritime school, we did some tasks for that.
You can just go to Google. Just go to Google and type in Earth curvature calculator. Pick any calculator you want. Okay, these are calculators that will determine how much something should be curving on a globe over distance.
Maybe we
I
don't
can tell you
feel.
I mean, I can tell you the formula if you want to do it manually. I mean, it's pretty easy. You can just do it 8 inches per mile squared. That's going to work over this distance.
Bro, I was in space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you there yesterday.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we're Swedish and we are employed. So, Tanner, just stop it. It's embarrassing.
I guess Tanner ran out of globe evidence.
Yeah, so he has to focus on people instead of the actual
Yeah.
argument. It's ridiculous. I apologize on behalf of the Swedish people. We
It's
have
okay. He's
we
such
have
an alpha.
retards in
All of
Sweden as
his
well.
particles are alpha particles.
Sorry, go ahead.
All of his particles are alpha particles. He can't help it.
Yeah, that's about the best proof you're going to be able to provide, isn't it? An emoji of a little cartoon ball.
Your website, I checked, and it's correct. I have I remember the mathematics from university and the same results. So what's
Right.
the question?
Okay, the question is that when we actually go out and make this observation over 20 miles, we don't
20.
detect 20 miles. There is actually zero curvature over that distance. Yeah, consistently.
Where it says curvature on this? Wait, I'll put a screenshot.
This is making the calculation based off the curvature of the globe. That's what the calculation is about, right? That's why it's telling you the distance to the horizon and how much should be hidden behind the horizon of the object in the distance. That's a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. Right? Remember that's what we're talking about right now? How much would the Earth curve over 20 miles? Okay, it's called an Earth curvature calculator.
I cannot send a screenshot, I don't know why.
Yeah, what's the name of the calculator that you're using? Is it an Earth curvature calculator?
Yeah, the same, which you sent me.
Earth curvature? Is that what it's calculating?
Earth.
Yeah.
But there is no. There are 4 lines, like distance to the object, eyesight level, distance to the horizon, obscured object part. Where is Earth curvature? The answer.
Okay, so these distances is a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. Okay, the horizon, because of the curvature of the Earth, the horizon should be at that distance.
So distance to horizon is 5. If we take a distance to the object 20 miles, and eyesight level 2 meters, like human height, around 2 meters. So distance to horizon is 505
Kilometers.
kilometers.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so when we go and test for that, in reality, it's not at 5 kilometers.
You
want me to
say?
Okay, because when we go and test, in reality, it's not there. It's not there.
If you go for 20 miles from the object, if object will be 20 miles from you, the distance will be 5. Okay, maybe no, and I can explain why. Because there are some like atmosphere conditions, some, like, for example, because of atmosphere, sometimes we can see further, or the opposite of further, like
Well,
shorter.
that's incorrect. We can always see a huge
No.
amount further. Yeah.
No, not always. No.
Okay, well, unfortunately, this is where you have to back up your claims, right? This is the channel that you come to where if you make a claim, you need to be able to back it up.
Back up, you mean I need to prove? To prove my
Yeah,
scores?
if you want to make a claim, I mean, I can prove,
Yeah.
right? Anything I claim,
Me
I
too.
can prove, like I can show
Yeah,
you
me
a
too.
real world demonstration.
Me too. My proof is when you see the ship, for example, and the ship like in the sky over the horizon, like on top of the horizon. It's because your side line of vision reflect to the atmosphere and back from atmosphere to the water. That's why you see over the horizon, like more far.
Okay, how far away is the ship?
That's in real.
How far away is the ship? Show us an
How far away?
observation so we can discuss it.
How far away? What?
Yeah, show
okay,
us
you
a
made
video.
claim.
Show us a video of a ship on the horizon, and then tell us about how far away the ship is, and tell us how high the camera was when it took this observation, so we can discuss what atmospheric conditions are occurring in the observation. I also need to know the temperature of the air and the water that day.
Yes. The temperature, one of the how to say.
These are all the factors that come into play when making an observation in reality, especially over large distances. Do you agree with that, or is there something else that we're missing?
I didn't understand. My English level is not so good. That is a problem.
Well, you agree that weather and like the particles in the air, right, and the
Yeah,
air
temperature
itself,
and yes, temperature and atmosphere. Yes, I agree with that. It
all
depends
those
on.
things can cause distortion, right?
But let me check what is distortion.
I'll put a definition for you in the side chat. It may not be correct, but we'll find out.
Yes, distortion. Exactly. Yes, it will cause distortion.
So we would have to know all the conditions that are occurring at the time, like what's the humidity for that day? What is the temperature for the air and for the water that day? Is it windy that day? Right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So if you have an observation, we would love to discuss the conditions for that day and what we're seeing in the observation. We're not going to say, well, you have to imagine, right? Because that's not reality, right? Like I can imagine unicorns in my head.
Yeah.
What we need something concrete where we all can agree on is reality.
So we need experiment for that.
Well, we need an observation first. Because the scientific method requires an observation of the natural world, right? Something that everybody can observe together. And then from that observation, then you create a hypothesis. And then once you define your variables in the hypothesis, then you can do the experiment, right?
Yeah. So we need to take an observation of temperature, humidity, and etc.
So yeah, do you have one of those?
No, I don't have.
Oh, but you have it. I thought you had evidence of curves.
But I have like the answer, the website which we tested, it's correct because we have a like normal distance will be like this in normal conditions of humidity, temperature. I don't know what it means normal, like nobody says.
Well, normal
Exactly.
would be like
Okay.
the temperature is the same or roughly the same over the water and over in the air. That would be
It's
normal, right?
like standard, yeah, like normal conditions. And in these
Go ahead,
conditions,
DJ.
these numbers will be correct. But you right, we need to for observation, we need to take observation first if we want to have a correct answer. So
So do you have one of those?
oh, I don't have observation of temperature and etc. I didn't make them.
Well, what about, so then you said you have an observation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yes.
guessing it's an observation of a ship blocked by the curve of the earth, right?
But on ship we have observation. Usually we make notes in logbook. Every day, every hour, we make an observation of humidity, temperature, etc. So
Okay, this is very simple. Okay, show us one observation that matches up with the globe. Throughout all of history? One. It doesn't happen. It doesn't match up with the globe. Right? No one's ever done that.
what is not happened?
The globe. Okay, you said under normal conditions the horizon would be 5 kilometers away. Okay,
Yes.
cool. Show us that. Show us proof of that. Because every single time we go out and test for it, we can see orders of magnitude further. Okay, the horizon's never at 5 kilometers away from 2 meters height.
Mm-hmm.
Never. Not even close. Never closer than that either. Not that I've ever seen. Okay, in fact, I can show you an observation right now. If you have a look in the side chat.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking.
Okay, so this is 34 kilometers. Okay, and this is 1.5 meters height, observation height.
And you see the how to say.
Yeah, so we have a 1.5 meter camera height. Okay, and we have a 34 kilometer distance. Okay, that means the horizon should be at 4.4 kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but we don't see the horizon over the entire 34 kilometer lake. Okay, in fact, we don't see any curvature. We don't see any horizon. We just see all the way across the lake. Okay, so have a look at this, right? This is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. Okay, that's what he's zooming into. Okay, and then when he zooms in from 34 kilometers away, we just see the same thing, right? Just from further away.
Can you send me the link on video? I will see the video. I will watch the video.
Yeah, we'll get there's a video. Right, is that the video? No, it's
Thank you.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right, that is a video. Correct.
Hello everyone. This video is primarily for the
Well, at least he's watching it.
This is true.
So DJ, with that boat and the windmills observation being 13 miles, camera height 3.5 feet, that makes the Earth's radius value 127,474 miles.
Wow, that's pretty big. I think it's actually 13.9 miles away, the boat. But yeah, pretty big radius for a little globe.
Mhm.
Anyone here?
Say it again.
Earth is really flat.
Yes.
So how you can prove them?
Looking at the horizon, specifically over water, since water does not have topography like mountains and hills to distort the horizon. If the Earth was a
So
sphere, the water,
if
looking over water, would be the perfect place for measuring curvature of Earth, since the water is perfectly conforming to the sphere because gravity is keeping it to the edge of that sphere.
if Earth is flat, so how to get sky? We should do go sky because if Earth is are flat.
If the Earth is flat and you fly into the sky and you look at the Earth, you're looking at a flat Earth.
So if we going to the end of the earth like Greenland because he is I think the most nearest part with the sun. So we cannot go to the sun or other outside of the earth because you know.
Yeah, you will never experience any other place than where you experience Earth right now.
If we not experience, but we can imagine and we can think that the earth is not flat.
Imagination doesn't prove anything.
Why not? God is everything. Imagination.
I can imagine unicorns. I can imagine fairies and gnomes and giants and trolls. And I can say that the reason you stay in the seat right now is because there's a gnome sitting on top of your head while a fairy is sprinkling dust on you that keeps you into the chair. That doesn't make it true. I can imagine all kinds of things. What's going to make whether or not what I say is true is whether or not it can be verified.
So I will never accept the earth is flat.
You will never accept that the earth is flat. Is that what you
So
said?
we will fight.
So, observable reality is a matter of you accepting it or not.
I told you I will never accept it because it's not a. It's a. Every researcher have made thousands of videos on this in one topic that he prove them that the Earth is not flat.
Okay. Earth is not flat. You need to stop being Muslim.
No,
Well, they're disproving your book.
I'm an atheist.
If they're going into outer space and they're seeing the earth as a ball, they have proven that your book is wrong because your book says that the earth was spread out like a carpet and that there's
I'm
7
not
heavens.
supporting anybody.
So if this is a matter of you accepting whether or not, now you've got a philosophical contradiction. You're saying, this thing I will never accept, but then there's also something else that I hold to be true, near and dear to my heart. Well, now, the thing that you will never accept to be true, that's also near and dear to your heart, what are you going to do with it?
So, in my own mind, I have cleared that Earth is not flat, but I cannot understand you how the Earth is not flat. And in our childrenship, we thinking the how we can go to the space, how to go to sky. But now we think that we never go to a sky from Earth.
Yeah, you've never been to the sky. So, how do
Yes.
you prove that the earth is a sphere from the ground?
So, where, I mean, what is your religion? Then I will understand you better.
I prefer Christianity, but
Okay.
religion does not control how I view reality. How I view reality is what determines the truth about reality.
When someone fight you and once slap on you, that you will never feel them. You will feel them, but not seeing what is. So that are sin.
If somebody hits me, I know that they've hit me. I will
Yes,
never
you
deny
cannot.
that the person has hit me. How is
Yes,
it
this is.
you see the earth as flat, right? But you deny that it is the way you see it. Just like if someone was to hit you, you would accept that they hit you.
Uh, maybe. Okay, I'm never accepted them.
All right. Well, if you want to prove that the earth is flat, right? If you care to challenge the idea that the earth is a sphere, then they have told you that the earth has a specific size to its shape. They say it is 3,959 miles. This means if you go outside and you look to the horizon, that horizon should be at a specific distance. If you're 1 foot above the water, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, it should be at 3 miles. If you're at 32,000 feet, then it should be 209, 213 miles away. If you're at 44,000 feet, it should be 250 miles away. If you see farther than that, you are not looking at the size that they claim, because
Vince, I'm convinced that Earth is flat now. What's
yeah,
wrong with that other guy? Why aren't you convinced, dude?
because he hasn't been to space.
No, space is fake. Can't go there.
Yeah. So now he's got to look at it from the ground, accept what his senses is saying, but he doesn't want to.
I noticed he likes slapping or something. That's crazy. Go
Yeah.
right to slapping people as a proof of something.
I think he was trying to go along the lines of solipsism. You can't know it to be true
unless you slap yourself.
Well, you could have just imagined that.
He was spanking himself, yeah.
That's what they do in here.
Guys,
What's up?
I think we calculated the distance in a wrong way. For
What's the right way?
Chicago.
Finally, give us the correct way.
Between 30 to 35
35 what?
miles
For what?
for Chicago silhouette.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
We were talking with the DJ.
What about it?
52 miles.
I realized that the distance is not 52, but rather between 30 to 35.
Is that a unit conversion issue?
Yes.
Well, I mean, like
No.
50 kilometers is 30 miles, right? So
Okay, so I have one right here. Chicago skyline from 52 miles away.
Miles. I
Okay,
mean
so
miles.
there you go. Here you go. Here's the link. Here's a link.
And that's just a place people go and do it all the time at that spot. They know it's 52 miles away. It's not like everybody that went there got it wrong.
It's not 52.
You know, you can observe things from different places, right? Maybe you could observe it from 35 miles away if you go to a different place. Okay, but the observation that I'm talking about is done from 52 miles away. Okay, so I'll post it in the side chat. Okay, so this one is 52 miles away. Right? This was your evidence, by the way. I didn't even bring this up as evidence. Someone said this is evidence that the Earth's a globe. So, yeah. How does this prove the Earth's a globe? Here's Chicago skyline from 52 miles away.
What's
the location? What's up?
I'm all ears, ready for your information.
Where is the location for the picture?
I don't know, man. It was on the news. I didn't bring it up. This wasn't this
on the news.
This wasn't my evidence.
So I wasn't talking about this.
Okay. What were you talking about?
Because I cannot send the image, so
Okay. You can send it to me in the DM.
okay. I cannot send message to you.
You probably can. You probably just have to
I
send me a
tried
friend.
and I got a message from bot.
Okay, what does the message say?
You don't share server with the recipient.
Okay, well, send me a friend request and then it'll work. Okay, so what's the observer height? How do we confirm the distance?
I mean, the observer height is, even though we change it like 2 weeks or something, it doesn't really change too much.
Okay, so what's the observer height in the image that you sent? And how do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, well, so how does this prove that the Earth's a globe?
How do you know the observer's height in the other photo?
Yeah.
I didn't use the other photo as evidence of anything.
I also didn't.
I know the observer's height in all of the observations that I present.
Here, DJ, I'm going to post something for you. This is what they did when they took that picture. Just going to show you how they did it. And then he can argue with me about it all he wants, or argue with you. I'm just going to give you a little bit of something to look at. You're going to be like, oh, what? I don't understand. Watch. soon as my things load, since it's so slow here. There you go. Take a snapshot when that boat's down behind the wave, and then you got that same picture.
We already saw that video.
Okay, so how does your image prove that the Earth is a globe?
Because the distance and the calculations are match.
Okay, so how did you do the calculations if you don't know the observer height?
I just guessed it. You could,
Oh, really? So we can just guess? We can just guess observer heights and just guess, just do
so
math
it's
based off the guess?
obviously it's not taken from like a mountain or like space, so it's not really.
Okay, so what's your guess on the
Intellectual
observer height?
say what?
We could say 10 feet, 20 feet.
Okay. Well, how do you know it's not just zoomed in? How do you know
it's not 100
it's not
feet
10
high?
meters? Yeah, it
I mean,
could
I'm
be
sure it's
100 feet
zoomed.
high,
I'm
and
sure it's
it's
zoomed.
What if
just
it's
zoomed in.
1,000? Is it 1,000 feet high, dude?
What?
Never mind. You don't get it.
If you're 10 foot high, the horizon should be at 3.7 miles.
Okay.
Okay? Let's go 80 feet. That's 10 miles. Let's
What's the
go.
distance? What's the distance to Chicago?
25. You could say.
Okay, how do you know? How do you know that?
I just checked in Google Maps.
Okay, so where's he standing?
Oh yeah, post that for us.
Oh yeah, sure.
So it's weird. In a shorter distance, you see Earth curve, but in longer distances, you don't. It's kind of globe is so opposite.
He'd need to be 1,800 feet high in order to have the horizon at 50 miles.
It's not 50 miles.
Did you post the confirmation of the distance?
Wait. This is the owner of the photo, and it says the photo is taken in Indiana Dunes State Park. And when you like calculate the edges of the park, it's between 30 miles to 35 from the
35.
Chicago skyscrapers.
$850 feet high gives you 34.98 miles distance to horizon. Is he 850 feet high?
What is 855? Can you share
1.2 times the square root of 850 gives you 34.985 and some other numbers.
Can you share the calculations?
Yep, 1 second.
How come you don't have video like the picture I posted underneath yours, where you can see that I can snap a picture anytime, go click, and now the boat's behind the horizon, and then I can take another picture, and the boat is just regular, just sitting there. How come you just waited to the wave was like that in front of you?
They don't show the photos, but they rather show videos of horizon thing or the seeing curvature. It's not only photo; it's videos all the time.
Okay, so it says in your ad, okay, or in your screenshot, this is what it says. Okay, so it says that the Indiana Dunes offers breathtaking views of downtown Chicago. Right, so obviously it sounds like he's climbed up the dunes, right, the sand dunes, and he's taken his footage from the sand dunes, which are up to 176 to 192 feet, right, 54 to 59 meters above the level of Lake Michigan.
It makes the vision clear and more.
Okay, so you need to take that into account.
But it only it doesn't change that it doesn't visible at that distance.
It changes your horizon distance.
It increases the horizon distance with this. For example, if he did climb.
What distance is the horizon? You have no idea because you don't know the observer height at all. So how does this prove that the Earth's a globe? Like, do you even have an argument?
Let me check the highest point of dunes.
59 meters. But you don't know where he's standing.
I mean, with the highest level of it, it's still visible. I mean, it's not impossible to see. I mean, what you see is here is not a wrong thing. The calculations are not if even the highest point and the lowest point, it doesn't change anything.
Okay, how does that prove the Earth's a globe? Why would this not be possible on a flat Earth?
Because as you can see, you only see half of the
You can see that water is pretty choppy if you've never lived on the Great Lakes. It's got some waves going on. What time did they take that pic? Where's the other pictures?
What do you mean waves? So you are saying that there's waves more than ocean?
You ignored the picture I posted after yours. You ignored the one of the boat going across the lake, and then all of a sudden it's down under the horizon, and then it's back up again.
I didn't
You think
ignore
that that's happening in your picture. You think that that picture is a perfectly still lake, and that's not true at all.
So your argument is that because you can't see the bottom of it, therefore it must be blocked because the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you take into account the waves or sinking refraction, for example?
So if we could take the waves, it would be same as the video, like the triggering triangle share. It's always up and down. But I mean,
No, it's not up and down because the buildings are not boats.
So what
you think the buildings would go up and down like the boats on the waves?
So what do you expect to happen?
The waves could block the bottom of the buildings. If the camera's low to the ground, right, the waves can block the bottom of the buildings.
And you got 35 miles to create waves. Not that picture's in front of you. See the
Waves
water going whooshy whooshy in front of you. That don't mean that that's what's blocking it. There's waves between you and those buildings all the way, doing all kinds of crazy shit.
You can't see forever on a flat Earth. Even if
the surface is perfectly flat, and if there's no medium, there's no air that you're looking through, and it's a complete vacuum, you still cannot see forever.
Hey, check out what I just put in the side chat as well. I'll read it out. Okay, so this is the first result on Google. Okay, sinking refraction is an atmospheric phenomenon where, due to air temperature differences, light rays from distant objects are bent upwards more than usual, making the objects appear lower on the horizon or even completely hidden below it.
So what about if we see the same results in the skyscrapers when there's no way? What was it called? Wage?
Waves or sinking refraction, yeah. So do you have an observation where that's taken that into account?
So if there was none of them, so and you see the same results, what that this indicate?
Okay, well, that would be better evidence of a globe, I guess. Do you have that? Do you have that evidence?
I mean, it's not impossible to show that.
Okay, well, find us any evidence of that throughout all of history. Just one.
I never searched it, so it's not a short.
Okay,
research
so
time.
you just it's just okay, cool. Well, cool
I never
story.
saw it, so, but it doesn't mean that I cannot find it,
Mhm.
right? So what happens?
What if we
I-
could? What if we're taking observations where we don't see any obstruction? And we did take into account the waves and the refraction.
Do you have the videos evidence?
Yes.
Okay, show me this with the same distance. Show me the Chicago skyscrapers are fully visible.
No, it's not. It's not the same location.
Okay, where's
Well,
the
I can
location?
show you. I can show you one from the same location,
Earth
but
is
why does it
farther
have to be the
away.
same
Earth is
location?
farther away, dude. Yeah,
Couldn't it
Earth
be
is
anywhere?
farther away.
I mean, at least. I mean, it could be anywhere, but we don't know the details,
It's not
right?
going to count because it's farther away and it's actually flat where they took it from. The lake actually is flat across there. Where you took it from, I guess Earth curve shows up, right, dude?
What do you mean?
The 52-mile picture.
I'm not talking about the 52-mile picture. I'm talking about the 35-mile picture.
Yeah, the 52-mile picture shows it's flat. So
I don't know the details about the 52
that must
miles.
be the flat part of the lake.
I don't know the details about that picture, so I only know.
You don't know the details about your own picture. You don't
It's
even
not
know
my
the observer
details.
height.
Wait. So you understand me wrong? He said that he talked about 52 miles picture, but I don't know anything about that picture. I know details about the picture I sent, and it's
You don't know the observer height. You don't know the observer height, and you don't
What
know
was the
how
temperature?
big the
What was
waves are.
what was the lake temperature and what was the air temperature? What time of year was it, by the way?
Let me check. It's 2020.
It's not what season?
It's June.
Ooh, yeah. Super hot air, dude. You know, I live down the street from them. Live on Lake Erie. We get the same shit they get.
Do you live in the area?
Live on the other lake.
That's really cool
And
because
I got an infrared laser on Amazon that shines up to 1 kilometer. I'll send the link to you in DMs. Sorry, just wanted to interrupt with that. I thought it was cool.
Are you gonna share with me?
much curve is there in 1 kilometer, so you know how to point that thing? Gotta have like some kind of scale and a lens across it.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
What was the question?
How much curve is in 1 kilometer?
I don't know. But I can check. It says 8 meters in 10 kilometers.
I said 1 kilometer.
0.0878.
7.8 centimeters.
No, 0.0878 meters.
What's that in inches?
Inch. I don't use inch, but I can type it. Right? It says about 3 inches.
20?
3.
Oh, 3 inch?
Yeah.
Seems right. When you got a laser, you can shine 1 kilometer. That means you gotta tip it down 3 inches to hit the target. Wouldn't you think so?
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, I shoot a straight line from where I'm at, 1 kilometer. Wouldn't the target be 3 inches or 0.0708 meters down lower than where I'm standing now? Because the Earth curve.
Isn't that tested in some videos? And
No, nobody's ever proved that. Ever.
Like the laser thing?
No,
Laser?
nobody's ever proved that. That's crazy you would even think that.
I feel like there was a film about it, but I didn't watch it, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. No. And nobody ever proved the Earth curve, or we wouldn't be here, would we?
Do you know what is the test name? I can search it. You don't know?
No, because I already know the Earth is flat. Why would I look for more videos?
I mean, that's not a good position.
What do you mean? I already bought all the equipment I needed. How many times do I have to prove it?
Which equipments do you buy?
Do I have to just go outside every day and check and make sure every day? Would that be better?
No, you don't have to do it every day.
Okay, I've done it already, so why do I need to keep looking at flat Earth?
You basically haven't done all of the possible.
Oh yeah, since 2013. Yeah, I've seen it all.
I'm just asking the name of the
I don't
test.
know the names of what you're talking about.
You bring it here, right? So that's why I'm asking.
No,
You
I said
bring
if I shoot a laser straight out,
So you bring it, right?
and my target in front of me is directly in front of the target, and then I move the target 1 kilometer away, I would have to point the laser 3 inches down, according to you, because it would go down around the ball 3 inches, so I'd have to aim it down 3 inches, right? To hit it.
mean, I don't think it works that like that.
What?
I didn't know that. I don't know though.
Oh man, I don't know what to tell you now.
Let me check it.
You will optimize operation.
Hi, everybody. We got someone looking for an angle measurement.
Yeah, we got someone thinks that because you can't see the bottom of the buildings of the Chicago skyline, it's because of the Earth curvature. Even though he doesn't the observation height.
We know the
Clearly,
maximum.
looks like there's some waves on the lake.
We know the maximum and
Right,
minimum.
you don't even know the distance, right? You actually said that. Okay, so I'm uploading an image now that you sent me. Okay, it says 28 miles, not 35 miles. Okay, and it shows that he's not standing at the Dunes Park that you're talking about. Okay, this is your image. So if
Okay.
there's waves and he puts the camera down low to the water, obviously it's going to look like the bottom of the buildings are cut off. Okay, so here's the image that you sent to me in DMs.
Yeah.
Okay, see where it says Indiana Jones Park? Okay,
Yes.
that's not where he's standing, right? See the line, right? See how the white line? Okay, he's not standing there. See how it says 28.73 miles? Okay, that's not 35, that's 28. So it sounds like you don't know anything about the observation. And you're just assuming that it's Earth curvature when you don't know how big the waves are. You haven't taken refraction into account. You haven't taken the observer height into account. Right? It sounds like a pretty weak evidence. Whereas the evidence that we can show you, we don't have any waves. Okay, we have nice clear conditions. We know the observer height. We know the distances. Big difference.
Plus, what Earth curve is he talking about? No one's ever measured any Earth curve. There's no Earth curve.
Well, his reasoning is that because you can't see the bottom of the buildings, that it has to be because of Earth curve, and it's proof. I'll
Oh,
post the
well,
picture. I'll post his picture for you. This is his picture right here. It's just uploading.
well, Ebri, I mean, it'd be one thing if you had Earth curve in the first place, and then you could claim that, but you can't just say the reason I can't see the bottom of a building is because of Earth curve. You got to have the Earth curve first. That way, you're not using circular logic, circular reasoning. Yeah, there's about a million different reasons in this particular image why you can't see the bottom of the buildings. If you're claiming Earth curve is one of those, you actually have to show me that Earth curve exists in the first place.
How do you expect me to show that?
Well, somebody should have measured this big ball that you think you live on, right? They measured the surface to be curving. So show me who measured the surface to be curving, and then we'll verify it and see if it's true. Then you can say Earth curve is blocking out buildings. You can't use circular logic. I mean, you could, but someone's going to point it out, like us in here. We're going to point out that everybody who believes in the globe, or thinks that the bottom of buildings and boats is being occulted by Earth curve, we're going to point out to them that they're using circular reasoning, fallacious reasoning, and they'll just have a good laugh. Who's Dudu Souza? Have we talked to them before? Welcome, Dudu.
Hello, everyone.
ABB.
Hello. How are you
Hello.
guys?
What
How are
up?
you?
There's our new flat earthers here.
What doing?
I'm good, bro.
Are you gonna go to Mars or are you gonna go to the moon? Which one do you pick?
I could choose the moon.
That's a good choice.
Nice.
Because the moon, at
What
least
would
you could
you
come back from
What
that.
would you choose?
Mars would be a one-way trip.
One-way trip. Nice.
Yeah, the
But
moon,
where?
apparently you could go to the moon and then come back and be like, "Hey, everybody, I went to the moon." You're like, "Really? But you're back?" Yeah. See, if someone says they went to Mars, you'd be like, "Well, how are you back if you went to Mars? How'd you get back from that?"
Nice question. Okay, يعني if I went to the moon, uh, so we can say I have an opportunity to see
The
anyone
moon.
there.
Did you see the moon? When you went to the moon, did you see the moon or you didn't see the moon?
I saw the moon, but I didn't go to it. But I hope.
What did it look like?
I didn't know your name.
What does the moon look like?
Okay,
Is it,
I will
is it
let
really
you
bright?
to answer this question.
Is the moon really, really bright?
Okay.
It'd have to be. I mean, it's reflecting sunlight. It'd be like super bright. The closer you got to the moon, the brighter it would get.
Mm,
That's all, folks.
You wore a lot of sunscreen when you got to the moon.
Is that why he burned up and left?
Did he flame out? Hey, BB, you there?
Oh no, he poof. Goodbye.
He poofed.
EJ, what observation were you just going over with that guy?
He was trying to present some Chicago skyline one that he didn't know any of the details about. It's kind of useless, you know. Was never going to get anywhere if he didn't know what the observer height was.
We actually know maximum and minimum of the observer.
Oh yeah, what's the minimum? What's the minimum?
Like human height.
Oh, that's the minimum? You can't hold the camera down lower than human height?
You can do it, but I mean...
So what's the minimum, right? The minimum would be maybe 1 inch or something like that.
It's clearly not that, and you can see it in the video.
Okay, so what? Well, you don't know what height it is, right?
I am watching the video that claims to see Chicago from 46 miles, and I didn't come to the moment yet, but it's gonna be the second video or photo. So let's wait.
Well, I can show you observations where we actually know the observer height. You want to see one?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so here's the camera setup. Right, the observer height's 5 feet. The camera's set up 5 feet high.
Is this Chicago?
No. No, it's a better location where we actually have nice clear conditions.
Where was the location?
Great Salt Lake in Utah. Here's the coordinates. Here's the map location. That's right, and please take note of all of the details that I'm providing for my claim.
Sure.
Okay, so here's the top view from Google Earth. Okay, we can use the distance marker tool. We can see the distance that he's doing the observation across the lake. Okay, so it's a 5-foot observation height, that's 1.5 meters height. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Yep.
Hey, I'm here.
Okay, so here we go. Okay, he's zooming across the lake to the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Okay, so when he zooms in, this is the shoreline that he's zooming across to. I'm going to show you a photograph that's taken at the time of the observation because he has a friend on the other side of the lake. This is 34 kilometers across the lake. Okay, so see the white tower, see the shoreline?
Are they the city lights?
Yeah, it's not a city. It's like a mining station.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the observation during the day. Okay, I showed you what it looks like close up. Okay, see, we can see the whole white tower. We can also see the shoreline. Okay, and he does it again at night time. Okay, he stays there and he does it in the daytime, and he does it again during the nighttime, because at nighttime it's even clearer and we can see the lights. I'm going to get you the mathematics in the metric system so you can understand it easier. Just a moment. All right, so here's the mathematics results in the metric system. Okay, so in this observation, we see zero curvature. Okay, the horizon should be at 4.3 kilometers away. It's not there. We don't see any horizon over the entire distance. We don't see any obstruction. There should be 68 meters of obstruction. There's zero obstruction. Here's some more images. All right, this is a close-up of the smokestack and the shoreline. Can you see that? Hello?
Do you mean the metal thing?
Yeah, it's a big tower.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you can see the shoreline underneath it. Okay, this is a close-up, so you know what it looks like. Okay, and this is what it looks like from the footage at nighttime. Okay, see how we can see the shoreline? We can see basically we can see everything that we can see in the image above it, just from further away. Okay, this is from 34 kilometers away. So there's 64 meters of missing curvature and zero curvature.
What is the height of the tower?
What's going on in here? Welcome. Welcome. Any new people got any questions about the topic of the VC, Flat Earth, Globe Earth? Go ahead to bring forward your evidence or ask questions about the topic. Go ahead. Welcome. Welcome. Whoever just joined, welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, hi.
Miko, how are you?
Yeah, hi. I'm good, thank you. How about you?
I'm doing all right. What brings you by to the 24/7 Flutter Discord?
Okay. Okay, wait. Is it everyone asleep?
No, I don't think so. Maybe some people are asleep, but I don't think everyone though. Daytime, America.
Oh, okay.
Maybe in Japan they're asleep, but not in America.
Oh, yeah, because it's different time.
Yes, yes. What about you? Like, are you like in Europe or something?
No, I'm in Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's right. I'm in Southeast Asia.
Awesome, awesome. Have you been in this voice chat before though?
Voice chat before? No.
You know, this VC voice chat, the English server.
Yeah, I know. What happened?
But this one we speak about the nature of the physical natural world, the shape of the earth, the lack of it. Glober, you know Glober when they teach you in the school, the globe?
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you think the earth is that thing that they show you, the globe in the TV?
Oh my God, I don't think really like that. I mean, like, yeah, it's a globe. Like, if you're learn about geography, and then or if we learn about astronomy and we use a globe to learn about that stuff.
Yeah, it's been
Yes.
presented that the ground that you're standing on, the earth, right, and the waters across are curving to a globe, a sphere, right? That you've been shown that in books, movies, TV, right? You've seen that. You've seen the images, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. But come to find out, when people go outside to the earth, check it. Like when we go to the surface of the earth and measure it, it doesn't curve. Not curving. So it cannot be a globe. Cannot be a sphere. So what we saw on the TV, it was a misrepresentation. Not true.
Not true? What do you mean not true?
The curving sphere in the TV, not true. Because that's where you've seen the globe, right? The globe, you only seen it in images, the TV, the computer, right? Movies, cartoons. That's where you learn about the globe, right? You never experienced it yourself. It's okay, Miko. You got any questions? Formulating
Not really. I mean, I don't really know about that kind of
about this
stuff.
topic?
I just want to, yeah,
Yeah,
just chill
you could.
here.
This is the English channel. You could use it to practice. Even if we speak about the cosmology of the world, it's a good topic to practice the English. So if you trying to learn,
Yeah,
engaging in this topic
yeah.
might help you with your goal of learning English.
Wait, yeah, that's true. That's true, and that's right. But you know what? In Southeast Asia, in Southeast Asia right now, it's two a.m. Like, I think it's time to sleep in people in Southeast Asia. That's why I really lowered my voice because around of me is sleep, and yeah, I just want to chill in here. Not because I don't want to improve our English or I don't want to learn my English. It's just because it's already morning. It's 2 p.m. and I think it's time to sleep. So yeah, I just want to chill and hear you guys talking about. It's turned out you guys like muted you guys yourself. So Yeah, I don't know it before, but that's okay. That's okay. I really appreciate you to teach me and to give me guide and talking about globe, a cure, some kind like that. Thank you anyway.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, in here people just talk, learn the English language, and yeah, if you are willing to engage with some topics, that's the way you learn. Talking and reading, looking at the images. So
Yeah,
thanks.
yeah. Thank you.
Mm.
Hello there.
You knew. If you got questions about the room topic, go ahead, man. You're waiting. People are waiting to listen to conversations happen. Can't have a conversation if people don't speak. Face scan. Do you have a question about the topic?
مساج نمشي بلا ما تصومي لا فيك بسالة انايا ما صرتش كعاد الامام نمشي يا رمضان فايش
Going on? Mic check. Anybody got questions? Go ahead. You can direct your questions to obvious. Face scan. Who else?
Ally,
Ally, face
Laura, Loser,
scan.
James,
James.
MHMP.
Haven't seen James before. We spoke to James.
I've seen him. I haven't heard his voice. So on that, he's new to me.
Okay. Loser. Shane. Okay.
Sure, one of y'all have a question. Matt, have you got any questions?
Someone help me, please. One of the Globers, help me out against these flat earthers. They say the Earth is not curving. Any Globers want to help me out? Welcome, the Flat Earth Discord. Every time I hear someone join, I just say welcome. So you should know that by now. Hario, hello, Hario. Can you help me out? These flat earthers say that the Earth is not curving.
I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian?
Yeah.
So you're a flat earther?
Nah, round earther.
Why?
But round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have flat round tables though.
You can.
You meant sphere, not round, right? You meant sphere. The Earth is a sphere.
Spherical, yeah.
Is that obvious? Go ahead, obvious.
Every other planet in the solar system is spherical, which is what makes gravity and the jet stream, the weather, and the tides.
Hey, Ariel, I hear you though. But these guys tell me that the premise is wrong because when you say every other planet, you're saying that the Earth is a planet, but they're saying the Earth is not a planet.
Of course it is. Isn't it?
Is that
Planet
obvious?
Earth. Planet Earth. Most fields of so-called expertise would tell you it's a planet. Yeah.
That's the thing though, that the fields when they're doing things practically, like let's say measurements of the surface of the Earth, accounting for the physical and natural world, they pre-assume a flat, motionless plane to be able to make anything operational. They don't assume the globe though. They treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
Galileo would object to that if he were here.
Galileo
Magnifico.
Who that? Who is that Galileo?
He was a Greek astrologer.
What did he do?
Astrology.
What's that?
So did he look to the sky?
He was the first to establish the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
What was the
Well,
method though? Because I've been trying to tell these guys that someone did it, but can you tell me the method that Galileo utilized to establish the Earth is a globe?
telescope up his room.
He used a telescope, and what did
I
he do with
presume.
that?
Look through one end, out of the other.
And he looked
See
at what? At the Earth? He looked at the Earth?
the human vision's only 22 miles, you know. So
Yes,
with
yes, I agree though. But well, Galileo, what did he look at with the telescope though? What was he looking at?
the curvature of the Earth, the planets, you know. He was an
So you're saying that
astrologer.
you're saying that with the telescope he looked at the Earth
No, he
and he
didn't
saw the
look at the
curvature?
Earth. He saw the curvature of the Earth, yeah, above the firmament, but he also saw all the curvatures of everything, you know, that visible that's in this solar system. And he deduced, I guess, that the Earth is round.
So he used the
Very
telescope,
close.
looked at the sky, and deduced that the Earth is like around like the sun and the moon
Yeah,
because
why not?
the sun is round, therefore the Earth is round.
Well, you know the Earth is round because in what time is it now? Are you in the northern hemisphere?
I am, yes.
Yeah. Well, here in the northern hemisphere, it's just getting dark, right? But it's been dark for a couple of hours. But in
Oh, it's
Australia,
so
it's
bright.
light.
Here is super bright though. I'm in the
Is it really?
northeast, and it's so
Oh,
bright that when I look outside, it's blinding me.
right. I hope you're okay then. Use sunglasses. Don't harm your
Yeah,
eyes.
I do use sunglasses because a lot of snow fell, so everything is white. Everything is
Ah,
white, and the sun is
yeah.
shining on the whiteness, and the whiteness is hitting my eyes though. So it's
You
not
sound
dark here in the
Spanish.
north. I
You
am.
sound
Yeah, I
Spanish.
speak Spanish. Spanish, you
Yeah.
said? Yeah, I do speak
Yeah.
Spanish. Yes,
Mi no hablo español, no.
I do. Yo sí hablo español.
Mm-hmm. Pasi pendecoines?
No, no comprende. Can you say that again, though? Let's try it
No
again.
comprende? That would be Brazilian,
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Yeah.
Harry, a
That'll be
quick question. If Galileo,
blessings.
listen,
Yeah.
yeah, peace and blessings for you as well, Harry. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Likewise. Listen, if Galileo back then grabbed a telescope
Mm-hmm.
and you and I are next to him and also grab telescopes, so we got 3 telescopes, and we all look at the sky and we see the moon, we see the sun, we see the wandering stars. Can we come to
Well,
different conclusions? Can you and I use a telescope to say, you know what, the ground has a certain shape?
mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that hypothesis before. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I think that follow logically though. So if I see a bird with the telescope, I say, look, bird, or the Earth is a bird.
Cool. Yeah.
If I look across the Earth and I see a bunch of trees, I can say, therefore, I'm a tree, or the Earth is a tree.
You
Does that
could say
follow
that.
logically?
No.
Okay, so if I look at the sun and the sun is round,
Don't look at the sun with a telescope.
you can use filters though. You can use filters. You won't go blind.
You can use filters. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But how does logically? What is the mechanism that me looking at the sky and seeing the luminaries
Yeah.
that will establish that I'm standing on a luminary?
The only you could be sure to do it is by, do you know commercial jetliners that can only go to 32,000, 34,000 feet? Well, if you go to 42 to 48,000 feet, you'll see the Earth is round. And you can pay money to do that.
Not the
No,
case, though.
Pardon?
Felix Baumgartner went higher than that, and he had a bunch of cameras, and everybody was like, "Look, the curve of the Earth." And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, the spokesman, he was like, "Nah, if you're at that height, you're only 2 millimeters off the surface of a beach ball. You don't see the Earth. You don't see the
Neil
curve. That stuff is
Ne-
flat at
Neil
that height."
deGrasse Tyson, he's off
Yeah, and
Ancient Aliens and stuff, isn't he?
yeah, he's
Yeah.
the spokesman for the
Yeah.
current mainstream cosmology. And he's
Well,
telling you that mathematically at that height, definitely not 44,000 feet. You're not seeing the curvature of the Earth. You're not seeing the curvature of the Earth at 125,000 feet. The math, you're not seeing it.
what would you propose that because our eyes are round, we see it as round?
Now, what I would propose is that the only people, according to the story, who have allegedly seen the Earth as a sphere went to the
Yeah.
moon.
Ah,
Allegedly.
Right.
allegedly.
But
Yeah.
you know something, Henry, what was it, Henry?
Hariel.
Hariel.
Yeah.
People that stay on the ground and they measured the
Mm.
ground, the thing in question, the elephant in the room, the thing in question, when that thing is checked, it's not curving.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen
So
that.
if the Earth is not curving, how can it be a ball?
We'll have to ask Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong.
Well, they went away from the ground. We're talking about checking the ground. They didn't check the ground. They went away from it. If I
Well,
if I'm gonna
yeah,
work, listen, Ariel, if I'm
if
gonna work in your kitchen and put the tiles on the floor, should I go to China and work in a Chinese house or on something else to work on your kitchen? No, right? I'll go to your
yeah,
kitchen and work on your.
if you bring me some Chinese food back, yeah.
Yeah, that will help. That will help.
That would help.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, though, in our Bible, it doesn't even it's not a salvific issue if I believe the Earth is round or flat. So it's just a general bit of fun, you know.
Well, in the
If
Bible,
something,
though, go ahead, obvious. My bad.
if something was keeping, okay, according to the Bible, belief in Jesus is the salvation, right?
That's right.
So if something was keeping you from believing in Jesus, then that thing would be the thing that would keep you from believing in Jesus, right? So then it would be, according to that person, that topic would be a salvational issue. So,
Well, in Job 26 and in Isaiah 40:33 and in Proverbs 30 to 3 to 4, it it says three different things, you know.
okay, I implore you to read Isaiah because Isaiah says that God sits above the circle of the earth. He
Yeah.
also says that Israel gets violently tossed into a far country like a ball. And he also says that the earth is spread out and that the heaven is stretched out like a tent to dwell in. So,
Well, the
however
earth
you
is
choose to interpret what it is that Isaiah, the same author of the same script that's 500 years prior to, at least we have the oldest copy 500 years prior to Jesus,
7.
that is saying Yes, Isaiah 700 years. The scroll that we have that's the oldest is 500.
Yes.
The point being, Isaiah says Israel will be tossed like a ball. God sits above the circle of the earth, and that the earth is spread out. If I gave you a piece of fabric and asked you to spread it out, would you clump it into a ball?
No, I'm aware that the Earth will come off its pole. You know what I mean. If it was on a pole, if the poles were real, it's going to tilt 5 degrees, and it's going to throw a lot of things off.
We're just talking about Isaiah's use of words to describe what's being said. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
The earth is
And
spread out. Heaven is
I'll re
stretched out like a tent.
yeah.
And you are inside the tent. God sits above you, above the circle of the earth. And
Yeah.
then Israel made him mad enough that he would toss them like a ball. Why is it that Isaiah didn't say that the earth was a ball, like when he used the specific word for tossing Israel like a ball? Why did he use a different word that said circle?
Well, I don't know why he used a different word. I wasn't there.
All right. He also said stretched out, or excuse me,
Yeah.
spread out. He said it more than once.
Spread out.
Spread out.
Spread out. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's also in Proverbs 33
Yep.
to 4.
Yep.
It's even more explained in that verse of chapter 30.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you've got the earth being spread out. You have Israel being tossed like a ball, and God sitting above the circle of the earth. And then all the other, other correlating books saying that the earth is spread out. And then you have
Yeah.
Jesus saying that heaven is his throne, right?
Well,
And
he spread when he spread the earth out. It means it's you're looking in 2 dimensions. You should be looking in 3, 4, and 5.
I'll never
We should
experience
be
4 or
looking in the
5
fourth, fifth, and
regardless.
sixth dimension.
I can tell you a way how you can experience it.
How? Is it on drugs?
No, I don't take drugs.
Okay.
No.
You understand what the first 3 dimensions are, though, right?
Of course. The ones we
Cool.
live in
So
and
what are the
see.
4th, 5th, and I'm interested what the 4th, 5th, and 6th are.
I didn't say the 4th, 5th, and 6th. I
Yeah,
said
you
the
said
4th,
4th and 5th did,
5th.
so I jumped in. Yeah,
Yeah,
4th and 5th. What
5th.
are they? Yeah, what are they?
Well, the 5th dimension, you know it, don't you?
No.
The world. The
He's
world
already
of
jumped the 4th.
the 4th and the 5th. The
I
second
thought it was
and
it. Sorry,
third.
dude. I didn't realise it was a joke. I thought it was important. Sorry, I'll shut up.
The second and third heaven. Yeah, you can shut up if you like. No,
No,
I'm
the
not bothered.
first. Sorry, dude. The first, second, and third dimensions. That's height, width, and length. The 3 dimensions of space. Now, what are the 4th and 5th?
The supernatural.
Oh,
The
for
first.
fuck's sake!
Sorry, the second and third heaven. Yeah, but if you want to say for fuck's sake, that's cool.
I'm trying to follow what you're saying, and you're talking gibberish. Now you're talking about heavens. I thought you were talking about dimensions.
It is
Yeah, mate,
gibberish,
don't fucking
Jedi, because
insult me, like.
dimensions are 90 degrees orthogonal to one another.
You southern fucking prick.
Dude, I'm just trying to follow what you're saying, and you're getting upset when I question you. Maybe you
You
don't
didn't
understand what you're talking
question
about.
me. You just said I didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah,
Well,
I
you
asked
don't.
you what the 4th and the 5th dimensions were. You would then
And then
started talking about heavens.
you insulted me by saying,
Yeah, because you weren't making sense,
you
dude. I
don't
want you to
believe
make
in
sense.
because you don't believe in fucking heaven, mate.
Yes, I do.
That's not. How
No,
did
you
you
don't.
establish that out of Ariel? How the fuck did you establish that out of what he just said? Seriously,
How the
bro.
fuck did I establish that?
Look, he's
Just
getting
thought
upset
about
now
it.
because he got challenged on what he said. That's
Fucking
I
weird.
just
soft
thought about
northerners.
it. I just
He
thought
sounds
about it.
cute when he's angry.
No, I'm Scottish.
He's
But that
sloth.
doesn't make a
I'm not a
difference to
fucking
me,
puffy
dude. I
fucking
still want to
southerner.
know what you mean by 4th and 5th dimensions. If you're talking
Just
about
told
heavens,
you.
I'll shut up and we can carry on.
Heavens.
All
You
right,
know
not
there's 3 in the
dimensions then.
Bible,
No
don't you?
problem.
There's 3 in the Bible, heavens, yeah?
Yep.
There's the first heaven that you're in now. You breathe the air, you look up at the clouds. Then there's the second and third.
Okay.
Okay,
Not the fourth and
Ariel.
fifth.
The third is where God's throne is. And if you
Good.
don't
So
want
what are the
to,
fourth and fifth then?
obviously,
Hello.
you're not.
So if the third heaven is where God resides, what are the fourth and fifth heavens?
I didn't say fourth and fifth. I said.
Oh my fucking God!
Yes,
I
you
said
did, you lying sack of crap.
I said three. You're looking at three dimensions, yeah. Which you
Yeah,
are.
earlier on. Okay, hold on, Jedi, hold on. Ariel, shut up for a second. Ariel, are you conflating the word dimension with heaven?
No.
Well, it fucking sounds like you are, bro.
Does it, mate? Fucking really?
Yeah, it does, mate.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, really. It does. Because earlier on, when you were gibbering on, you were talking about dimensions. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And now all of a sudden it's first heaven, second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven. So you've just picked the word up and swapped it out because why? This sounds like you dodging the fact that there's no mention of fucking Baltardia in the fucking Bible. That's what it sounds like you're fucking sidestepping for.
Well, you know, there's Dimension X in the Ninja Turtle series, right? Dimension X is where they go and fight Krang. And the Shredder.
What do you mean, Ninja Turtle Shredder?
Yeah, Dimension X. Remember Dimension X from the Ninja Turtles? You had Krang, that brain that's inside that dummy guy, and they drove around in that big eyeball, like Death Star thing on tank tracks.
I can trump you. I saw the first series of Doctor Who. I remember the Daleks.
Oh snap! Okay, you can trust me. I'm probably not quite as old as you, but
no,
I
I'm in the age of your grandfather.
Saw Empire Strikes Back at a drive-in movie theater with He-Man.
Did you?
Yeah.
He-Man was with you?
No. He-Man was the second. It was a double feature. It was He-Man, Masters of the Universe, followed by Empire Strikes Back at a drive-in movie.
By the power of Grayskull.
Yes.
Cool, dude. I like it.
Oh, our double feature for He-Man Yoda was He-Man.
Fuck off, you cunt.
Right, just mute him.
So back on track.
Yeah, how about you go away?
I've been trying. Come on, guys.
Clown.
The yelling stuff. Just
No, we need Jem to jump in.
No, come on, guys. Come on. Let's reset.
Yeah, let's mute him so he can reset.
I've been trying to get someone in the mic. I've been
Gemsy, your microphone, dude.
When you come to
Gemsy, your microphone is shit, bro.
I'll offer you the same.
Is he still not muted?
Because someone keeps unmuting the fuckwit. Whichever moderator is unmuting that clown, please stop it. He was muted for a reason.
I am.
Sort your microphone out, please. Gemsy, please sort your microphone out, dude.
You're in the flat Earth.
Gemsy, please sort your microphone out, mate. Right, please don't swear, start calling us C words and stuff like that, and we will reset. Let's have a decent conversation about something. We've gone on to talking about He-Man and bloody Empire Strikes Back. Let's try and get back to a salient conversation.
Mic check.
Slightly better.
Slightly?
Yeah, as in a little bit more better than earlier, yes.
Damn.
A lot of treble, not a lot of bass.
Yeah, so flat Earth is quite a serious topic. We don't get into metaphysics around here.
Hello.
Hello.
You have a question? Well, if you've got a question, now's the time to ask. The panel is full of people ready to answer those questions.
The hello person didn't want to continue talking?
Guess not.
Right, now that our mate's cooled off a bit, Gemsy, if you wish to continue your conversation with him, you're more than welcome to do so.
Mic is broken.
Actually, your mic is
better
really
now.
clean there.
Yeah,
That is shit
what have
hot.
you done? That's what I've
Whatever you're doing, Gemsy, just keep doing that.
Sound like you were speaking from underneath the ocean inside a tin can earlier, buddy. That was all.
So what was mentioned? Hariel, you mentioned craft earlier. About aircraft flying across the surface of the Earth. You mentioned Hariel.
I'm muted.
Oh, you're not though. I unmuted you because
No,
you
what?
know we've been talking to each other for a little bit now.
No, I'm muted.
No, you're not.
I am.
How
I
are you
can hear you
talking
though.
to each other then?
I refuse to give up my mute.
Oh, you holding it?
Yep.
All right. All right, guys. Good luck.
I appreciate you trying, though, mate.
Oh no. Anyway.
Lara, Nat, Tito. Those are new faces. Do y'all have questions? Is that OG? Got any questions? Nope.
Anyone got any good alternatives for Discord if they do the face scan thing?
Yes, move to Antarctica.
Yeah, I'm gonna just not. Because at this point, I've got all the information I need to have my own conversation in the real world because I already have them, and I'll just chat out in the real world. They're gonna need a face scan for that too.
I mean, Discord will be one more that got your face. How many companies already have your face? Discord 1 out of 10,000. Yeah, there's. How are you gonna get away from people getting your face? It's they're doing it to children right now, like in the Roblox app. they asking the children to face scan themselves, doesn't matter their age, just to estimate their ages.
Anyone that's got a iPhone, bad luck, you're already in.
Yeah.
If you any child in public school, they already got your face. Children, kindergarten got the photo. First grade, you got a photo. Until high school, photographs that take your face, scan your faces.
If they were smart, the way they do this is any new users will get a digital ID. Everyone else can just carry on, or carrying on, and yeah, just slowly introduce it instead of just dropping it. Bad luck, everyone. Scan your face, because a lot of people reading on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, probably 99% of people are just going to go, you know what, Discord, have a nice life. So that one post has had something like 1.5 million views or something, some ridiculous amount. 1.6 million views, there you go. So that's a few people that know about it. And they're all probably sitting there saying the same thing, you know what, I'm not a part of this game. So best of luck to Discord if they do something stupid, but I would be suggesting that this is for new accounts only, and they slowly introduce it like that, so don't mess your accounts up, guys.
You know what they're doing? They're separating regions with different servers. So if you are in a region, you'll be able to connect with people in a certain region, but not with people on the other region.
Oh no, this is not regions. It's all about safety, protecting little kids. Like I told one of my friends, who's 87, mind you, a little bit past his teen years, how are you going to prove that you are over 13? Oh, I'll just scan my face. Exactly. So here you are in your 80s, nearly 90s, and you've got to scan your stupid head to prove that you're not 16. Like, seriously, mate. This is all about safety, isn't it?
I didn't say it was about regions, but that's one thing that is being added, that with this whole people in apps be able to communicate between each other. With your face, they might put you in a certain age group, right? If you're from this region, you will be in an age group in that region, and you will be able to communicate with people in a certain age group from that region, but not with other age groups from in that region or other regions.
But the age scan thing is bloody useless.
So imagine that you are, let's say you're 13 and I'm 30, and they say 13 years old can only speak to 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds.
Yeah, I get that. I get that, Jamesy. I fully understand what you're saying, but how are you going to prove your age in the first place? I've got no problem with the age restriction or zone restriction.
No, they just estimate it with your face. What they do, they just estimate your age and they just label you 13 to 17.
Yeah, I'll just hold up a picture out of this book, or I'll just use another phone with a profile on it and hold it up to the. What
Anyway, hey, Dad, can you just hold your head still? Click.
Yeah. Oh, I want to take a photo of you, Mum.
Bad luck if you're Asian, eh? Most Asians look like they're about 9-year-old up until they're about 30. Poor bastards.
If you're in an age group, you can only join certain servers or certain groups.
Yeah, I've got no problem with that side of it. It's the proving of the age group in the first place. Like, I'm well past my teens, so why should I have to go and prove that I'm not 13 anymore? Like, seriously.
Yeah, because when they know you're not 13, they block you from speaking to 13-year-olds. That's the point. That's part of the point. I don't know what's the whole point, but that's part of it.
Here's a better idea, Discord. I'm just throwing it out there. Why don't you log into Politics server and have a look at all the grubby moderator neighbours that are in there and just pick them off one at a time, and we'll clean that one channel up to start off with, and then we'll slowly start breaking them down. There's another great idea. Just saying.
Discord will probably approve of those moderator names and give them free nitro.
It might be not, but there will be like a eventually to even log in into any of the apps, you will have to have a pre-login, like let's say a website, like a government website or some type of organization. You will have to have a login that is verified with them to be able to use that login to log in into the app. You've probably seen this in some websites or apps. Like log in with your Google account, log in with your Facebook account.
Yeah, log in with your mobile phone. There's quite a few people that don't. They just use their computer for computer stuff. Their phones for ringing people. Like, seriously, I know people that could still use... Oh, yeah. I know people that could still use, if they were allowed to, the old Nokias, those little blue bulletproof ones. And it wouldn't faze them. Because all they do is ring people on their phone. Like, seriously. I could do that.
If you want to log into any, government websites, like for services like Medicare, things like that in Australia, you need to have a MyGov account, right? Basically, you have to log in through your government account.
Yep.
To get into them. Yep. Like if you want to renew, if I want to renew my driver's license. Yeah, if I want to renew my license or something like that, I have to log in through my government account to do that.
The amount of times that shit has failed for me, I've actually got to go down the RTA and redo my license. Every single time I've tried to do it at home, won't load. I'll go down there and I'll go to the exact same page on their computers in the office. I go in there, log into my account, and it works straight away. I'm sure they deliberately do it just to get people to come down there now.
Dude, I just had to renew my Australian passport. Guess how much it costs to renew an Australian passport?
Oh, someone said a while ago that it had gone up, so it's probably $380 now.
Yeah, it was over $500.
Oh,
yeah, assholes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they expire like every 7 years or something like that? I think the US is something like that.
Yeah,
10 years.
It's 10 years. Yeah. Unless you fill it up, unless you travel, and fill it up, then you have to get another one.
I guess I wasn't paying attention. When is this policy supposed to take effect?
There are new policies, but I am kind of speculating to what I've seen that they might be adding, but there is some changes on the Discord. Go ahead.
Well, the biometric scanning or whatever, or the age verification, when is that supposed to happen?
That is happening. That it's been happening. It's right now happening.
Oh.
There's no dates that I can see on the actual Discord building safer experiences for teens that was released today or yesterday. I'm a time traveler. I forgot about that. But basically, when would users need to verify their age group? Users are only prompted to verify their age group when they attempt to access certain age-restricted content, settings, or features. After completing age assurance, users won't be asked to verify again for future age-restricted actions. A user may be prompted to verify their age group if they attempt to unblur media flagged by our sensitive content filters or attempt to change any of the default sensitive content filter settings to show sensitive content, turn off message requests. They are enabled by default to help you screen out unwanted DMs from your DM list, access age-restricted channels and servers, speak in a staged channel, toggle on age-restricted commands and settings, and that's it.
Hmm.
And
Well, is Flat
underneath
Earth
that,
restricted content?
if we run a staged event, yes. So that will explain a long time ago, because one of the very first things I ever logged into was on politics, was a staged event when we had one of our early staged events, or early for me. That's why they needed my mobile phone number so I could verify my crap. But anyways, underneath that it says, importantly, this does not mean everyone will need to confirm their age just to use Discord. Many people can still use Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age.
It also depends on your country, because many countries, like, okay, Discord, if you want to operate in Australia, you have to follow this guideline. So in Australia, people have to do this. In the US, you have to do similar stuff. But I don't know, in another country, Mexico or whatever, they probably don't have requirements for the app to operate at.
Anyone that's halfway computer savvy knows that there's no laws on the internet. I just find it funny that they want to scan our data to confirm how we are, but didn't they have a breach not long ago where there was like 70,000 photos or something or 70,000 accounts were hacked, stealing ID? In 25 and in 23 they had another one. This is Discord, that is. So basically in here, we shouldn't really have any issues.
Happening, guy.
Hey, Cyclone,
Is the
how's it going, mate?
Yeah, all good. Is the adventure coming to an end? What's happening?
Discord is getting young people to scan their faces to prove that they're not young.
All right.
But only in very specific environments. So
Yeah, they'll do anything to get our handsome faces. So is that going to be an issue for us? What's the wording on it?
if you've seen my head, it'll be an issue for them.
I get it.
Well, basically, disgrace up. Kiwi, I think it's Kiwi posted up. There's only very specific things that need to prove that you're over 13. All the rest of the stuff, you can still access all the channels. If you haven't verified that and you've been flagged as underage, to verify age is only required to unblur media flagged by the sensitive content filters, or attempt to change any of the default sensitive content filter settings. So if you click it to
But
show
your
sensitive
server, do you have to
content,
choose when you're making the server if it's an 18 plus server, and then presumably any access to that server would be barred without.
Correct. Yeah,
having
so
your
if you
face.
drop the 18 plus, it's just going to rail everyone that's can't verify or won't
So
verify
the ones
who
we're
they
on
are.
currently, the home server, English Hub and Politics, they're not 18 plus, are they?
No.
Right, so that's at least fine for now. All right. And what's this event? Jedi's taking on some Globies? I'm in for that. Which Globies? Emperor.
I don't know.
Oh.
DJ's just put my name forward. I didn't ask for it.
DJ's always doing that.
Jedi thing.
He dangles us outside like a bait on a line.
Pretty much, mate. Yeah, I slightly feel violated.
Yeah. Fucked up, DJ.
He's done it to me a couple of times. It's funny. He doesn't tell you. Normally he just does it and then nicks off.
Well, looks like you're up, Jedi. Denvid Zen, what's up? Your mic's flashing. You got a question for Jedi? About why the Earth's flat?
Excuse me?
You got a question
Hello?
about why the Earth's flat?
This for what?
For discussion.
Blood Earth Discord.
Yeah, you're in the Flat Earth Discord. Did you know that?
No.
How did you get here?
What?
How did you get here? How do people end up in Discord channels and they don't know where they are? How does that happen?
I don't know, man.
You clicked it. Well, you'd think, but he doesn't seem to have any recollection of clicking it. Did you click this channel? Heavenly Mango? Doesn't know. I guess this is why they want to see people's faces, just to make sure they even have faces at all. Or heads. Or brains. What about Emperor Thrawn? PhD, Emperor Thrawn. What's going
I
on?
was just thinking, they're just going to have a great big photo gallery of lots of brains in jars. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, we'll be like, damn, they really were brains in jars.
Yep, yep.
All right, no questions from the new guys. No further questions. You guys have convinced them all. What a shame. Araujo, what's up?
Hello, what's up?
Can you get closer to your mic? Anakin Skywalker profile pic. It's one for you, Jedi. Araujo, you like Star Wars? Star Wars? Lots of fun? Maybe your mic's not working.
Do you hear me? No?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, I Star Wars, sorry.
You like Star Wars. You like space?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot.
You like space a lot. What's your favorite thing about
Do you
space?
like the planets? I think they are beautiful.
You like the
And
planets. You think they are beautiful.
yeah, yeah,
What's your
that
favorite?
they
Is it just me or is his mic pretty choppy?
is
My favorite thing is black holes. Black hole.
Black holes, that's Gemsy's favorite thing. Arujo, what's your favorite planet?
I don't know
Just pick one.
the planets. Sorry, my microphone is bad.
That's all right.
I will.
Okay, that's fine. You want to think about your favorite planet? Anas. Anas, what's up? What's your favorite planet? Obviously a Mars guy.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Yeah, I am good, thank you. Yeah, we
What?
talk about planning.
Yeah, we were asking what's your favorite planet?
Yes, my first planning. I like. I have one planning of life. You play football with my friends and the weekend. This is my favorite. My favorite thing. I would you
What?
like to that?
What? I don't understand what you said.
Yeah.
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel? All right. Good talk. Did anyone understand what he said there? I didn't hear a single planet being mentioned. Who else don't I recognize in here? James? Laura, what's up? You gonna
Yeah, I
help
know
us
what
out?
he said. He said something like it sounded like that. I don't know if he was getting a haircut or doing the cleaning the backyard or something. I don't know. It was like a noise next to his syllables.
Yeah, doing something. All right, well, when you guys want some flat Earth chat, you're gonna have to throw something out.
Yes, I am back. But I have a question. What do you talk about flat Earth? Yeah, today and today. That option is clear. Everyone here, you know, is flat. Is
You're saying you're asking why people are talking about the flat Earth, and you're saying that it's clear that it's not
yes,
flat.
yes, 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 because
It's your when you say it's clear, how
yes,
clear is it
no,
for you?
no,
What specifically make it clear that it is?
no, I don't say the flat Earth is. I want to say in the Earth is not flat.
Yeah. You're saying that it's clear that it's not flat. That's what
Yes,
you
it's
said,
not.
right?
Yes, it's not flat.
Yeah. What makes
I
it
know.
so clear for you? What is the specific thing that makes it clear that it's not
No,
flat?
no, no. But this is history. Everyone, you know, in the Earth is not flat. This is
Not
flat.
everyone, because for
No,
me,
no,
it's flat.
no, no, no. I think this is wrong.
Well, Anas, you'd have to
Yeah.
agree though. You'd have to agree though that the water is flat.
No, not flat.
Yeah, the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, the water is flat, right?
Yes, well, because it's the science. You
Yeah.
can
So with
search
all the
about that.
water, but because all the
That
water
yes,
is flat, that means
that.
overall the surface is flat.
What do you say? Because the water flat. We mean
Yeah, the
you
water,
mean
the
what?
oceans, the lakes.
No, but you can ask other people here. You can
We
say
can
same
just
what you.
measure the lakes. We don't need to ask people. We can just measure the lakes
But,
and the oceans, and they're flat.
no, but this is my not my option. But this is clear option. The flat, the earth is not flat.
The
It is,
water is flat.
no, not it. The
Yes,
earth,
like a
the
lake.
earth,
A lake
but
is a lake is
it's
flat, is it not? A still lake. That's
circle.
flat, isn't it?
Are you clear? The earth is circle and not flat.
Yeah, the water is flat.
Oh, I can't change your opinion.
Well, where is it curved?
I don't know, but you
Is
can.
is a is a
No,
swimming
no,
pool
but
is a big swimming pool. Big swimming pool,
No,
flat.
no, but tomorrow you can come with Prof and you share with them or with you.
Have you ever heard of a salt flat?
Maybe. No, 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 no.
Salt flat
Yes.
is flat.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Couldn't be flat if it was curved, like a ball.
You know anything about Quran?
Well, it describes the earth as being like a carpet
Yes, you
spread out.
read. No, you read. Are you reading Quran? You
Yeah, I've
can
read some
faint.
Quran.
Yes, you can faint, and the earth is not flat because
Yeah, it says it's spread out like a carpet.
ah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a carpet that's a
Yes,
ball?
yes, my friend. Where are you from?
I'm from
South
Scotland. That doesn't really
Africa.
matter.
Oh, Scotland.
Yeah.
Okay. What? I think. Are you having? Are you a student? What do you teach? What are you teaching in this
We're all
course?
students.
About
We're all students, my friend.
what? Yes. What do you study in school about it?
I study
Class.
everything about Earth. I study the surface and I check if the lakes are curving, and they're not. The lakes are flat.
Okay. Okay. I welcome tomorrow, and I come with me and Prof and share you. You you mean in the earth is not flat?
Yeah, overall it's flat because the
No.
water is flat. Remember?
Okay.
So most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Yeah, and that water is flat. And then the land sticks out.
No.
Yeah. That's how it is. Anyway, I'm gonna have to drop off. So nice talk, Gemsy. You gonna take it up?
Oh. Then
Keep going though. Keep
no,
going
no,
though.
no, no, no. You
Someone else
can
will
you
talk.
can no. Please, like you can ask people around you. What do you say about the air? And after that, you can take an option and you make clear opinion for the earth. Because here and I'm from in Morocco. A lot of people here, in the earth is not flat. It is fact. I can't change that. That's that give me a moment, and I think tomorrow I will come wait and prove and share you. That clear? Where are you? Where are you? You can't talk.
So we have a few people in here, but nobody seems to want to talk.
Okay. It may be thought that existence of such apparently altruistic behavior is odd for evolutionary theory. Evolutionary theory states that those who do not struggle to survive and reproduce will be eliminated through natural selection. Research in evolutionary theory applied to social behavior, however, has shown that evolution need not be so ruthless. Some of this altruistic behavior is explained by kin selection. The most obvious examples are those in which parents make sacrifices for their offspring. If wolves help their own cub to survive, it is more likely that genetic characteristics, including the characteristic of helping their own cubs, will spread through further generation of wolves.
Is this the devil? Is that the devil?
Yes, yes. Kinship and vestige of
Devil. What is the shape of the earth? What is the shape of the earth, though?
Yeah. Shape of the earth is obviously round.
When you say round, you mean like a round table?
No.
Like a tire.
Have you seen a
No,
globe?
please.
Have you seen
Like a
globe?
tire. Like a
Give me
cookie.
round. Give me round. I like hotpot.
Have you seen a ball?
I mean hotpot.
Oh, you mean sphere, though, sphere.
Yeah, ball.
Steak.
Oh, I thought you said like a circle. Flat circle.
Yeah, it's a steak.
I said round.
You said
not
round, though.
square. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yes.
guys, go ahead.
Around, yes.
Yeah, but round is ambiguous. It's a little vague, right?
What
I
about
like to.
now? Are you changing your opinion?
Oh, what? What opinion?
Opinion for the form the air.
I'm teaching ethics here, bro. Listen to me.
How about now?
Kinship and reciprocity.
So devil, you said it's obviously round, like
Yeah.
obviously a ball. How is it
Yeah.
obvious? Because it's not very obvious to me.
Globe in your classes?
No.
We have globe on table, a miniature version of what Earth looks like.
That's a toy though. That's just a toy. That's a decoration.
No. That is the real Earth.
No, people don't live on that. There's not tiny little people living on that thing. That's just a toy. Right, so how is it obvious? I need to know how it's obvious. A toy on someone's desk is not going to make it obvious to me.
Yeah. We have so many satellites now. We have so many pictures of Earth.
All right, I see lights in the sky. I see lights moving in the sky. Okay, still not obviously a ball. I need something that tells me that it's obviously a ball.
I'll tell you. Go on internet, search for Earth pictures.
No. I want
Wait,
to
Tito.
experience it.
Let's do that exercise.
Yeah,
He was telling you to do an exercise. Okay, so devil, go to the
All right,
internet.
go on.
Search Earth.
Go to Google Chrome.
Okay, go ahead and do it. Search
Yeah.
it, and post it here for me. The Earth that you're talking about.
Oh wait, you want me to do it?
You're saying that will be the obvious, right? He's asking you for an obvious reason that will give you a conclusion that the Earth is the globe. But you're saying that you have to go to Google, search Earth, and that is the obvious.
Yeah. Yep, he's telling me I've got to look at the thing on the person's desk. I've got to look on a screen on the internet. I mean, nothing so far that he said has told me to like go outside and have a look at anything.
Right.
Wow.
Devil, can you post what you're saying is obvious on the internet about the Earth being a globe? Can you do that?
Where do I post though? Where do I post?
Post it here in the chat, in the VC chat. I'll tag you.
Chat, yeah. Wait. Got it.
Okay, just download it. I tagged you here in the chat so we can know what you're talking about, the obvious thing.
It's a bar. It's a bar.
We cannot post pictures here, bro.
Well, if you cannot post, send it to me, and I'll post it for you.
Wait. Yeah.
Let me say hi to you in the DM.
Please, my friend, this is not obvious. This is fact.
What?
What is obvious?
When you talk about obvious.
Let me tell you about something called Common sense. Wait, let me Google it. Common sense.
Okay. Let's stick to page 1, guys. Tiro asked you if you have an example that the Earth is obviously
On
sphere.
January
You
10,
still haven't provided that,
1776,
though.
Thomas Paine, Common Sense was published and became America's first-selling bestseller with some
He's
120,000
reading
copies
some book
sold in
title.
less than three months. Within a
That's
year
not
of
the
its
Earth.
publication,
That's not the Earth.
Hey,
philosophy
Devil,
of
can you concentrate on the topic though? Can you focus on the words that are being said and you can engage with
Wait,
that though?
let me give you the NASA picture of Earth.
Google Earth. Yes,
Yeah,
Google Earth.
Google Earth. You're right. Let me
So
give
you're
you
saying that's obvious for you when you have a perspective that you yourself, nobody in here have ever had, and you're saying that an image on the internet from an outside perspective, God's eye view
yes.
that nobody has,
Everything on internet
that's
is right.
obvious. You
Yes, that's obvious.
you labeled that obvious.
Yes. That is obvious.
So that's his example, Tito, of the obvious globe Earth. I mean, I'm sorry, you didn't even post it or send it to me, so I don't know even what we're even talking about.
Okay. Where is that? Yeah, got it. This is the picture. Do you
I
see?
tried to DM you, but you're not. Oh,
Yeah.
there it is. Okay, I got it. Let me download it, and I'm gonna go to the chat and post it as your obvious evidence of the Earth is a sphere or round. This is a round thing.
Yes. This is the Earth.
There you go, T-Dub. He posted the obvious evidence. I don't know if T-Dub is still here, but
Bro, what do you think?
Wow.
Earth is flat.
Where'd you get that?
I got it from internet, bro.
But it's a
posted
ball.
by NASA.
It's a ball.
Yeah, that's what I said. Earth is like ball.
You believe you live on a ball.
Yes.
okay. So, Devil, you know this image that you posted, right? You got this from the screen, right? Now, when we turn off the computer, turn off the TV, right? We turn it off. Then we go outside in the world and go to the, let's say, to a lake or the seashore, the ocean shore, right? And we measure the waters of the earth. The water is not curving though, like in this image. The water is not curving on the outside of a sphere in reality.
You look far above in the sky, right?
Oh, you go away from the table to measure the table?
Yeah.
So when you have when you have to do a measurement, let's say a table, you're gonna measure the table like the Earth. The Earth, do we measure? Do we go to the Earth or we go away from the Earth to measure it?
Away from the Earth. That's how you know it's a round sphere.
Do you measure it by going away from it? Think about this logically, Devil. Come on.
Bro, what?
So
Are you serious?
the
Are you serious?
the meter that you use to measure the ruler, you bring the ruler instead to bring it to the table and put it on top of the table. You go to China and measure you measure the wall of China, and you say this is the measurements of the table.
See, Earth and table are not the same thing.
No, not the same thing. Yeah, not the same thing. Correct. So when you measure something, you measure it directly, right? Direct
There's
measurement.
an experiment done by a scientist to prove the Earth is round. You want to know?
You say wait. You said a scientist proved the Earth is round.
Yeah, on living on the Earth.
What's the name? What's the name of the scientist and the method that he used?
Yeah, wait. I think he used a pole and shadows, something like that.
You talking about
Two different
Aristophanes?
locations. In two different locations. I don't know the name.
So you don't know who, you don't know how, but you know the conclusion.
Yeah, yeah. Let me pull up that. Pull that for you. Yeah. What is this? Aristophanes, the Greek scientist. Greek mathematician.
Aristophanes. He
Yeah.
calculated the
He
circumference of the earth,
the
not the
measuring the
curvature though.
by measuring the angle of sun rays at both the locations and by using simple geometry. Aristophanes was able to calculate the Earth has circumference of 28,735 miles. And if you know what?
Yeah, he calculated a circumference. He didn't calculate it curvature of the earth. He already pre-assumed the curvature.
Bro, what?
Listen.
He only measured shadow lengths. He didn't measure the Earth's curvature.
Surface circumferences of round things, not the flat.
Wait, Devil, you're saying that, I mean, a circle has a circumference, right? A circle?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, circles are flat though.
Yeah, you are right.
So you
So
concede that flat things can have circumferences, right? You just said that flats doesn't have circumferences. Anyways,
if Earth was flat, bro, if you go to end of the Earth, you would fall, right?
oh, you mean like a disk Earth? A disk is a disk in space, and then you go to the edge of that disk, and then you fall from it into outer space.
Yes, if it was not round.
The Earth is round.
Yeah, Earth is round.
The Earth is round?
Yes.
He left. He just wanted
Oh,
to preach.
he said it and left. Well.
So what if Earth is not in outer space?
What? Are
What
you
if
serious?
Earth
No.
is not? Yes, I'm very serious.
Where
what
would
makes you think that Earth? What makes you think that Earth is in outer space?
bro, people have gone to moon. We have satellites circling around Earth every single
Mm,
minute, every
Those are
single second.
stories. Those are stories you're told. You have no direct experience of those things. So how do you know those things to be true?
What? These are stories? Satellites.
Yes, you have no direct experience of those things. So how
Yeah,
could you
that is
possibly
right.
know
That is
those
correct.
things to be true?
Yeah, but what you are saying? What shape is the Earth?
I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
That is good claim.
Yeah.
You stay in your ignorance, bro. Let me tell you one thing. The Magellan Elcano expedition, the first practical proof. It was pioneering journey of exploration that provided the first practical proof Earth is round. The expedition was led by Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan and Spanish navigator Juan Sebastian Elcano, and it set sail from Spain in 1519 with the goal of reaching the Spice island of Indonesia. After a perilous journey that lasted over 3 years and claimed the lives of Magellan and many of his crew, the expedition finally arrived in Philippines in 1522.
Cool
And there is
story. Are you trolling? Prove that you living on a ball.
what? Yeah, we are living on a ball.
Prove that you're living on a ball.
He doesn't know what I don't know if he knows what evidence or proofs or demonstrations or testing, because he thinks the conclusion is the evidence. He thinks that the erroneous conclusion based on popularity is the evidence.
And now he's appealing to sailors doing circles.
Yeah, because he's not looking at the evidence. He's saying, oh, someone did something, and that something concludes that the Earth is a globe. Doesn't matter what it is and how they did it, when, how, all the variables. He's ignoring everything and just saying it's a globe because someone did something.
You do know, Devil, that circumnavigation means to go around something. Right? Are you saying that you can't go around something on a flat surface?
Devil, can you go around your flat table? Can you go around your flat table?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But
So
what do
going around doesn't necessarily mean that you're going around a sphere.
Yes, it does.
So you can only go around spheres?
Yes.
Can you go around your car?
Yes.
Is your car a sphere?
No.
Huh, okay.
Do you really think that the Earth is flat?
No, no.
Oh yeah, I can think about it. Yes, I can think about it. Yeah, we can think.
Why?
Yeah, we can also measure it, demonstrate it, check it, verify it, do it again, all over again and again. And we can think about
why
it
do you think
as
that?
well. Oh, because when we measure the Earth and the surface around it, we practically use it, measure it, and operate on it as a flat, motionless plane. Everything you do, aviation, communication, travel, navigation, long distance observations, construction, everything relates to a horizontal frame of reference. Even your senses are acute to this. Horizontal, motionless Earth, flat, level.
What? Motionless?
Yeah. Not spinning like in the cartoon globe. You know, the cartoon globe nonsense. It shows you a curving water on the outside of a spinning sphere. That's a misrepresentation of what we actually observe, experience, and can test for. Because what we
If you
test
go
for,
moon,
we
you
find
can.
on the surface of the Earth is that the surface is not curving and the ground is not spinning.
If you go to the moon, right?
If you
Then
go
you
to the
can.
moon, like this is in our minds. We in our minds we're gonna imagine going to the moon, and then what?
We have pictures from the moon of Earth. We have pictures of Earth from the moon taken from
We
the
have
moon.
okay, Devil, right? You know
Yeah.
Hollywood, Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know when they draw cartoons of things, you know that cartoon is not real, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you see something, let's say a lion that speaks English, Spanish, Chinese, and can wage war against the witch in Narnia, do you think that lion is a real lion?
No.
No, it's not a real lion. Yeah, because when you go to reality, you look at lions. Lions don't do
I've never
any of
seen a
those.
lion.
The lion was doing on the TV, right?
I haven't seen a lion in real life.
You know that you agree that the lion in the Narnia movie is not a real lion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you agree.
I
So
still
the
know,
the
and I
sphere,
still know
the,
that
the
is not
Earth,
real
and the
lion.
TV is the lion in the TV. The lion
And
in the movie.
I haven't seen a lion in real life, and I still know that lion that you are talking about is not a real lion. Why?
You also haven't seen the sphere in real life. So
That's what I'm saying.
how can you make conclusions about the sphere?
That's
And,
what I'm
and
saying. I have not seen the lion in real life, and I still know what a lion can do, what lion looks like.
yeah, because
Lion can
you can
speak or
check the
not.
lion. Listen, we can check the lion, observe
I
it,
have not
study
seen.
it.
I
We
have
can
not seen
verify it.
in real life.
We can do all sorts of things with the lion, just like we do with the Earth, right? Just like we can measure the Earth, travel across the Earth.
How do you measure the Earth, bro?
There's many examples. One of the best ones will be laser tests that has been done in many regions of the world, across many
Laser test.
surfaces, hundreds of times by many different groups, and it shows that
What do you see? What are the
when this
results of that
laser,
laser test? What are the results of that laser test?
the
Without
result
flash?
is that when the laser is shot from a distance, and below that laser, if the ground or the water was curving to a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, right? Like the globe dictates, the globe, the sphere, the geometry has a specific variables. So when the laser goes from point A to point B to point C to point D to point Z, all of the letters in the alphabet, when the laser goes from all of those point to point, there is no drop over distance below the laser. The water is not dropping, it's not curving, it's flat, level, horizontal.
There could be drop. What is this test? Let me Google it.
Do you know what gravity is?
Laser
Gravity?
test.
Yes, gravity.
Okay, gravity. Okay, so we'll touch the gravity, but Devil, go check the Earth curves calculator, right? And maybe if you go to the text in here, people might be posting stuff for you. There's many examples. If you scroll up, people have been posting laser tests and images and stuff that you can check. But the guy that mentioned gravity, do you know what gravity is? Because I mean,
Yes,
is it
gravity is a force
is it
that
a word?
keeps our people in general that.
Wait, can you define the word that you said? Gravity is what?
Yes, wait, that I am thinking how to explain it. Because
No, so
I'm
you're
not
trying
very
to give
used
me
to speaking
your
English.
definition of gravity. I don't want your definition. I want the definition.
Okay, wait, that I'll search it.
Gravity is a kind of force that attracts one object to the other. Attraction force between two objects. That is gravity. That has
Yeah,
certain
where do we see this again? Where?
everywhere. Everywhere in the universe.
Where? Tell
Everything
me,
is
give me
gravity.
one example, Devil. Give me one example where you see
Gravity.
everything attracting to each other.
Everywhere in the universe.
Not things
Earth,
to each
between
other,
Earth and
just
Sun.
things to the center of the Earth, that it's a globe.
Okay, so
There
you're
is a
saying
gap
that
between Earth
when
and Sun also.
you're saying that when we drop something to the floor, that's
Yes.
gravity.
It
Gravitational
falls,
force.
obviously.
That is gravitational force.
So when things don't drop, when things go up, or when things float, what was that?
That's no gravity. Or inverse gravity if it goes up.
Anti-gravity? Anti-gravity?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
He says yes. It's kind of funny.
How is it related to the fact that the Earth is a globe?
That's a good question, Sawiki.
Yes.
How is things going to the floor related to the Earth being a globe? Tell me.
Yes, because have you seen that the the Earth is a globe. It's similar to a sphere, no? And in the center of the sphere there is a
So Wiki, you already
force
you
that is
already
called
Wiki, think about
gravity
this
attractor
logically, bro.
that
Listen, think about this
any
logically.
part
How did
of
you came to the
the globe.
conclusion that how do you came to the conclusion in the first place? In the first place, how do you
Yes.
know that the Earth is curving? How do you know that?
Because, well, the Earth is a globe.
There are
Come on,
seven
search it
axes.
You
on
walk
Google, on
outside
ChatGPT.
and
In fact, it's a spheroid in shape. That is flat sphere.
Well,
Flat at
it's
the
not a
poles.
perfect sphere. It's
Flat at
similar
the
to the photo
poles.
on the chat.
It's flat at the poles and it's
the Earth
oval.
is flat.
How was that determined?
Lots of scientists have determined that. I don't know.
You don't know how?
Because
Yeah.
scientists have determined that the Earth has that shape.
Yes.
Yes, but
Lots
we're
of
asking
scientists.
how was it measured? Because that's how you understand an object's form, its shape, by measuring it, right?
Had I say that?
See, someone presents a theory, they prove it.
A
Other
theory?
scientists retest.
Yeah,
Other
we need to know.
scientists retest.
Are you telling us that you just
Present evidence.
believe it, right? You don't know what was done, you don't know how they did it, like you don't know who did it. You just know
Not
that
seen
someone out there
anything.
did something and they
Doesn't
found
mean
out that the Earth was a ball.
if you
Well,
haven't seen
I
yourself,
don't
that
think that the
means
Earth is
that
a
I
globe. It's a
say
fact. If it has scientific proof, is that it's not
Yeah, but
a way.
okay,
It's not.
what is it? What's the scientific evidence then?
You can search on ChatGPT or just
See,
try to
you
read a
just
book.
believe it. You just believe.
No,
You
no, I
think there
don't
is.
believe it. I know
You
it.
don't know. No, you don't, because you can't give us the information that's required in order for it to be knowledge.
And can you give me the information needed to prove that the Earth is flat?
Yes, go outside and look.
And how do you look that the Earth is flat?
Well, do you see any curvature?
Yeah.
You do. You see curvature? Where did you see curvature?
I cannot see in long far distances.
That's the
Say
evidence
again?
that you cannot see it. He said he cannot see it.
You can't see it.
But the Earth is very big. Have you thought that if you are in
Yes,
a sphere
it's
and
big.
you are
It's
very, very, very
It's very
tiny,
big and it's very
you
flat.
won't, you will not see the curvature.
Okay. Let's
That's
say
the
I agree
case
with you.
that we are.
Let's say I agree with you. How would you tell the difference between something that's very big and flat and something that's very big and curving?
Have you
You
seen
will
that
measure it.
You go far away from that object, you can see the curvature.
If the Earth was flat, we could measure it perfectly, but that's not the case.
You know, flat is a orientation, right? A horizontal orientation. Like, you probably are you near the ocean or far from the ocean?
Very far.
Far from the ocean. So you're probably up in the mountains.
I'm not
Are
in
you?
the mountains. No.
But you're higher. You're higher than the sea level.
Yes, about 15 meters.
So 15 meters above sea level, the person that constructed the structure that you're sitting on, that your house or your building, had to establish a water level. Put the first brick. Do you know this?
I think that the sea level that I am up or above the sea level
Yeah,
is
you
not
are above the sea
related
level.
to construction.
No,
It's
the water
related
level.
to
To establish a
geography.
water level, to establish the horizontal, put the first brick, then put the second brick, third brick, and then to the last brick, right? And then you have the floor level, right? Floor level. and then you have the table on top of that floor, a level table, right? And you make sure that the everything is level. How? With what?
With scientific help, because there's something
Scientific help to establish
yes,
to put a
tools
a table
like
on the floor. You need a scientist, though.
no, but some tools that help to measure it.
Which tool? Which tool? The water level?
No, specifically.
No. Which one will you use though to make sure that the table is level? The first break and the last one.
Wait, here I know the name in Spanish, but not in English.
Spirit level.
Yeah,
Un
spirit.
nivel. Un nivel. Eso es lo que estás buscando, un nivel.
Sí.
Sí, un nivel es un level. Un level es un
Sí, eso yo
nivel.
ya lo sé. La principal herramienta
Exacto.
utilizada para medir el nivel del mar, mareas y sus variaciones es el mareógrafo.
Ujú,
Y en base a
ujú.
eso, haciendo cálculos, puedes calcular vos más o menos y la elevación del terreno en base a qué tan lejos estás vos del mar y cuánto se movió. No, cuánto se movió no. Sino cuánto se elevó el terreno desde el mar hasta donde vos estás y de ahí vos sacás el coso. La cantidad de metros de
What is he saying,
elevación.
Jamesy?
He's saying that you base on the sea level, you base it from the sea level to your position. He said 15 miles. Oh, he said 15 meters, whatever he's far away from the coast, and then bring the level. Exactly what I'm trying to tell him. The sea level to his level.
Yeah, we live in a flat world. We
Yeah,
can
that's a
use the
flat. That's
water
flat.
level with a
Do you really
flat level
think
tool.
that we live in a flat Earth? Come on.
Yeah, that's why we use the water level.
No, what you just described to Jamesy in Spanish.
Man, we're in
is
21st century.
Sawiki, one sec. What you just described to Jamesy in Spanish, he translated it for us, and you're describing a flat Earth, not a curving Earth.
Why?
Sawiki, paralelo, horizontal. Parallel, horizontal. The sea level, el nivel del mar, at the coast, en la costa, it's parallel to the water level, es paralelo to al nivel del agua en tu casa. Now search what parallel means. Tawiki, paralelo. Mira, horizontales paralelos. Mira qué significa. So what you said, the sea level, you use it to establish the level at the other location. Yeah, you use a water level. You bring it. You bring the horizontal from the sea level to your location and establish the horizontal at your location. I remember Apocryphon saying this in his own way of saying it. You bring the water level, the horizontal, to the site. He's gone. Cannot take it anymore. Yeah, these guys are dropping like flies. What's going on? Devil left and Wiki left. Wiki was saying it's the 21st century, guys. Come on. Welcome. Welcome. I got a little emotional. That's a wiki. Oh, so wiki's back. It's a wiki. In the text only. What do you want me to do? Talk? I will not even congrat you? What the fuck? I left the discussion because I will not change your way of thinking.
Oh, so he was here to try and convert us back to the globe. I see. But we didn't accept his flyer.
I asked him, listen to the other side? He said, no, man. He's not. He's not listening neither.
Oh, he wants to believe. Believe.
He believes in the truth.
What do you think about all this, Ismail? James, you got anything to add to the conversation?
Little Bunny. You related to Bad Bunny? Little Bunny? Little Bunny, Bad Bunny, they sound kind of like related. I ain't gonna lie. You saw the performance in the Super Bowl? Anybody? That's my people, and he's. Oh, man, it was disgusting.
It's the most embarrassing shit I ever have seen in a halftime show.
Yeah, it was terrible.
You saw how Lady Gaga symbol like a crown and put the crown on top of him? Lady Gaga did like a sign with the spikes of the crown. She did like crowning him. Kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, it was kind of weird. But Jamesy, let me tell you something. What? What is it you're gonna tell me? Common sense, man.
VIP.
Have you heard of common sense? What? What is it? Tell me about common sense. There is this ball. A ball? Where is it? It's in space.
That was the devil guy. Yeah.
Let me tell you about common sense.
I was about to jump in the nonsense with him, but I don't know. He wasn't. He was being a little weird. He was being a contrarian, in my opinion. Because when I asked him, if you're gonna measure a table, will you go to the table or away from the table? He said away from the table. That's gotta be some type of trolling.
It is funny because he's not the first one. They all bring it up, common sense, and then very next sentence, out come total nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. That's true. It's common sense that is a globe. How is it common sense? Because of this nonsense.
We see this ball. It's in space.
If you go to far, far away from it, you can see it. How do you measure it? You go away from it. How do you do a direct measurement of it? You go far, far away from it. Welcome to Ahmed. Ahmed. People getting shy. Welcome to the new people. If you got any questions, you are welcome to open your mic and ask, and also make comments about the topic of the VC. We got Basket that just joined. Abdel. If you guys got any questions about the flat Earth, globe Earth topic, you are welcome to ask. See, Abdel.
No.
Oh, hi. Hi, Abdel.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How about you?
Oh, I'm good, I'm good. Thanks for the reply. What brings you by to the Flat Earth Discord? Flat Earth PC.
I just was trying my mic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, your mic is
Thank
not
you.
doing the best. That's fine.
Hello.
So,
All right. Hello, flat earthers.
so
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. What about you guys?
Doing all right.
Is this like this is a genuine question. Is this like a legit server? Like, I mean, channel? Like, you
Oh,
guys
this
are
is a
actual?
legit server and channel. It wouldn't be a channel if it wasn't legit, though. The server owner doesn't mess around too much, so it's legit.
No. I mean, like, belief-wise, like, you guys are actually.
Oh, it has nothing to do with belief, though, because it will be more like an acknowledgement of the horizontal frame of reference, flat as a orientation of the world.
Yeah.
The measurement, observation, and it's the ways practically use the surface of the earth as a horizontal, motionless frame of reference.
Horizontal, motionless frame of reference.
Well, I'm using those words, but the meaning of it, it's the surface of the earth is not curving, so it cannot be a globe.
Yeah.
Because it's not curving.
How does that work?
Well, when we measure the surface of the earth, either with laser test, we can also do long distance observations. We have infrared. Also have construction examples, field measurements, or even aircraft or communication systems. Everything is based on a horizontal, which you cannot have horizontals on a sphere. Surface of the earth, the water, the water, big surface of the earth.
Yeah.
A lot of it is water. That water, you can go to your water cup on top of the table, right? The surface is flat and level. You can go to the lake next to your house. Doesn't matter if you're higher than the sea level or lower than the sea level. That body of water, the lake, is flat and level. Then you can go to the sea, and the sea is the same thing. It's the sea level. So the horizontals are parallel between the altitudes. So the sea level to the high mountain lake or your house in the high mountains, that horizontal up in the mountains is parallel to the horizontal at the sea. There's no curvature drop over distance like they claim on the TV. Show you on the TV the globe, the water curving around in the spinning globe. When we check for that, that's nowhere to be found. That's not the case.
So, like, if you stand basically on Mount Everest, you can basically see the entire planet if you have a good enough telescope.
Not really, because there is a medium that you're looking across, and that medium will block the light for you. It will attenuate the light. And even the biggest telescope that we have available will have a limitation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So, have we ever?
you have angular. You have angular. So if you have a book in your hands, you can read the letters. But if you move that book 1 kilometer away, you cannot see the letters anymore, right? You can see a car in front of you, but if that car goes too far away from you, you cannot see it anymore. You cannot resolve it. It's like any mountain. If you are in Mount Everest, you cannot see the high peaks in the Americas because they're too far away from you. You cannot resolve them with your optics. Does that make any sense or no?
Oh, I see where you're coming from, but it kind of. I saw a lot of these. What you're talking about right now. I actually never took any of these seriously because I remember in high school when I read about, I think his name was Aristostonin or something like that. He was.
Aristoteles, yeah. Some
I
people say
studied it
different.
in Arabic, so I said the name in Arabic.
Yeah, that's fine. You can say however you want. I'm just saying. Yeah, I know.
I'm glad you know who you're talking about. Who studied who calculated the diameter of the Earth based on the curvature of shadows from, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Rome or Athens. I think it was Athens, and the other one was in Egypt.
Syene and Alexandria.
Aywa. Yes.
Yeah, and he
And
calculated
accurately,
the circumference, but he preassumed he already believed that he was standing on a sphere. So when he got the circumference, he added the circumference that he calculated. He didn't measure it. You see the difference? He said he measured shadows, right? And then attach that equation into the pre-assumed sphere that he already believed in. So he didn't measure curvature nor measure the circumference. He calculated everything. So you and I can have different pre-assumptions, presuppositions from the beginning, do the same test and come to a different conclusion than he did.
didn't they like cross-reference
Example
with
is
modern studies?
inconsistent. My bad, Emperor. Go ahead. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, didn't they cross-reference his what's his results with the modern results, and it was close, like to accurate?
Modern results will basically do the same thing. They will pre-assume, because remember, he's not measuring the curvature of the Earth. His conclusion is the circumference, how big the circle is. You could do this circle on a flat surface. You know, circles like a round table, like a CD. So you can do a circumference on a flat surface, like the Chinese did. Around the same time Aristoteles did this, the Chinese did the same thing, and their conclusion was that the Earth was flat and motional. I mean, flat.
So how does aerial travel work with this?
So the the engineers that build the aircraft, they want to, a brother that he builds aircraft for company in the US.
I used to be a flight attendant as well, so yeah, I could
so
sort of
themselves.
have
Go ahead, sir. What was that?
I said that I used to be a flight attendant myself.
Okay, so yeah, perfect. This is perfect, right? So the people that construct the aircraft, they wanted to do it in a way that is practically, that it works in reality, right? And it's safe as well, because when they get in their aircraft to test it, they want to make it up and down, right? They want to get in the aircraft and it's going to fly, and they're going to turn back to put it into the commercial, right, place, and then their families can travel safely, right, and their neighbors. So they take this pretty seriously, right, when they're constructing aircrafts.
Of course, the construction.
Yeah, so they have to.
Task.
Yeah, they have to pre-assume and design the airplane to work on a flat, motionless plane to make it work practically in reality.
Okay, how does that work?
Well, how does that work? There's a lot of technical things in there that, I mean, I'm not an aircraft expert, but how it works is that the ground that the aircraft is traveling across doesn't have the motion that the globe claims, nor the curvature. So the airplane is not taking that into account to be able to travel, right? Also, the pilot that is navigating the aircraft never in his mind takes into account any curvature nor any motion of the ground operate the airplane.
Plus,
You also
while
know.
you're in the airplane,
Oh, go ahead.
Take your experience as a flight attendant for however many years, or if you're still doing it, right?
Yeah.
If you're on the airplane, in order to get into the sky, they got to tilt the nose up. They got to increase altitude, and that has to be over a reference frame, which is sea level. So at 32,000 feet, they level the aircraft off, and the nose is about 2 to 3 degrees nose up, and they fly flat and level for however many hours. Right? You and everybody else on the plane and the airplane referencing that flight as level and horizontal for however many hours.
Yo, do you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we're
But we're
talking to
discussing
someone
it with
right now
somebody
about it.
already, so if you pay
Mate,
Okay, but
attention and
first,
listen, you'll already
in
have
order
it.
to get,
what are we playing
in
at
order,
here? Come on.
Green guy. We're speaking to someone right now, so you mute yourself and then wait for
Yo,
sync
alright,
to be open.
calm down, fucking hell.
You interrupting someone else. We're trying to hear what they're saying. Man, it's annoying as fuck.
Hey, Emperor's Child, just so you know, some people have posted some stuff related to what Jemsy was telling you in the side chat. So just quickly, there's a 360-degree
Alright.
pan shot from the top of Mount Everest. And there was some information I looked up saying the average visibility is about 200 to 210 miles. Okay, usually, that's about as far as you could see from up a mountain. Okay, just due to the clarity of the air. And then under that, there's some information about Eratosthenes. And then I was just about to post a bunch of citations from flight engineers' manuals talking about flat Earth. Anyway, I'm going to go back on mute. Good
Give
stuff.
me a second to read this because I wasn't paying attention. Thank you for letting me know.
No, the aircraft flies flat and level. Everyone experiences the flight as flat and level. And nowhere ever did anybody ever feel like they needed to tilt the nose down to account for the amount of drop that is supposed to be occurring on the sphere. However, the claim is also that the rate of drop over distance is not noticeable, right? So now you have to believe your senses that you're not accounting for the drop over distance for falling or flying down the curve of the ball from your origin point. And the story is that you would never account for that drop over distance while you fly. So either you believe something extra to your senses, or you accept what your senses are telling you to begin with.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I was kind of listening to you and reading at the same time, so I had difficulty fully grasping what you were talking about.
You don't experience the Earth as a sphere moving.
Of course you don't, because you're inside of it.
Right.
Could there
So
be
then
other
why-
reason besides that you're inside of it? Could there be the reason could be that it's not a sphere? That's why you don't experience it as a sphere. Could that be a reason, Emperor?
You know, how come, like, so is space real? Like,
He didn't
is
answer my
space real?
question.
No, I just had this question in my head.
Yeah, Emperor. But see, you said the sphere is too big. That's why you don't experience it, right? You could because you're in
We
it.
don't
but you
experience
don't
it because
experience
the
it.
Earth is rotating on its around its center.
But okay, could the reason be? Could the
Yeah.
reason be that is not rotating and that is not curving? Could that be a reason?
You mean like it's just still and a flat circle where we all live on it?
Well, not necessarily a circle, just flat, right? So flat and
Okay.
motionless.
Flat and motionless. So does this challenge any understanding of geography we have like around? Of course, I'm not talking about the rectangular map, the actual circular map that we use for navigation, counting for lines of longitude and what the fuck are they called?
Longitude and latitude,
In English.
those are derived from watching the
Yes.
stars. That's not based on the ground. You wouldn't get longitude and latitude from looking at the ground. You would get vertical references from the ground, right? So whenever they make whenever they create maps and they make them any shape that they want, the orientation of the land has to correspond to the longitude and latitude, which is from observing the sky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I use a lot. I work with maps a lot. I used to be in the military, and I used to use a lot of like I had to rely on maps and stars to determine certain locations and sort of all that.
Right.
Um,
Whenever somebody
when I
describes to you a map, they're saying a
yeah,
map is a topographical representation of the land
exactly.
as seen from above. So
Yes.
whenever you're looking at a map, you have your north and south grid coordinates and your east and west, which is
hmm
your X and Z axis, and your topography lines is your Y axis. So whenever you look at a map, you're looking at a flat Cartesian coordinate system. You're looking at a
hmm
flat map
And I
already.
have to take into account the magnetic north and the
Right.
geographical north and all that.
Correct.
Yes.
So not in anywhere of you reading that map did you reference the Earth as a sphere.
Of
At
course not.
best, the greatest thing that you ever did was ever look at the stars to verify if what it is that you're looking on the map is matching the location that you are. Like if
I
you're
usually
flying
use the
over,
stars to determine my north sometimes when I don't have compasses or
right,
when I want to tell, yeah.
right.
So basically, it's like a given. I guess what the fellow was talking about, an assumption, the predisposition, sort of. Like I never thought about it as in like I'm doing this on a sphere or on a flat
Right.
terrain.
You've
Because to
just
me,
done
of
it
course,
as you
I'm dealing
naturally
here.
experience it.
Yes, because I'm dealing here with terrain,
Topography.
topographical terrain. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But okay, basically, what I was saying is, like, this is what I know about how Earth functions in a system, the solar system. So my question was, how come when we observe the constellations around us, the stars and the sun, the moon, all of that, how come it's round, spheres, while Earth is not? What
Because
gives?
that's what they look like. Why would we ever try and describe them as something as they're not? Whenever
Okay.
you say, okay, the lights in the sky, those are appearing to be spherical, so the ground must also be a sphere also. Well,
Yeah, why would
the
it?
salacious
Why would the Earth? Why would the Earth, like, in defiance of every other planet that we've seen or object in the sky, be flat while everything else is a sphere?
you're
Spherical.
going off already having the assumption that the heliocentric idea is true in its whole, right?
Yes.
We're saying that outer space doesn't exist. This is not the third disk from the sun flying around the Milky Way galaxy, orbiting around whatever, right? It's the Earth is the floor of all that you will ever experience, right? And the sun, moon, and stars are the lights that are in the sky, which is above the Earth 100% of the time. The Earth,
Wait. Slow down, please.
okay?
Go back to the sun and moon.
The sun, the moon, and the stars
Yeah.
are all lights in the sky, which is always above the ground. It doesn't matter where you go. The
What do you
sun
mean by
never goes.
light? Can you be more
Luminaries,
specific?
lumens, light.
The
No, not the
constellations, the
definition, not
stars,
the
are light.
definition of what light is. I'm saying like okay, we know what a star is. We know what the moon is. When you
Well,
tell me lights, can you be more specific? What do you mean by
okay.
lights?
When I say star, I do not
Yeah.
say a big burning ball of gas in a vacuum. I don't say that. When I
Okay.
say star, I mean you step outside your house, you look up, and you see the white dots in the sky. Those are lights. Those are the stars.
So real
That's what
quick,
I'm referring to.
Emperor, you just said we know what stars are, but you gotta kind of realize this though, that there
Yes.
is a separation between what we observe, stars. You and I can observe them. Everybody in here can look and see, observe the stars, the observable phenomena. We label stars, right? and then there is the belief of what they are that
Go
cannot
on.
be verified. Like they are big suns, bigger than our sun, trillions of miles away, kind of stuff.
Depending, eh? There are red dwarfs as well.
That cannot be then. That is part of the religion. That is part of the globe, like you were saying, the solar system and the globe Earth. That is part of the belief side of things.
Broken assumptions.
I used a telescope before. I saw Jupiter.
too.
I saw the so I
Me
saw
too.
it. Is it just a glass? Like a
No, it's
glass
an observable
ceiling?
phenomenon. It's an observable
What?
phenomenon.
An
Observable phenomenon.
phenomena.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now.
What do you wait? What do you mean
People
by
are gonna
that?
tell you. Listen, some people are gonna tell you. They know what is the distance, the makeup, the size, the medium that thing is in, or they believe it. But you think they really know?
They've never been there
I trust
to
them to know.
circle around the object, to take a measurement of the shape of the object, to measure the size of the object, take a
How
sample to
do
find out what
I?
material it's made of, what it smells like, what it tastes like.
Okay.
How
How
could they
do I
ever know
believe?
to claim?
Yeah,
How
yeah.
could they ever claim to know what that is if they've never
I get
done
it.
that?
I get it. I'll answer you. Basically, when it comes to claims that fall within the bracket of scientific claims, if okay, I believe that certain people dedicate their time and efforts into understanding phenomena, and they use the scientific method to verify certain claims, theories. And when they give a theory and they provide their research and they provide their experiments that can be,
Those people do
reused
exist,
again.
but not on this topic. Not on the topic of the stars. There's no science done about the
Exactly.
stars or
Yeah,
the
There
planets.
I've got a news flash for you, Emperor's Child. They don't
Yes.
utilize the scientific method, and we can give you quotes from them. From like, have you heard of Michio Kaku?
Yeah, the Japanese guy. I've seen some videos.
Right.
Yeah, he's the prime priest of this topic that you're talking about.
Whoa!
Yeah,
in what
he
sense?
specifically says that nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
When it comes to what?
He says it's astronomy, cosmology. He says it's all leaps of logic and seat of your pants and guesswork.
I'll give you an example, Emperor. Emperor, I'll give you an example. Real quick, guys. I'm in a second. You and I could be next to each other or different locations. Could both be looking at the sky. You can make your own ideas of what those things are. I can make my own ideas about it. Who's right?
What? Can you repeat your question? We are both on different on different places on the Earth, looking at the same constellations. That means we have to be on the same sphere. I mean,
No, you're adding too much to what he said. That's not what he said at all. Say it again.
Okay. That's what I understood.
if
I
you and
understood
I-
that we're both looking at the same constellations and we
hang
both
on.
make up explanations of them, right? That's what you
Yeah,
said.
if we're both outside, standing elbow to elbow, and we look
Yeah.
up and we see the lights in the sky, you make up a
Wait,
story.
you keep
I
calling
make
them
up a
lights in the
story.
sky, and you didn't explain to me what you mean by that.
The things that twinkle at night.
Dude,
Yeah.
please don't be literal.
Yeah, just
I mean, like,
look, just to explain it a little bit. Okay, so we've all been taught growing up. Okay, the same thing, that they're burning balls of gas millions of light years away in a vacuum. Okay, that
Yes.
would go against natural law, right? That's not something that's been
How does that
scientifically
go against
validated.
natural law?
It goes against gas laws, right? It goes against what's testable and repeatable in a vacuum, right? In the most similar environment that we can create here on the Earth, right?
But
To
don't they
what
do
they're
that
claimed to
with
be.
those nuclear? What's it called?
No,
Those
no, that
big
wouldn't
circular
be
tube
a ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum being contained or held together
No,
by
but they
gravity.
do the same.
That would be in a chamber.
Now
No,
you're
no,
just
no.
asserting. You're saying they're
Second.
doing this thing. That must be the thing that's happening in the sky.
Just a
You have
second,
no
just a
clue.
second.
No one's ever been there to verify.
Wait, just a second. What's it called?
Finish it.
Dude, English is not my first language. Help me here.
Nuclear reaction?
No,
No, not the nuclear reactors. Those
no, it's not.
things
It's
in
not our
Europe.
first language. Yeah, we don't use that language anymore either, so it's hard for us to remember your globe slang for things.
Globe
What?
slang.
What globe slang?
Yeah, so look,
I
that's
love
not taking a vacuum
When you
chamber and
say
making a ball of plasma
nuclear
gases.
fusion, and that's what you're trying to say, a nuclear fusion reaction that's happening with hydrogen in the sun.
Yeah, it's not analogous, basically. Right, and claiming that you can have a ball of gas and water, right, inside a giant vacuum, inside a space vacuum. Okay, that's also something that goes against natural law, goes against entropy, goes
Right.
against gas laws, goes against every
Pseudoscience.
testable. Yeah, it's textbook definition pseudoscience. Literally. Even
What's the
admitted by,
alternative?
people like Michio Kaku said nobody in his field uses the so-called scientific method. Right? He says we're off by an average of 10 to some ridiculous amount of zeros.
10 to the
120
100
zeros.
Yeah, 10 to 120. Okay, so let's bring it back down to Earth a little bit. Okay, this is
Yeah.
how we know for sure that the Earth is not a globe. Right? Because they tell us the exact size of the Earth. Okay, and 70% of the Earth is covered in water, approximately. Okay, of the globe. That's what they tell us. Now, that water would have to be curving at a certain rate. Okay, and we can go out and test the surface of the water, like over and over and over again, using all sorts of different methods. We can calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over a certain distance, and then we can test for the byproducts of that curvature. Okay, like things being obstructed by the curvature in the distance, and a horizon being at a certain distance based off the height of the observer, that kind of thing. Okay, that's been done
That goes
hundreds.
to
that?
like visibility is affected by what's it called? The density, not the density of air. It's called. It has a term.
Yeah, visibility is affected, but we also have nice clear days as well. Okay, where we have really nice clear conditions, right? Quite often.
Of course.
Okay, so we could get a distance of say 20 miles, for example, and over 20 miles there should be about 293 foot of curvature. Oh, sorry, 266 foot of curvature over that distance. Okay, we can test for things, becoming obstructed in the distance. That's been done hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and no curvature is ever detected. Okay, we've got teams of engineers going out with high-powered lasers, that kind of thing, shooting the laser over the surface of huge distances, right, over the water, over frozen lakes, over salt lakes, and they're hitting the targets at the same height, right? So say they set up the laser at 1.5 meters height. They'll shoot it over, say, a 40-kilometer distance
Oh
over the
yeah,
surface
okay.
of water.
I knew the experiment you're talking about. Didn't it actually register that there was a curvature?
No. You're probably thinking of a different one. Okay, this one was done by a team of engineers in Europe called Field Engineers Corps, and they shot the laser from 1.5 meters height, and they shot it they did 5 different tests, but on the longest test it was over 40 kilometers distance. Okay, and
Did
they
they
hit
make
their
sure
target.
that on what
Yeah,
kind
they
of
had
surface
weather
did they do it?
stations. They had weather stations measuring the density, the pressure, accounting for refraction, that kind of thing. And they repeated, right? They also repeated the tests as well 5 different times, different weather conditions, and every single time they're hitting their target. Right? They're not the only ones that have done it as well. Okay, so they have an hour-long documentary and a 180-page PDF document, or 100 and something page PDF document.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I can pop it in the side chat for you.
Thanks.
No problem.
You know they're lying, DJ. You know that, boy.
No
What does
gunslingers.
this like
Nobody's
if you say
lying.
it's
That's your only code.
it's a lie? What does it change?
Nothing. You already experienced the Earth is flat and stationary, right? You already live on the flat Earth. So the only thing that's going to change is your knowledge and the way that you know, that would change people's situations depending on how they take the information and what they want to do with that.
I mean, yeah, but like me personally, like I will look into what you're going to send me, and I read these what that person you sent them. You actually sent them. But I kind of don't. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's logical, sort of. But at the same time,
like an appeal to incredulity.
What?
You're saying I don't think it could happen. I don't. What the information that you're giving me, I haven't seen it yet. But I'm appeal to my incredulity. How do you say that word? Okay.
Incredulity.
Incredulity.
Incredulity, yeah. Just one sec, DJ. Was that Ski? What that came in?
Incredulity.
Gunslinger.
Yeah.
It was Ski.
Yeah, that was Gunslinger. Yeah, I don't know who it was. I wasn't.
I just don't want to get rid of the wrong person. That's all.
Skepticism. Could have just said skepticism, man. Didn't have to send me on. Okay. No. What I meant to say was that I have to actually read this because this is kind of interesting. But at the same time, now I'm thinking I had to rely on certain navigation methods. I had to use them. I was up there, sort of in the sky, and I saw the Earth. It looked curved to me. But at the same time, that doesn't change anything for me. The way I used to live and the way I would live, it doesn't take from the importance of this, by the way.
I was military also. I've lived in 10 different countries on 3 different continents. I've been on flights and I've been on ships. It's experienced the same way, no matter if you're at, 200 feet off the water or 40,000 feet off the water, right? You're referencing a horizontal plane, especially if you're going to use a sextant on the, I don't know, say on a C-130. Inside the crew station, they've got the little sextant that hangs from the ceiling. They've replaced it, but you'd have to have your horizontal reference, and then you would take your elevation angle to the star, right? And so now your angle to that star is going to be from that horizontal reference frame, which that horizontal reference frame is parallel with the horizon, which is all the way around you 360 degrees. If you lived on a sphere, you'd still have to make the horizontal reference frame. We're just saying that sphere doesn't exist because we're not measuring the curvature, so the method is just as you experience it, an angle from a horizontal reference frame.
Is there a map for flat earthers?
I stated earlier, all maps are flat.
Yeah, like what kind of map do they use?
Well, the maps again would be referenced to the sky. So
can you give me one that I can read or study?
Pick one.
Pick one. I don't know what I'm picking. How can I pick from what I don't know?
What are you asking for?
A map, just a map that can be used as a reference with coordinates and everything that is used by flat earthers.
Listen.
I can cross-reference.
I can be a flat earther and I can use a map, a globe map, and I don't have any problem with it. Do you know why?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like, do you know why I have no problem with it?
Yes, explain to me, please.
The reason why is because coordinate reference systems are completely arbitrary. As long as you pick one kind of system, whether it's spherical or flat or dinosaur shaped, and you use it consistently, you're not going to have any issues. right? Because the coordinate reference system itself is internally consistent.
That's nice.
Now, where the issues come in is if you're going to compare those distances to reality. And I'm here to tell you that the spherical maps that we have that are laid flat do not comport with reality based off of our measurements.
How does this work with gravity? Our
Oh no, I drop a
understanding of
pencil, it
gravity.
falls to the ground. What's so bad about that?
I dropped a pencil, it falls to the ground, of course.
Yeah, what's
Other than
the
that,
issue?
I once saw this thing, a documentary that that said that if gravity functions as we understand it to function, whenever you go to the edges of the Earth, what I said exactly.
Of a globe?
Do you guys? No. If the Earth was flat.
Yeah, I don't think there's an edge. Like,
yeah,
Earth isn't like a disk in outer space, dude.
What is it?
I stated this earlier.
Yeah,
It's
the
just
floor of the
you said
universe.
you said it's everything.
Yeah, the Earth is your reality. Listen, like nobody knows how far you can walk.
Wait, didn't like okay. I mean, that's not a point of reference with historical figures who actually
No, I mean
travel the
if you
circumference of
use a
Earth.
spherical coordinate, if you use a spherical coordinate reference system, you're going to walk in circles.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that Earth is a globe.
How does that work then? If I keep going east, I will end up coming to the same point in a line,
Yeah,
right?
east and west are circular.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's going to work the same on either, right? So you have a compass and it's pointing north, right? If you have it on a sphere or you have it on a flat surface and you want to go due east or due west, you're just going to go around in a circle. You're just going to go in a circle around the north and come back to where you started. Okay, what you wouldn't be able to do, what you wouldn't be able to do on a flat Earth is go south, right? Keep going south and then do a great circle, come back around to where you started. Okay, east to west, no problem on either. Okay, north to south, only on a globe. Okay, just so happens that tons of people have done east to west, west to east. No one's ever done north to south. No one's ever done a great circle, circumnavigated around a globe, right, and come back to where they started.
Because it's geographically not feasible.
Okay, so whatever the reason, yeah, no one's ever done that.
I mean, when you look at the
that's
maps,
just a fact.
it's geographically not feasible, sort of.
Well, when you look at the coordinates, right? But in reality, we know that east and west are circular as far as coordinates go. As far as like staying on a line of latitude. But if you go 90 degrees from north, you're not going to be heading west or east for long. Flat or globe.
Yeah, but because when you're at the utmost north, everything is south. There is no east and west anymore.
Right.
Correct. Yep.
And when you're the utmost south, everything is north. Magnetically speaking.
For the coordinate. Yep.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is, okay, if you tell me that Earth is a reality, an encompassing reality, the way I'm sort of like thinking right now, okay, I haven't read the data he's just provided because I'm talking to you. I cannot read and talk at the same time. I'm just winging it with my thoughts and logic. It might be flawed, so I'm just winging. If I'm on a plane of reality, and I look up to the sky and I see these lights, the way you just mentioned them, there is no way for me and scientists to determine what these lights are. There are some theories that say that these lights are gases in a vacuum, you know, doing the whole shebang. If there is that is up where these lights are, they are somewhere, and I am here somewhere as well. And on certain places on Earth, like if I am in France and I look up, I will see certain constellations. And if I am in Australia and I look up, I will see other constellations. Not the
Yeah, at different
same one.
times. Different times and
Yes, and of
places,
course
right.
there is the time zones, there are the time zones, and
I'm not talking about time zones. I got you, man. So here's the problem. How do you know how much distance takes place between these locations? And how do you know whether or not these locations are oriented the same way as you think they are?
I use the sun and moon and constellations. The only
Yeah, me
thing that
too.
is permanent. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. And using them, I realize that I am in different places. Like that's how sailing works.
It absolutely is, yeah.
So what
Yeah.
I'm asking is, since on different places on Earth, doesn't matter, sphere or a flat circle or a realm, an encompassing realm that is reality itself. If there is something outside of it and I can look at it, doesn't that mean that Earth in itself is not a realm and that there is something beyond it, sort of, because I can
There's
see it?
if you can go outside and look back
Yeah.
in like a God's eye view,
God's
then you
I
will have
would
achieved
say
something that is impossible.
impossible. Explain.
Yeah, where do you
It's
think you
like
have to go to see the Earth like this?
outside of it.
Yeah, like
By
where's
outside,
that?
I mean towards the constellations that I am using as points of
Yeah,
reference.
right. Nobody's been there.
You mean like nobody has ever left the Earth?
Nobody's been to the constellations and looked back down. No.
But we already see space stations.
Yeah. Do you know how high up in elevation space stations are? They're about
They're always
250
orbiting the
miles.
Earth. Of course,
They're
they are always
250.
orbiting the Earth. They
They're
cannot escape its
250. Yeah,
gravitation.
I
Go ahead.
know. I know. They're two. The claim is they're in 250 miles in elevation above an
Yeah.
8,000 mile diameter ball. What percent is that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so they are 250 miles in elevation above an 8,000 mile diameter ball. What's that in terms of percent? We can bust out a calculator and figure out like what difference that is.
Just a second, I'm turning miles into kilometers so I can have an idea.
No, I got you. Yeah, go ahead. I'm doing it too right now, but in miles.
So a mile is basically okay.
Right. So 8,250 divided by 8,000 is about 3%.
Mm-hmm.
It just so happens that if you want to do some more exact mathematics, you are seeing 3% of the Earth's surface from the ISS.
Yeah, but you can actually see the surface on like I guess your observation like view, like what's the word I'm looking for? Your perspective. Your perspective from that distance, which what did you give me the percentage right now? 3%.
Yeah, 3%. You're seeing 3% of the total surface. This isn't the way to do it exactly, but coincidentally, it gets close.
Do you think those YouTube lives from the ISS, like circling the Earth, do you think that's actually some made up bullshit or like is it real?
I do, but for the sake of the argument, I would accept it. And I would say, well, if they're showing you Earth's surface, they can only show you at most about 3% of it. So why do they show you so much
Yeah.
curvature?
Yeah. I mean, it shows.
It should look flat.
Why should it look flat?
Because you're seeing less than 3% of Earth's surface of a ball. So if let's say that the ball is like 8,000 inches tall, and you are 250 inches above it. Let's say the ball is 8 feet tall, and you're 250 segments of a foot above it. Like that is a fraction. That is, I think it works out to like 2 centimeters above an 8-foot ball or something crazy like that. Might even be less. The point is you're seeing such a tiny slice of the ball that you would not be able to discern any curvature whatsoever. It'd be ridiculous to assume so from 250
I
miles.
understand. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of that.
So
You make a point, but at the same time, when we actually assume that there is no ball, if I go back, I'm sorry if it seems like I'm jumping, but
no, it's
I'm
okay. Go
following
back.
the
It's all right.
thoughts of my brain. Like this is assuming that we have a ball, right? Like the fella who said that it's not a ball at all. It's literally just everything.
Yeah,
So
the Earth.
that's sort
Yeah,
of
the Earth.
If you're
disputed.
the sea that you would sail on or fly over, that's the floor of all of existence. That's the
Existence.
floor of everything that you would experience.
Bingo.
Right? If you
Isn't
want to
this
go,
like yeah, go on.
if you wanted to go into the ocean, you'd have to create an environment so that you could survive. If you want to go into the sky, you got to create an environment in which you could survive. You're not going to go any deeper. You're not going to go underneath the floor, right? You're only going to experience what's on the surface.
Right. And so to me,
Are you
like
talking
this world we
literally?
live in is a realm. The Earth includes the dirt, the ocean, the sky, and everything. That is our world.
Yeah.
And I can't create an object out of that.
What do you mean by that? I can't create an object out of that.
I
Like
can't
an
conceive of it
object
in
that
my
is
mind as an
isolated.
object.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Okay.
I can't conceive of my reality as an object without coming up with some kind of fantasy imagination for what it should look like. So,
What about the pictures that were sent by the what's it called again? The Voyager 1 and 2 of Earth from different perspectives.
not sure what
Are
you're
those
talking
made up?
about.
The Voyager 1 and 2, the one with the golden disc
Outer
and
space
all
is
the
not real. The vacuum of outer space is not real. It violates entropy. You are in a contained environment.
Yeah, it's true.
how does it violate entropy?
Yeah, what do you think is containing the oceans from off-gassing into the outer space vacuum that's expanding an infinite
Gravity?
number bit?
Earth
Gravity.
spinning around itself. Yeah, Earth spinning around itself and it's gravity, I guess.
So when I put a Coke can inside of a vacuum chamber with
Yeah.
gravity supposedly pulling on the vacuum chamber itself and everything, and I start pulling vacuum, the can of Coke is going to explode and all the gas is going to fill the vacuum chamber
Of course.
equally against gravity.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't have a center of gravity, the Coke. Okay, wait, before we delve
But it's
into
going
this,
against the
I am
Earth
only
itself.
just a second before we delve into this. I am a psychology major. I am not a physicist or someone who knows these things, so
Oh, good.
just
You're going to
okay.
appreciate us even more because we are direct realists.
No, I'm just saying this so like the scientific information that we're about to delve into, like it's not something that I am completely, like aware of.
Well, from a
Not a
psychological
physicist.
standpoint, we are rational empiricists from a philosophy of psychology standpoint. So we understand that reality exists apart from the self. There is objective reality that exists apart from your subjective experience.
Uh-huh.
and you can understand the world through your experiences directly. And this forms the basis of your worldview. As a psychologist, you might appreciate too that children develop a flat earth interpretation of the world until they're told otherwise without experiencing it. So when you see that picture from Voyager of the Earth from outer space, how do
Yes.
you know Earth is supposed to look like that?
Because it's a picture.
Yeah, but how do you know that
And
Earth
I
is supposed to look like what the picture shows you?
here's because I trusted.
Exactly.
I emphasize on trusted that the people who sent that rocket into space and detached that like the whole thing, the Voyager, and it flowed into space. I trust their qualifications, and I trust that they have no reason to lie to me about Earth being flat or not.
Yeah.
Because like
So
for me to actually like doubt this, there has to be. That's why at the beginning of the conversation I asked, what does this change? Because like I have to understand what's the catch. If someone is telling me like Earth is round or if it's flat or a realm, I don't instantly tell them get the fuck out of here. Okay, tell me at least why you think that way. And with humans, the way I approach these things, I have to understand what's the catch for this human to give me this, sell me this idea. So far, there is no reason for them to lie about such a thing, about their qualifications, about whether they actually sent the Voyager. I'm not talking about the moon landings or about getting like people on the moon
yeah.
because
What
like
if I
those
told you I don't
learn
think
all
they're lying? I don't think this is a conspiracy.
what do you think it is then?
It is interpreting data with a bias.
Bias. Oh, okay. I see where you come from.
Yeah, this
Predisposition.
point of view I have right now makes me much different than probably 90% of people you'll talk to in this community.
Oh, no one is attacking you, so I guess.
That's a good sign, at least. I mean, but yeah, but the community that we're from is also probably the genesis of this movement within the last 10 years. And when you go to TikTok, Facebook, X, and you Google this topic, you're going to find a lot of science fiction BS. You're going to find a lot of crazy people hawking conspiracy theories. That's not us.
Are you skeptical of the moon landings?
Good question.
Me personally, I take it with a grain of salt.
Same skepticism can be applied to the picture of Earth from Voyager by the same people who gave you the moon
Yeah.
landings.
Dude, listen, if I'm being real with you, I am so skeptical of my own existence and my interpretation of reality that if I follow this, I would probably kill myself because
Let me
reality doesn't really make sense.
let me stop you right
But like,
there.
just a
This
second.
is something that you can be as sure of as the fact that you're breathing right now. The fact that
No,
you can
with
measure the Earth flat is something as sure as the fact that you had breakfast this morning. It's
have you
one of the
guys read
fewest
the
things. Listen, in this world of deception, it's one of the fewest things that I know for sure, 100%.
What do you mean 100%?
I measured it. I measured the Earth to be this way just as much as I measured my couch to fit my living room.
Have you like okay, this might seem off topic, but it's like sort of did anyone here ever read the Critique of Pure Reason by Kant? Anyone?
A long time ago, yes, I used to study
It's
that, which you did.
I don't claim that I fully understand it. I bet no one actually can claim to understand it fully because like only Kant knows what the fuck he wrote. But like I guess what I'm trying to say here is when you take everything with a grain of salt, you are falling into your own bias. When you fall into skepticism, when like For example, when you tell me about the Voyager 1 and 2, the images that were sent and were presented to the public.
Yeah, well, how did they
Or
prove it to you?
by the picture itself
Yeah,
and the
so
people who saw
it's
the
even.
rocket flying
I would
into
say,
space.
listen, this is a process that precedes skepticism itself.
Go on.
Before I can be skeptical, I need to be given enough information. And I haven't been given enough information in order to even be skeptical.
Like from the
Yeah, from the
what is the
space
term?
agencies. In fact,
From
it's
the
even
space
worse.
agency.
Yeah, the information they've given me is contradictory to the known laws of physics, which is what Tactical Droid was bringing up with you earlier.
Yeah. But like
So
when you tell me about the laws of physics,
they're giving me a contradiction. It's not that I
yeah.
have to be skeptical. I can outright dismiss their claim based off of what they're presenting as a contradiction of natural law.
But
Like,
aren't
I
the
don't have
laws
time
of
to be
physics
skeptical.
based
I really
on
don't.
Okay, so then let's ignore laws, right? And let's just go off of your experience, okay?
Yeah.
What I mean by it being a violation of what you experience is you recognize when you have high pressure or high temperature, that high pressure and temperature will flow into low to try and equalize, right? So you have your lungs,
entropy, basically?
right? You have your lungs. You expand your chest to breathe in. That makes a low
Mm-hmm.
pressure environment inside your chest. Your esophagus is open. The air from outside your body is higher pressure than inside your chest, so the air flows into your body. To breathe out, you compress your chest. That creates a high pressure environment because you've reduced the volume, and now the air takes the same process out. High pressure flows to low pressure to try and equalize pressure. You have an open system for your lungs, but you can open and close it whenever you want, so you can hold your breath and go underwater.
That's a variable, though. It functions
So,
differently depending on where I am. Basically, when I go diving, I do what's it called, compressed diving, and that's a whole different process when I am like, let's say, 10 bars deep.
how? You've
Take that.
kept your body closed. You've isolated your lungs from the outside environment by
It's
keeping
not
your mouth
actually.
closed.
It's not isolated for it's heavily affected by the outside environment. And it's so
Yes, the
heavily
outside
affected.
environment is compressing your chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm
And I
saying
have
is
to
the air is not allowed to leave the system because you've left your mouth, your throat closed so that the air inside your lungs stays inside your lungs. You see what I'm saying?
No, not really. I don't
So
see what you're
then
saying.
while you're diving, you let the air out and you breathe in the water.
No, I let the air out,
Okay. So
and then
then
I
you
breathe the mix of air, the mix of gases that I concocted for that certain depth.
so your dive tank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm talking about the outer environment, which would be the the body of water that you're diving in, okay, and your lungs, right? You've decided to now create uh, an expansion pack to this closed system that you're going to have, and you're going to breathe in from the tank, and you're going to breathe out, and it's going to push it out of your
Outside into the
respirator
water.
into the water, right? But you're
Yeah,
not allowing the water into your body. So you
of
have
course,
a closed system.
of course.
Okay. This, in comparison to the Earth, right, having water and gas inside of that massive vacuum, is
But
not
it has
comparable.
an atmosphere,
That
an
is the
atmosphere
gas
that
that we're
gives it.
discussing.
Yeah,
The air inside your lungs, the air that's on the Earth,
yeah.
that's your
It
lungs.
keeps it a closed system.
It is not a closed system on the Earth. It
It
is an
is.
open system. It
How?
is an open system.
How?
We
Where
can launch
does?
Voyager off into outer space. We can get meteors to come and kill the dinosaurs, according to the
Yeah,
stories.
of
It's an
course.
open system, but
It's
the air is not releasing off into that low pressure environment.
yeah, it's not.
There's no barrier
it's
preventing it from happening.
super
Because-
basic demonstration in the side chat there, right? You can use the top chamber is a vacuum, right? That could represent outer space. The bottom chamber is a gas pressure system, could represent what we're breathing right now. Okay, a space is above the low pressure system, and we have a valve, right? We have a separation of the two systems. What do you think is going to happen as soon as he releases that valve?
Of course, the vacuum will be compensated by its pressure, and it will take from the gases from the other one.
Yeah,
other
and
side.
relate that on a grand scale to what we
But
have here,
to
right?
Earth, on Earth, the thing, what's it called? The thing that she twisted or it twisted to
The valve.
compensate. Yeah, the valve. The valve on Earth is the the layers of atmosphere that we have.
Yeah, that's gas.
Each
That's what we're
layer,
discussing.
exactly.
That's not
Each layer
leaving
is
Earth.
composed. Each layer is composed of a
Gas
specific
doesn't
kind
contain
of gas.
gas. Gas doesn't contain gas. This is evidenced by the
Not
air we're
contained by
breathing. It's
gas,
a
though,
homogeneous
right?
mixture.
It's contained by multiple factors like gravity, like temperature, like oxygen. When it's hot, oxygen becomes lighter. When it's cold, it becomes heavier. And the higher you go, the gases will change. We will have other gases. So
All of
gravity
it
is
happening
the
within
one
the contained
responsible.
system.
The gravity and the magnetic fields are the ones responsible for creating this barrier. The very
How do you
fact that
verify
Earth
that?
rotates. Just a second. The very fact that Earth. Well, I'm not gonna say fact. The saying that Earth rotates on itself and its center creates a magnetic field that prevents those gases from escaping and prevents radiation from the outside, from like the sun, to affect us, blah blah blah, all these things.
Okay, so the Earth is
Yes.
spinning, and you experience centrifugal forces causing different densities of fluids to have the denser
I don't
material at
experience
the
them.
outer edge of the cycle, at the outer edge of the centrifugal force, while the least dense is at the center of the centrifugal motion, right? Which is opposite of what you're just claimed the Earth is doing. The Earth underneath your feet is spinning, but the denser materials are at the bottom and the least dense materials are at the top. Opposite of what you just claimed.
Can you please go back to what you just said?
Okay.
Re-say
In
that.
your reading of whatever it was that you read, it stated that the Earth is spinning. Okay.
I wasn't reading. I
When you
was
take
saying from the top of
okay,
my head.
all right. When you take different densities of fluids and you put them on like a centrifuge, okay, it spins the fluids, right? You can make a merry-go-round, give you your anyway. You have the centrifugal force applied to the fluids, right? Now the denser material is at the outer edge of that centrifugal motion. So if you take the flask of different densities of fluids and set them on its side and then spun the merry-go-round, the denser fluid is going to be at the edge of the merry-go-round. The least dense fluids are going to be at the inside of the merry-go-round. Can you picture that?
I'm trying to.
All right, here. Let me see if I can get one.
I was gonna ask about something and I forgot.
So the fact that you're breathing air means it's pressurized. The pressurization of gas does not depend on gravity. according to natural law. One of these laws is called Avogadro's law. We can demonstrate this law in a laboratory, and we can find evidence for this in the natural world. And I can tell you
We
more
didn't.
about this if you're interested.
We didn't exist breathing air. We developed into breathing oxygen.
Yeah, the fact that you're breathing means that there's no vacuum adjacent
Of
to the
course.
pressurization that we are experiencing with our breaths.
Mm. A lot of factors fall into that, like the effect of the moon, heat,
Yeah, the moon. Okay.
well, not heat, the temperature, and the movement of the oceans that create
Yeah,
such,
that may be true.
the winds and all that. Yeah.
The fact that you're breathing is not reliant on gravity whatsoever. There's an entire body of
It
physics
is,
called
though.
kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior. Does not use gravity. Ideal
Isn't
gas laws have no gravity in the entire in the equation. Excuse me, in the equation.
Okay, repeat that, please.
Gravity is not a factor in any of the gas laws. The laws that govern the behavior of gases do not have gravity in them. There's no gravity in the molecular behavior of gas. No kinetic theory of gravitation for molecules.
Okay. How how does that affect? Like, what was the
Your
punchline here?
assertion that gravity causes the pressurization of gas is
I was
unfounded.
saying the moon. I was saying the moon causes the tides, the change of tides, and the
The
change
moon
of
is why
tides
you're breathing
itself
right now,
is
dude. Hold on. We're talking about the fact that you're breathing gas.
breathing gas. I mean, I was evolved to breathe gas. I'm not saying it's because of gravity that I breathe gas.
On the
Yeah,
globe,
so what's
yes.
the atmosphere?
The atmosphere is, like I said, a bunch of gases that choose altitude depending on temperature and
Yes, not gravity.
gravity affects the magnetic fields. It doesn't affect gases,
No.
right?
Gravity does not affect magnetic fields.
Wait. Isn't like our magnetic field is affected by our by the Earth spinning around itself? Hey, come
You
on!
think
Don't
Earth
ridicule
can
me. I'm
suspend a
actually
magnetic
thinking.
field by rotating?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it.
But so
Just a second.
the rotation overcomes the Curie point.
Bingo.
And what's the evidence of rotation?
Hey, dude,
You,
I don't
Tito.
know how to tell you.
Yeah,
What do
nobody
you mean?
can tell you're
A
rotating.
scientist told me trust me, and I trusted them.
Wait, Emperor, tell him if you want to see the Earth rotating, you look away from the Earth. You look to the sky, and the sky is rotating. That means the Earth is, right?
I follow the constellations, of course.
There you go.
Yeah,
So
those things move, not the Earth.
Yeah, Emperor, right? Ignore the thing in question and look at something else. And if that something else is doing something, you can attribute that something to the Earth.
Hey, Gemsy, I actually think he might be ready for the sporadic meteor complex conversation.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Me personally, I had to rely on my knowledge of constellations to determine my location and all those things and actually navigate using maps and all that. So like I
Right,
said,
and it's
what
not
you're telling me
necessarily
right
the case
now.
that it happened on a sphere. You're only
That's
currently
what I'm
asserting that
saying.
it's a sphere because
Wait,
it's
wait,
what you were told.
wait. What I'm saying is, Earth being flat or realm or a sphere does not change the way my knowledge or my way of dealing with that.
No, because what your knowledge comes from your experience, which comes from the world around you, which comes from others having the same experience and writing it down so that you can learn the method to do it as well.
Yeah,
But
and
it's
it's
not
a method that
something
can be
like
used.
Sure. It not
Yes.
being a sphere allows you to be able to do everything you do, even breathing air that they explain to you very, even with the Gauss law. So for you to be experiencing what you're doing, navigation and everything, don't you need to breathe air first?
It
Don't you
sure
need like
does.
the conditions in place to be able to do everything you're saying you're doing? Yeah, and what you're doing, you're measuring angles to the constellations, constante constellations, that they're always moving in cycles like clockwork, that they're repeating cycles. That's why you can use them as
They are repeating
references to
cycles.
determine your position on your GP on the ground.
Of
Oh, it
course,
gets
but I
even
never
worse,
thought
Jemsy. So he's a
that they are the
psychologist,
ones
right?
who
So
are
when
moving.
when he looks at the sunset at night, psychologically he's watching the sun move down, but psychologically he believes, because he was told this, that he's rotating backwards on a ball. Even though he's watching the sun move, but he thinks he's on a ball that's rotating backwards. Isn't that crazy?
Listen, this one can be thrown right back at you, because when I see the constellations, sun, star, moon, all of that, when I see them moving,
You
and
think it's the Earth rotating?
what a laugh. Okay, listen, when I see them moving, and throughout the seasons, throughout the years, I can accurately deduce the location of every star.
Yeah, me
And the
too, and I'm a
accurate
flat
movement.
earther.
Yeah, that's what
Did I cut
I
out?
said
Did he cut
earlier.
out?
I said that earlier. I said that does not change anything. What I'm trying to say now is it the constellations above me that are moving, or am I moving? Which is a conversation that
happening here?
a man got burned for and killed.
The constellations are moving, dude. 100%. Yeah, I'm totally serious.
That would be the starting point, right? That would be the base axiom. Okay, the Earth doesn't appear to have any curvature. It doesn't appear, right? We don't sense any movement, and we see the celestial bodies moving in cycles in the sky. Okay, you've been told a story that
God
everything's the
damn you,
opposite of what
Galileo.
you experience.
Okay, just a second. What is this? The Curry point temperature. Oh,
It's the point at which magnetic fields become incoherent. So what you have is a bunch of electrons that are vibrating and moving around, and they no longer point their north south in the same direction. They're vibrating so rapidly because of the heat that the magnetic field that requires all the electrons to move in the same and rotate and point in the same direction, the heat causes them to lose coherence. They start pinging off each other, moving left and right, up and down, 6 degrees of freedom, total chaos and bedlam. And so the magnetic field that was once strong starts to weaken and weaken and weaken until there's nothing left. Okay, so
I
that's
get
what
it.
heat does.
Hmm. You know what? Only one way to tell if this is true or not. I'm gonna go get
Yeah,
on
we
my
measured the
rocket
Earth
ship.
with lasers, dude.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just gonna go on
We
my
got like
rocket
40
ship
kilometer laser tests over frozen lakes.
Uh-huh. Frozen lakes.
Yeah, no curvature.
Yeah, but you're doing it on the same lake compared to Earth. It's back to that thing where you told me, like, from the space station
Yeah.
you can only see 3%.
No,
If
no,
you do
no,
it
no.
on the
We
lake,
have
you're actually...
If I set up a laser on one side of a 40-kilometer lake,
I'll believe you.
listen, I'm
when
going to
you
tell you, look at
actually do
math.
it from. Just a
Oh
second.
my
I'll
gosh.
believe you. Just a second. Come on. I'm not I'm not being aggressive. I'm just saying. Like, if you actually do it from, let's say, from America to Australia, is that feasible?
What Australia? What about from England to
Listen,
Australia?
Doesn't matter.
We've got something to show him. Like I can show you 720 miles of Earth in infrared, where a mountain range on the horizon should be 180,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth, but you can see it.
Repeat that, please.
So from an airplane at 35,000 feet, call that 10,000 meters. I can show you infrared footage through the air of a distant horizon in a mountain range. The mountain range is a known geological feature that is 720 miles from the airplane's location. The curvature of the Earth should begin at about 260 miles from the airplane's height. The mountain range should be 180,000 feet down. But you can see it. You can see it from 260 miles away from the plane all the way out to the mountain range and beyond. 760 miles of flatness. And we have dozens and dozens of these. We've got hundreds and hundreds of long distance observations. We've got dozens and dozens and dozens of laser tests all over the world in frozen conditions and hot conditions over land, over sea, across the air. We have not only our own tests, but we have the tests done by the US government and by other organizations around the world. We have flat earthers with weather balloons taking infrared cameras to 120,000 feet. You can see well beyond the curvature of the Earth.
What do
This
they
is
see?
why we're here, okay? The world has not heard about us yet.
I mean, okay. I mean, they heard about Epstein. I'm sure they're going to hear about you.
I hope so. Yeah, like, I mean, you've heard how bad the Epstein freaking deception is. Wait till you hear about the globe deception. Holy cow, dude.
I mean, wait, so the Epstein thing, I get that it's a deception because there was, like I said earlier, there is something to gain from it. No one here told me what's there to gain from saying that the Earth is round.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I mean, this is a self-delusion. This is a self-deception.
Okay.
Human civilization
so
for
it's like
hundreds of
BJ said.
years have accepted the globe as an explanation for the stars.
Wait, so,
And
no, wait.
it's broken.
Ever since, like, ancient civilizations used to think that the Earth is flat.
That's true too. It depends which civilizations, I guess. If you look at the ancient Greeks, from,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
said the
know,
Earth is round.
Pythagoras.
Certain Greeks.
Right. So in Vedic cosmology, they were flat earthers. Chinese cosmology, they were flat earthers until about the 1600s.
Arabs were flat earthers.
Protestants in Europe were flat earthers through Martin Luther and beyond.
Yeah, but they killed the Catholics too. Aren't they the ones who killed Galileo for saying that the Earth is?
They were, but
No.
they flipped.
No, they didn't kill him.
What happened?
Nobody was ever killed due to their belief in heliocentrism. Not once.
Wait, I'm pretty sure they killed him. Wait.
No.
Was
Nope.
he?
They flipped.
What happened to him?
He was on house arrest. The Roman Catholics actually became the biggest purveyors of the Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang was invented by a Jesuit priest.
Wait, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Spent the rest of his life under house arrest in Florence. Come on, that's
if you believe that. Listen,
Yeah.
the Roman Catholic Church invented the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. Wasn't it the Big Bang Theory? I mean, there are multiple theories to it.
Georges Lemaitre invented the Big Bang Theory. He was a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest.
It falls under the presumption that the universe is expanding, therefore it must have been compressed into a single point, right?
Which is fundamentally Kabbalistic.
What does that mean?
This comes from Kabbalah, from the idea of emanations, which preceded a lot of Gnostic influences regarding the
By the way, I am
eons.
agnostic.
Okay. All right. So the uncreated light of the universe is responsible for the Big Bang because it basically withdrew itself from itself, and by withdrawing itself, it created a vacuum, which created a positive explosion of the universe. That's basically what the Big Bang is.
Yes. To my understanding, of course. My humble understanding.
Yeah, it's a bunch of baloney.
I am eating some bolognas now.
If it's pork derived, I love you, man.
It's beef. It's beef. We don't have
Okay.
pork here, so. Are
Try
you
some
like
pork.
what?
Try some pork, man. Bacon is the best.
I did try bacon. I loved it.
Good. Okay.
When I traveled outside of these Muslim countries. But okay, do you think this is derived from the whole creation myths? I used to study anthropology at a certain point.
Oh, cool.
At
Okay.
my bachelor year. First bachelor year. I used to study anthropology. I was like interested in it. And I used to read about like the creation myths.
Yeah. I mean, many creation myths are Kabbalistic. I would say even the Vedic texts come from Babylon, which is the root of Kabbalah itself.
Yes. Most of them approach the celestial bodies as levels, sort of.
Right.
Like if you take the Greek, let's go beyond. I mean before, like before the monotheistic religion started to show, like when we go to pantheons, and before that as well to myths. Most beliefs rotated around the idea of multiple dimensions that exist within one realm. And in order to ascend from one realm, you need to shed every connection you have to the realm you're in. Like if we take, for example, Norse mythology, the tree of the realms. In order for you to travel between those realms, you need to be a certain kind of, like humans, for example, in Midgard, they cannot travel to Niflheim without severing every connection they have to Midgard, right?
Yeah, I gotta shed the dead weight. I gotcha.
I am sort of falling into, like I said, I've been reading a lot about Gnosticism. Specifically, I bought a copy of the Gospel of Judas and Judas, the Gospel of Mary, and the ones that they found and blah blah blah. And I'm reading a lot into them, and I'm reading a lot into the whole mythos of how the universe came into being, and it falls under the same idea of layers and dimensions. Except with Gnosticism, it's not the same realm. It's actually a different one, the material realm. And I remembered it because when someone here, what's his name? Jimmy Neutron. That's all I remember. He told me that it's a realm, the material realm. That kind of makes sense when you look at it from a Gnostic point of view. But at the same time, it's flawed, so meh.
Yeah, but within this paradigm, right, within materialism itself, we use matter to measure itself, matter, and we discover that there's no curvature. The curvature that exists, the globe, is not material. This is in your mind.
Okay, I believe you.
People who call themselves surveyors and geodesists, so geodesy is the so-called measurement of the globe. They begin with measurements of the Earth using triangles, point to point to point to point. They actually measure the Earth flat in reality. And you know what they do? They say, I distrust what I actually measured in reality because reality is illusion. It's Maya, right? It is in a higher realm, and I am being deceived. So what I must do to make these measurements conform to what I think is real is to select a mathematical model of the Earth called a datum, D-A-T-U-M. And I'm going to take these measurements and I'm going to bend them. I'm going to take these flat triangles, these horizontal triangles, these vertical triangles. I'm going to bend the math to fit this curved datum. And then I know it's got to be true. And how do I know that the curved datum is true? Because it's how I interpret the stars to behave as I move. This has been going on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. They measure the Earth flat. And then, because they're conforming to an ideal in their mind, they take their perfectly good flat Earth measurements and they break them. This has been the human condition. Yeah, we can prove it. I can prove it by showing you their own textbooks, their own lectures. I can show you their own mathematical processes, their philosophical thinking, everything. There's a book, a famous 2-volume set written in the late 1800s by F.R. Helmert. He was a German mathematician and scientist. He fancied himself a surveyor, a measurer of the Earth. And he wrote a book called Higher Geodesy in German. And it's been translated in English. This 2-volume set serves as a foundation for modern geodetic measurements. Within these 2 volumes, he outlines a 10-step process in mathematics and measurements. The first part involves these measurements of the Earth. You go out, you take what's called the theodolite. You basically measure the azimuthal angles between 2 points of interest. You measure their vertical height and elevation. You do this a bunch of times over a bunch of points of interest, you're going to get a flat Earth. And he says, aha, but we know the Earth is not flat. And therein lies the philosophical presumption of a globe. Aha, we know the Earth is not flat. We have to contort and move this stuff. Why? Because when we look at the stars, we imagine a globe. Right? I mean, this goes back to the Greeks. So because we imagine the sky to be a globe, we're going to imagine that Earth is a globe. And if the Earth is going to be a globe that conforms to how we imagine the sky to be, the Earth is going to be this big. And it's going to be of this dimension. So we're going to take those azimuthal angles and elevation angles, and we're going to select one of these models of the globe. And by his day, in the late 1800s, there were many different models of a globe, mathematical models. There's the Airy ellipsoid of the 1820s, the Clark ellipsoid of the 1860s, the Bessel ellipsoid of the 1840s. There are so many different models. They were not all in agreement. He said, basically pick one. And if you want, use an average of them, right? And you're going to take your flat measurements. And as he walks you through the 10 steps, you're going to build a globe out of your flat Earth measurements. You're going to use the globe model. You're going to use globe refraction ideas. You're going to use astrogeodetic surveys of the stars, and you're going to take your flat Earth measurements, and you're going to use all these things, and you're going to break them. You're going to break them in such a way that conforms to an ideal that doesn't exist in reality. And that is what geodesy is. This is what NASA used to launch satellites. They never measured the Earth. So what's funny is we can actually look back in time throughout human history and show you all the flat Earth measurements before they were perverted with these globe models. We can do the same thing today. We can go out and measure it. We've got field engineers, credentialed experts with lasers that cost 30 grand on custom built gimbals that have sub-millirad accuracy. And they've gone all over the Earth, at least from Western to Eastern Europe, from the Netherlands to Hungary. And they've measured the Earth. They can't find curvature anywhere. We can point to you measurements taken from the military. We've got a great example from, I think it was from the Big Island in Hawaii to Maui, or Maui to Hawaii. There was a 149 kilometer tri-band laser propagation that was done by the US government. On top of one of these volcanoes, might have been Mauna Kea. They've got this observatory, they've got this laser set, and they shot lasers 149 kilometers. 3 of them to make a precise target grouping on a telescope on the receiver side. The point of this test was to determine whether or not there was terrestrial refraction. That is are there conditions that bend these lasers around the globe? Well, let me backtrack a bit. When they shot these lasers, they actually had no test in mind, but they shot the lasers to a target, and a bunch of nerds came by and said, let's come up with tests and explanations and experiments for this. So there are a few guys that came along. They studied the propagation path, 149 kilometers, and they tried as they may to retrofit terrestrial, that is globe curvature refraction formulas, to explain how it is possible that these 3 different lasers at 3 different frequencies are able to hit a target such a tight grouping that is beyond the order of diffraction limits of the laser itself. And they couldn't come up with an explanation. They had to develop a custom model involving a combination of terrestrial refraction, because they believed in the globe, plus turbulence to explain the propagation path. In other words, they shot a perfectly clear line of sight, 149 kilometers, without any globe curvature present, and they had to backfit globe curvature into the explanation in order to explain what happened without any real-world measurements. So you got that going on. Then around the same time, coincidentally, you had military surveyors in the Chesapeake Bay region. The Chesapeake Bay is outside Washington, D.C. It's a nice part of the earth where you can pull up some delicious blue crab. If you tie some chicken wings, spent chicken wings to kite string, can lob it into the water. The crab's going to lob onto it, and you're going to pull them up, and you can net them, put them in your cooler, bring them home, and boil them with Old Bay. Yes, I've done that. So they were shooting they were shooting lights across the Chesapeake Bay, right?
Uh-huh.
They purposefully positioned a ladder of lights such that the bottom light would be below the curvature of the Earth from an infrared telescope on the other side of the Chesapeake. What they found was they could see that bottom light across the Chesapeake. And what frustrated them is this was their control variable. This was the light that they were supposed to use to control for the curvature of the Earth. And their point was to study the marine layer, the sub and super refraction effects from the diurnal cycle, the day and night cycle of the sun, and the seasons to see how much distortion, optical distortion, there would be from the point of observation to the point of interest across the Chesapeake Bay. So the bottom light served as a control variable for the freaking globe. And you know what? They saw the bottom light in conditions that didn't make sense whatsoever. They called the situation cursed. This was two teams of military surveyors working under a NATO contract funded by the Naval Research Lab of the U.S. military. The project was called NATO Sapphire. You can Google this, you can pull up their papers, and you can check it out for yourself. They called the situation cursed. They were trying to control for the curvature of the Earth, and they couldn't freaking do it. And so they decided to go with the curvature of the Earth anyway. And you know what they did? They backfitted their data as if the curvature of the Earth existed, which required them to modify the temperature gradient by 2 orders of magnitude in order to explain the amount of curvature that they thought was present that really wasn't in real life.
Dude, just a second. What was was it NATO Sapphire?
Yeah, Sapphire.
Yeah, I had a watch. I mean, the results came in with a watch, a hand watch, a wrist watch. Can you specify?
It was with the watch. Something came with a watch.
I typed in NATO Sapphire, and the results were a wristwatch. So can you give me another
maybe a PDF? Put PDF next to it. You might get maybe a PDF.
I'll post the PDFs in the chat.
Okay, Sapphire optical small sat AIT. Is that it?
No.
Refraction measurements and modeling over during Sapphire Trail, however, we're able to arrange a zodiac auto level.
All right, I posted the PDFs.
How can I know it's not furry porn?
Don't be stupid, dude. Come on.
Swear to God, if it's furry porn, I swear to God. God damn it, it's not furry porn.
I'll post the other papers I referenced earlier to the 149-kilometer tri-band laser propagation. So the so what for that is listen. So they use 3 different bands of frequencies. Refraction is frequency dependent. So lower frequencies are going to bend less through the medium than higher frequencies. What they were looking for specifically was the target grouping of 3 different frequencies, one in deep infrared, one near infrared, and one in visual spectrum. They wanted to see how much these 3 different lasers had diverged as a consequence of globe curvature refraction. They were surprised to find that 3 lasers actually hit the target and hit them much more closely together than they thought they would, which means terrestrial refraction as an explanation for seeing things too far is a whole load of crap. If you want those papers, I'll post those too.
Emperor's Child's going to have 6 months worth of research to do by the time he leaves this conversation.
Yeah, you guys gave me a lot of sources that I need to actually read, and I have to prepare my bachelor. I'm making a study on addicted people and their cognitive capacities, and you guys give me this, and now I have to read this and do my research at the same time. So, damn it.
Just one thing I wanted to add as well. You were saying earlier, extremely long observations would be better, but if gravity, right, the way it's claimed to exist on a globe, okay, if everything's being pulled towards the center of mass, okay, that would mean that any body of water, okay, of substantial distance would be able to be calculated. We would be able to tell exactly how much it would have to be curving. Okay, if the globe was to be real, if gravity were to be doing as it should in that claim, right? Just 10 miles, right? 10 miles, 20 miles, that's plenty, right? There's a huge amount of curvature over these distances, and it would have to be there. If it's not there,
yeah,
okay, then it's a big problem for the globe.
Hey, when was that? Did you guys read about that paper when they said like the Earth was not a sphere, it was a potato? The shape-wise, of course.
Yeah, it's like the gravitational model. They're not
Yeah.
saying it's literally that shape.
Yeah, like it's like a rough-shaped potato.
Right.
Anyway, you guys are not debunking gravity, right? Like,
Well, flat
gravity-
water debunks the claim of gravity, essentially.
But even if it's
It's
flat,
the
like
claim of the
it's
cause.
laying on, like, for something
Right.
to, like, even if the Earth was flat, it needs something to pull everything down, unless
Not
it
everything.
floats.
The claim of gravity is a philosophical claim. Nobody's ever used a scientific experiment to identify the cause of gravity.
Wait,
Gravity
they did.
doesn't
No, not the
pull gas
cause, of
down,
course,
okay?
but effects. We know the effects of
No,
gravity.
gravity does not pull gas down, period.
I'm not talking about gas. I'm talking about
Yeah,
like
but you
water.
said
Like you told me
everything.
water.
Gravity
Okay,
does not push you
take
pull
everything
anything
with
at
a grain
all.
of salt.
It
What do
doesn't
you
push you
mean it
pull
doesn't
anything.
pull anything at all?
It doesn't
It
hold
doesn't.
the gas against the vacuum of space.
What is keeping, like, if the Earth is flat and
There's
like
no
he was
vacuum
talking
of
about?
space, dude.
Hey, don't yell at me. I'm sensitive.
I just did. I'm sorry.
Try and pay attention then. He won't have to raise his voice if you'll pay attention the first time.
Oh my God! I hope you don't become a
Well,
father, man.
deal with it.
Let's do
You
this a
are
different way.
presenting fatherless behavior.
Let's do this a different way. Can someone tell us what gravity is and what it does?
Oof. Oof. Why did this suddenly turn very violent?
No, it's all good. Let's just carry on. It's fine.
It's not violent.
Why did this turn so violent?
What is gravity and what does it do?
It says who? We've been on with this guy for like an hour and 20 minutes.
Right. I've been in and out listening to it. I mean, he's got some staying power. It's just, after a while, if you believe that gravity is a thing What is it and what does it do?
Ever
Yeah, if you
see
believe he's a
Kindergarten
deity,
Cop?
is that thing?
Like Kindergarten Cop with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There seems to be a lot of disagreement among people who believe in the globe about what gravity is and what it does, and the current rhetoric around what it is. And sometimes they'll combine the current rhetoric with an older rhetoric and try to shoehorn one into the other. And I'm just curious, what is it and what does it do?
It's basically an attraction that pulls masses together, basically.
It is an attraction that pulls masses together.
Yeah.
I don't ever see this
Yeah,
occurring anywhere in nature. Yeah, where does that happen?
Your feet are on the ground. You're a
Welcome
mass.
to circular
You're
logic,
attracted
Mr.
to-
Psychology Man.
Yeah, that's circular, bro.
What do you mean circular?
Don't tell me. Well, at this point, we have a baseless assertion. So you're saying your feet are on the ground because of gravity. Okay, well, what
Yeah,
is
because
gravity
if
and
you
what does it
jump-
do?
It's the thing that pulls me back to the ground when I jump. Basically.
Okay, is it made of
That's
something?
true, dude. So,
What?
like, I'm going to ask you, like, what is your evidence that gravity's responsible for the thing that pulls you to the ground?
It's not.
You're going to
I'm
answer the thing
explaining
is
what
pulling
my-
me to the ground. I'm going to say that's circular reasoning, dude. And you're going to be like,
Okay, tell me what it is. What is okay? Let me ask you this: what is pulling me to the ground when I jump?
Nothing's pulling you to the ground.
Why am I not flying then?
Hold on, bro. That's
Look at
for
the
you to
side,
answer.
Dad.
You're asked. This is a burden of proof reversal. It's a fallacy.
not. I'm
You're
asking.
saying
I'm
that
not-
something
I'm
is
not- I'm-
pulling
I'm
us
not-
to the ground. I don't experience anything pulling me to the ground, nor does anybody else.
Why, you're floating?
And, yeah, and Sesu, it's even worse than that. He thinks you're going to fly.
Right.
He thinks
So
you're
now I'm
going to
gonna
fly
float?
somehow.
Why would I float?
You do, check the side chat. You do not understand your own worldview.
Do not understand my own
Why
worldview.
is flying an alternative, dude? Why do you think you would fly?
Because on a globe.
Yeah, because on a
You're
globe,
right.
you think without gravity, you're going to fly. It's circular reasoning.
Exactly. So it goes like this, all right? Gravity because I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground because gravity.
It's my explanation. It's not gravity. It's the thing that I used, an arbitrary word that explains why I am on the ground. And why when I jump off a cliff, I fall and my speed accelerates to the point where my bones crash.
Holy cow, dude! Do you hear yourself right now talking out loud? Like, you should go on the YouTube and play this back. It's silliness.
It's funny, like, he doesn't need gravity to explain that, like
Am I
relative
hearing
density
myself?
does.
Just a second. Am I hearing myself when I say that if I jump off a cliff, something will pull me down, a force will pull me down to the
That's an
ground?
assumption. Yeah, it's an assumption
What
that
if
you've
you
made.
what if you jumped into a pool of water?
Yeah? What about it?
It would stop you from hitting the ground, right?
If I jump into a pool of water, I will fall into the water.
Yeah, and you will float on the water, right? Like you won't be falling with gravity.
Depending on the height. If it's too high, then the surface tension will function as a solid.
If you jumped off a cliff and you were holding on to a bunch of helium balloons, you'd float up.
Yeah, you're still giving us
right
the
now?
observation, right? The observation is in air, I go down. Okay, I'm going to ask you why. You're going to say gravity. I'm going to say, what is that? You're going to say it's the thing that makes me go down, and we'll just be in this circular loop.
What is your explanation to it then?
Explanation for what?
For what makes
don't
me fall
have one.
down when I jump?
Nothing makes you fall. You just do.
You are more dense than the medium you're in.
So what
You're
you're
more
saying?
dense.
What?
You are
this
more
is the
dense
two-
than the medium you're in, dude.
Exactly. Look, you guys on the globe side, right? You need to have some type of force or pseudo force, right? Pulling you back down to the earth in some way, right? Because you think that you live in a big space vacuum and you would just fly off into space, right? All the gas, everyone would die, all the water would boil, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you need to be able to explain all of these things, like all of the ocean sticking to the outside of a ball, people sticking to the outside of a ball, and all of that kind of thing, and not flying off into space. We don't have that issue in reality. Okay, so you need to have gravity to have a globe. Okay, and you need to have a globe to have gravity. Okay, whereas on a flat stationary system, things will rise or sink due to their density in relationship with the density of the surrounding medium. Okay, so that will basically dictate which direction an object will go. Okay, if you drop a tennis ball in the air, it's going to sink through the air because it's more dense in the air. If you change the medium from air to water, the tennis ball is going to go upward. Okay, and also, right, there's also a displacing force as well. Okay, there's going to have to be some energy exchange to pick something up for it to move in the first place. Otherwise, it will just sit in equilibrium forever. Like a rock sitting on the ground, it's never going to move. If you come along and you exchange some of your energy, you pick up the rock, and then you release the rock, it's going to sink back down to where it was, right? The only reason it moves is because you picked it up and you dropped it. You input energy into that object.
Okay, now I see.
Yeah. And we can vary and manipulate this, right? Let's say we have a glass of fresh water and we grab an egg, okay? And we put the egg in the glass of fresh water. It's going to sink down to the bottom because the egg's more dense than the fresh water. Now, we could vary and manipulate the medium, okay? Not touching the egg, just add some salt into the water, and now you're going to watch that egg change direction. It's going to go from sitting at the bottom and it's going to go upward and it's going to rise up to the top. The only thing that was changed was the density of the liquid medium in that case. Okay, so that's why anything that you can think of in nature goes up or down.
Kind of makes sense when you consider that for avians, they need to have hollow bones in order to minimize their density so that they can fly.
Precisely. There's no need for gravity. It's not a real thing.
Yeah, you could have explained it like DJ did right now instead of just going on loops. Come on.
Well, look, sometimes I think we have to get people to think critically for themselves. That's why we ask questions. What is gravity
Yeah,
and
and
what
I
does it
gave you
do?
explanations
Right?
to it, and you kept making fun of me. Like, that's not how it
No.
works.
Different
No one made
people
fun of
have
you.
different ways to
No.
present it. Look, if you talk to me, I would say gravity is a statistical distribution.
Rawr. That's so sexy.
I know, I am.
Statistical distribution.
Statistical distribution, right.
Yeah.
Right, you're gonna find mass where it's more prevalent. Just so happens that the ground you're walking on is one of the walls of the container that is encasing the air that we breathe. And it just so happens the ground you're walking on is the production source of the gases that you breathe. So statistically, you're going to find a higher prevalence of the gases that you breathe near the surface where it's produced that you're walking on. Yeah, the gas you breathe does not come from outer space, dude.
Has anybody clarified that we do not claim that it's some kind of Pizza Planet space frisbee with this guy
That'd
yet?
be a good point of clarification. Thank you, Ethergress. Yeah, flat earthers, no pizza disk in outer space. If you think that flat earthers think that flat earth is a floating space pizza, nope, not us.
Oh, flat Earth is not flat, dude.
Well, it's also, yeah, a topographical plane.
Okay. A topographical plane with no borders.
Not that we know of. I mean, there is an upper limit defined by the gas pressure.
So there is an altitude, but there is no, like I said, there are some altitudes, but there is no border to where it ends, where it starts.
No.
It simply is.
No.
Okay.
Right. We live within a limited volume.
Limited volume.
Right. So basic gas laws. So if you were to take all the gas laws you learned in physics in high school and shake them up and plop them out on a table, you would end up with PV equals nRT. Pressure times volume equals number of moles times the gas constant times temperature. The V, pressure times volume in the beginning, the V is absolutely limited. If the V were infinity, we could not be breathing stable pressurized gas whatsoever. The V is limited. So it causes us to ask ourselves, if V cannot be infinity because we're breathing gas, does that mean that our existence has a limitation to it? The answer is yes. There is a limit. There's a defined volume. This is the law of gas. This is the law of nature. This is thermodynamics. And if you're going to argue against the laws of thermodynamics, you're going to have a bad time, let me tell you.
Question the words of the mighty Jimmy.
Yeah, man. If you're going to argue against the laws of thermodynamics, in the words of Heisenberg from Breaking Bad, you're going to have a bad time. I mean, it's true. Like everything, I mean, this is all about energy transfer at the core of it. Energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Guess what? We have a stable gradient of gas pressure. That means our volume is fixed. That means we are in a giant container. Is it a fish tank? I don't freaking know.
Oh, so at the core
Could
of
be
this
really
belief,
freaking
you guys
big,
don't
though.
know, right?
Yeah.
So at the core of this belief,
No, but
you guys don't
Belief.
know. No one knows.
Yeah, it's so full of
Fair
academic
enough.
humility. It's going to make
Yeah.
your heart warm. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, these flat earthers, they have so much academic humility. They're not arrogant. I want to be a flat earther. I want to be part of them because I experienced humility and humbleness in my own life, and I want more of that for myself.
I mean, all right. The way you're selling it. I'm
It's
in. Take
totally
my
true.
credit card. Okay.
Dude, I don't have a PhD. I got 2 master's degrees. I hope that counts for something.
Doesn't
just
matter.
remember, everyone here has already demonstrated that we're capable of changing our minds. And we interact with bigots who do not change their mind every single day. We've already shown that we can.
What do you mean? Is that a threat?
I'm saying that we speak with people who never have never changed their minds in their entire life. And they act like
Yeah.
we're the ones who are closed-minded. Meanwhile, they treat us, they act like bigots towards us. They're highly offensive, and they go out of their way to do so. Meanwhile, we try and be respectful like this, how we are with you, every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's nice of
Right.
you.
And this topic may raise more unanswered questions, right?
Yeah.
Than would be hoped for, right? Because at the core of the entire heliocentric model, right, the current mainstream cosmological view of reality is a globe Earth, right? And that requires its surface to have curvature. And if we come along and demonstrate that it doesn't have that requirement, then that entire model, that entire ideology falls apart. Everything about it, everything. And if that raises more questions for you, that's fine. It doesn't mean that someone's going to be able to answer
It
them and
doesn't bother
replace
me.
every
It
question that you had an
It
answer
doesn't bother
for
me that
previously.
I have questions. I get it. I get it. doesn't bother me that I have questions or that I have more questions now, because I don't care. I have been swallowed by academia and I have a lot of questions all the time. So, but you guys have
And that's
you
great.
guys helped me with certain
Good.
ideas now. That's pretty fucking nice.
Good. Good. I mean, so if anything, we want this topic to open people's minds so that they can get out of the rut that they were brought up in and think about new possibilities. At the end of the day, Flat Earth is about critical thinking, if nothing else.
Okay,
This
so no
doesn't
people.
mean,
No
listen,
people.
this doesn't mean we're not flat earthers. This means we are absolutely 100%. And if we can leave you with a little nugget of information, we hope that you consider what we're saying
You
seriously.
guys, apparently you're not flat earthers. You're simply round earthers.
That's
'Cause
a
you
good
said,
insight, yeah. I
yeah,
mean,
you said
listen,
we
I
don't
think
know
the
what
Earth
is
is
flat.
much more complicated than just being round in a globe or
Yeah,
just flat.
you guys should change the name of the channel to non-globalers, non-globulars.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
it's still flat, right? So you got to think of the
yeah.
context. Like, flat's not a shape, right? It's the description of a surface, and we're talking about, in this context, the surface of the water being flat. So most of the surface
No,
is
I'm talking
made up of
about
water.
no, I get it. I get this one. I'm talking about the taboo that was built around the sentence itself. The
Oh, yeah.
phrase itself, flat earthers. So
Well, it's
basically,
been. Yeah, go ahead.
like when someone, like basically when Jimmy Neutron told me like, "Hey Fulgrim, why did you leave?" It's because, like to me, when I see like someone saying flat earther, I get like tinfoil hats, a bunch of, maniacs. But then, I mean, I don't judge people and I always listen. I love listening to people and their theories. So that's why I listen. But like if I bring a friend and tell him, okay, like, listen to these flat earthers, I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a bad connotation based on his preconceived notions from the internet, from the culture around him.
Yeah.
That's why I said, like, if you change the name to non-globalists, okay, wait, people will start thinking you're far right.
Oh, we're
You
definitely
get me.
anti-globalists.
What do you mean anti? Yeah, but like globalist as in not the
Listen, I got
political
you. It's like,
system.
so when you go to court, right? When you go to court, you're not ruled innocent or guilty. You're ruled not guilty or guilty.
Yeah, it's like
So,
Nietzsche said.
right, it goes back to like the hypothesis. It goes back to the philosophy of science and reason and evidence. Can you actually prove that somebody is not guilty, or can you actually prove that somebody's innocent? Proving innocence is a lot harder than proving somebody's not guilty. And those are extremely distinct from one another.
Everything we do will never be faced with understanding. It will either be faced with disapproval or approval. That's a sentence I
Yeah,
live by.
everybody wants to rule the world.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what I submit to you, like, listen, our community has been around for more than 10 years. We've got tons of content. We are not like the TikTok, Twitter, Facebook flat earthers that you find when you do the typical, Google search or whatever. We're fundamentally different than all of those. And I think
Hey,
our
I
community
have
actually spawned a lot of sub communities that gone out and have done crazy things. If
Like
you
what?
have a friend, a professor, somebody that you want to introduce to flat earth, bring them here, have them listen to our YouTubes. If you look at the top, we have 2 YouTube streams, 2 bots, and these are going out to Rumble and X. So we're broadcast to the world.
Hey, wait. I have to read what you guys provided me with first. So I'll have to spare some time to read those things you sent, especially the PDFs. Especially the PDS. And those, what's his name
You should
again?
visit our home server, dude. We got terabytes.
Hey, you don't want me to... Come on, man. Don't send me down a rabbit hole yet.
We
Yeah,
got you.
home
We have fun
server, we
together,
got
man.
30,000 members. We've got multiple terabytes of info. Discord.gg/flat earth.
Okay, let me first finish my work with addicted people, and then I'm gonna go back to this.
Yeah, you're going to be one of those addicted people because you're going to be coming back again and again. You're going to have sleepless nights, just like an addicted person who's trying to get off of the globe. In this case, you'll be like, dude, what do these flat earthers got going on? I want to be part of them.
I mean, fair enough. Okay, that's a claim. That's a claim. That's a claim. Is anyone here schizophrenic by any chance?
Nope, totally mentally competent and sane.
No,
I used to
I'm
work
not.
in the aerospace industry for the U.S. government.
No, that's not what I mean.
Okay, before you reiterate your question again, do you know what psychological projection is?
I need the no. I work with schizophrenics. It's not
Mhm.
because related to this topic. It's because
One could say it takes one to know one.
Certain addictive substances cause schizophrenia, so I wanted someone at least to talk to gather some data. So
No, dude, I like wine and beer. That's about it. And I got a professional life. I'm also about 50 years old and
people
have
can be
kids and a
normal as
family.
well.
So, yeah, totally stable, not crazy.
Ah, okay, I get it. It's a joke.
It's not a joke.
Hey man, the entire world's schizophrenic, just about. I mean, like, everybody's going about their daily lives operating as if the Earth is flat and motionless, observing it to be flat and motionless, right? And then coming into places like this and declaring that it's the exact opposite of what they experience.
Yeah, case in point. So, listen, dude, I'm like, yeah, you watch a sunset and you think the world is turning backwards.
Exactly.
Okay.
You observe a horizontal horizon and you think it's curved.
What's it like? Cross my heart and swear to God, I only ask about schizophrenia because I need to work with the schizophrenic to deduce whether addiction had any effect on.
Turns out they're right about flat
I
Earth,
was
right?
not
Oh my
talking
God.
about flat
They're wrong about everything else, but they're right about flat Earth.
Oh. Yeah. Schizoid.
To act like the government is trustworthy at all is the most gaslighting shit you could do, especially knowing full well that things like the Tuskegee experiment happened. Come on now,
Fuck
dude.
the government.
Come on.
The government did.
Don't be gaslighting people.
Who the hell? Do not attribute me to those sons of bitches. Come on. Anyways, I have a lot of work to get to. So thanks
Oh
for your
man,
time.
you sound tired, so
Yeah.
Feel free to come back, man.
yeah, and
Thanks.
subscribe to our YouTube and Rumble and X accounts.
I'll be sure to take a lot of notes next time I come back about what you guys provided.
Yeah, wait till you hear some of our heavy hitters come in. I'm just like a porch dragon. I'm like the monkey class.
Monkey glass.
Monkey class. Yeah, we got folks that have like brains that weigh 10 times as mine do come in. And they're flat earthers. So yeah, you just basically talk to the court jester.
Don't sell yourself short.
Dude, I am. I'm the freaking court jester, dude. I'm wiping my ass with my bare hands and wiping it on the wall right now, compared to the kinds of people that come in after me.
Are you trying to sway me with hyperbole?
Yeah.
It worked. Congratulations.
But
Anyways.
it's been a good conversation. I've enjoyed listening to it. So thank you, Emperor's Child, for coming in and being so polite. You know, it's been great to listen to, man. And hopefully you come back again sometime.
Of course, I'll try. When I feel competent enough, I'll come back with the knowledge you guys provided. And thanks for your time as well.
Yeah,
Especially the
and
density thing. That's a thinker. I have to actually think about.
yeah, definitely. It's a lot more to it.
Yeah. I could tell there was more to it.
It's essentially going to come. Yeah, well, I don't want to go into another tangent. So
Yeah, man. Wait till you come in here when we're talking about the sporadic meteor complex. Seriously,
Just
you have no idea.
He was asking about the solar system earlier. I check.
check.
One of his original questions was about the solar system, and what we actually observe is the sun being part of a system, not the luminaries being part of a solar system. We don't see a solar system. We see the sun part of a system, and the Earth is not part of the solar or whatever the luminaries we call the solar system or the sky system. Terra is not celestial.
Nope.
So when you see the cartoons of the Earth as part of the solar system, that's a misrepresentation of reality.
Oh, sadly, yeah, cartoons are not my reference here. So you know, like
you know when
when
you say solar
Galileo
system, and you picture, you know solar system when you picture that in your mind earlier when you asked.
Yeah, the picture we were shown when we were kids.
But man, let's get into it, MC. Let's do it. Let's do the sporadic E layer right now.
Hey, wait, no, I
Let's
cannot.
freaking do it. Let's blow his freaking mind. He'll never sleep for a week.
Yeah, let's go.
Galileo.
Show any images at the moment. I'll go to the chat in maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Can
Don't
go
be
in the
scared,
chat.
Emperor Child. We got you. It'll be okay.
I'm not scared. Wait, I'm not scared. I'm just too tired to trust my cognitive capacities at the moment.
Oh, he's tired. He's about to leave.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. Hey, this might be good because we'll tell him about it and then he'll wake up.
So
and
listen,
he'll think
I
it was
mean,
there.
what we actually see of the sky, what you call the solar system, what we observe is it's
Incomplete.
It's a cycle. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Just tell me.
Okay, sorry. I was going to wait for you to say it. I'm like, dude, no, it's incomplete. When you look up at the night sky, you don't see everything that's there. I'll tell you why. It's
Light
because
pollution.
your eyes are not capable of seeing things that are beyond their own visual range of perception.
Yeah, I already know that.
There are objects in the night sky that lie beyond the outside visual range. And in infrared, there is a structure. That's right. In infrared, there is a structure in the night sky that goes from east to west and north to south.
What we see is a silhouette of what we can say is, in my opinion, looks like a structure, like a silhouette of it, light silhouette.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah.
We have machines that can see in ultra red and all that.
That's right. We do. And it's
So
because of
why-
these machines we can describe what I'm about to describe to you.
Okay, I'm listening.
So, after the sun sets, when you look west, if you could put on, let's imagine, okay, let's say you have magical glasses. You can see electro-optical infrared.
All right.
All right. So you put them on. The sun has set about 15, 20 minutes ago. You look west.
Mhm.
You're going to see a point of light just above the horizon. This is not the sun. If you spin around behind you, okay,
Yeah.
and you look towards the east,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to see another point of light just above the horizon.
This is with the glasses.
Yep. Now, you look straight up, okay?
Yeah.
You look straight up, and now you look over towards the north. Above the horizon, you're going to see a point of light. You look to your right, over towards the south, you're going to see a point of light. And if you look straight up ahead, towards the left and to the right, you're going to see 2 points of light. Let's say you're at the equator, like you're in Ecuador. You're doing this. That's what you're going to see. And with these magical glasses, you're going to see discharges. You're going to see like electrical zip lines of light. You're going to see these points of light that I just identified. You're going to see them brighten. And when they turn bright, they're going to zip a point of light to one of these other points in the sky that you saw. And if you're a scientific materialist, you're going to be like, oh, those are just meteorites.
I am a materialist.
Yeah, so you're going to say those are meteors. And if they hit the ground, they turn into meteorites. That's what you're going to say. And then I'm going to say, okay, why don't you take some radio equipment? I want you to put on your special glasses. I want you to turn your radio to 124 megahertz. Now I want you to point them at these points of lights. And so you're like, okay, let me go do that. So you turn on the device, you grab your antenna, and you point it at one of these points of lights. It's going to sound like static. And you're going to move away from that point of light. You'll go back to it. Right? You're going to hear some static coming from these points of light. You're going to say, what the F is that? And I'm going to tell you, welcome to 2026. We have no freaking clue. Every night when you go to bed, there is a gigantic cross in the sky. Yes, like a Jesus cross. From north to south to east to west. 6 points of light that come over us. They rise and they set every night. And as far as we know, this cross in the sky in infrared has been doing this since the dawn of time.
Do you have any documentation of all this?
I've got tons and tons and tons from mainstream sources. Gemsy,
Mainstream.
yeah, Gemsy, I don't have access to this right now. Can you pull up some of this stuff from the sporadic meteor complex?
Yeah, I will. Maybe in 5 minutes.
Please do. I can't do it. Yeah, this is amazing, dude.
What's it called, this phenomena?
Sporadic meteor complex.
Meteorite, as in meteorite?
Yes.
Okay, meteor complex.
Let's see what I got on the. Well, I think I have a time lapse more here.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Posted some media, got some more coming in.
Do you guys have work on any sources on like explanations for eclipses and all that? Or like
Let me post real quick right here. I got some scans of the sky in reference to what was spoke about, the sporadic meteor complex. I'm gonna put it right here in the text chat. I got some PDFs. I'm gonna post that as well when I found it after I post these images. So since you asked about the solar system earlier, I'm gonna show you what we actually see from the sky.
I mean, I remember when I studied about Galileo, his theory of his heliocentric theory was, if I remember correctly, he studied Venus, and he found out that Venus has the same phases like the moon, and he also studied Jupiter's moons, if I remember.
Holy cow, yeah, Yoder posted something, even with the cameras, some of the cameras that they use, and I posted a few images. Oh wait, did I post it in a different chat?
What is this? A dynamic model of sporadic... Is this it? Dynamic model of a sporadic meteorite complex.
Did I post in my stuff? Let me see.
VidCon posted something.
I also
there's
posted
a Seymour, which is the Canadian like meteorological blah 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 blah. So there's University of Toronto has an astronomy department that study this, and they released some papers back in 2008 on this discovery because for the first time, this structure was filmed using high-resolution electro-optical infrared. Prior to then, it was not filmed in this high resolution. However, the structure was discovered in the 1970s.
Are you talking about what Gemsy posted right now?
The one I posted is those are scans from the CMOR Canadian Meteorological Observatory. That's 365 days from the cameras that they put different distances. I think they said like it was like 15 kilometers from each other in the text. I don't know that well. I'm trying to post some stuff, Yoder, and it doesn't let me post it. I'll post this one. This one's went through. So
this Canadian team set up a bunch of meteor cameras. Meteor cameras are tuned to electro-optical frequencies, which are on the border between visible light and radio. They set up a whole series of these cameras looking straight up.
But from different positions of the world. From Canada. Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad.
That's how it works with the spatial observations. They have to take data from multiple stations on Earth.
Oh, yeah.
He was talking about the
and they are
CMO.
all coordinated, right?
Yep, they did. Yep. So for an entire year, and that's how they composed the GIF. If you look in the text chat, the animated GIF that Gemsy posted.
Yeah.
This is showing the black dots.
Yeah.
Represents electro-optical intensity. So the darker the dot, the more intense the source of the object is.
Okay.
When you see dots going from one node to the other, you're seeing something that has electricity moving from one place to another.
Okay.
In the bottom left corner, you see a number, and it counts from 0 to 365. Those are days of the year.
Yes.
So
What this team has recorded is a very symmetrical structure. We have observations of this structure from Canada to Johannesburg, South America, to southern Chile, to Russia, to America.
To Ascension Island in the Atlantic Ocean.
That's right. Yep. There too. Several other places.
Peru also has an observatory, Peru, that shows this stuff.
We've got their data too. You're seeing a structure. It is geometric. It is symmetrical. And it's been above us for however long, we have no idea. It appears to be emitting something of a plasma-like nature and is, from its source, appears to be plasma itself. And the structure comes out at night and flies over us at night. The structure is also in a cross configuration.
Hey, wait, just a second. Silly question. But like, where does the sun go?
What?
Where does the sun go at night? Like, according
from
to you?
Away from your location.
The sun sets in the
What do you
sets in the
mean?
west.
Yeah, but where does it go? You guys don't know?
Maybe around. I don't know.
Well, if you are like in the northern circle, right, and it only goes on a circle above your head. You never stop seeing it if you stay up for 24 hours. So
Yeah, 6 months night, 6 months day. That's because the Earth is.
allegedly, I haven't seen it myself, but I know there's many documented of that, so I can
people
take
live
that.
there, and they said
Yeah.
they
Yeah, I know
experienced it
people in
6
here.
times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
where does
look,
the sun
look,
go? It's moving across the sky, though. Go ahead.
well, just to simplify it, okay. So in the heliocentric model, you're told that the sun is many times greater size than the Earth, and that it's 93 million miles away. Okay,
Yes.
flat earthers would suggest, right, that the sun's much smaller. Okay, probably smaller than the Earth. The sun that we see in the sky is more like an apparent light in the sky, right? Where each person sees the sun in a unique position due to their own perspective. Okay, and if the sun's smaller and more localized, right, and it's taking a particular path above the surface of the Earth, kind of like we see happen every day in the sky, right? As it moves away from your section of the Earth that you're standing in, it's going to take its light with it. Okay, so you know what the inverse square law of light is, I'm guessing, right? Each time, like basically the intensity of the light as it moves away from the source diminishes exponentially as it moves away. Every time you double the distance, you lose 4 times the intensity.
Yes.
Okay, and then we've also got the atmosphere. Okay, it's not basically it absorbs light. Here's just a super simple analogy, right? If you go down just 200 meters into the ocean on a summer day, right, when the sun's right above you, okay, it's going to be pitch black down there. You're not going to be able to see the sun. You're not going to be able to see any light from the sun at all because the medium's absorbing the water. Okay, so if the sun's smaller, more localized, as the sun moves away from you, it's not going to be able to push forever through the atmo. Okay, it's
So I
going to
assume
be
that.
absorbed.
How does that explain the season changes?
The path of the sun, it varies every 6 months. Okay,
Of course.
what we observe is we see. Okay, for example, I'm in Poland at the moment. Okay, and when it's summer at midday, the sun's going to be almost directly above my head. Not quite, but close enough. Okay, and then over the next 6 months, it's going to get colder and colder, and each day the sun is going to be at a lower angle in the sky. Okay, and let's use Australia as the second example. Okay, when it's summer here in Poland, it's going to be winter in Australia. Okay, and when it's midday for someone standing in Australia, the sun's not going to be directly above their head. It's going to be colder, and the sun's going to be seen much lower in the sky. Okay.
Of course.
Well, I'm going to see it above my head. Okay, and so back to Poland. Okay, so it's summer, right? As the days go on, it's going to get further and further and further away to the point where it's not going to be summer in Europe anymore. Okay, and the sun at midday, it's going to be very low in the sky. Okay, so it's taking a path over a different section of the Earth, right? More of the southern area of the Earth. So they're going to be experiencing their summer, while we're going to be experiencing winter. Okay, and when it's at the furthest, most southern point, you're going to have the light from the sun's not going to reach the far north. Okay, so you're going to have 24 hours of darkness essentially, or twilight in places like Iceland and that kind of thing.
In places like Iceland or like way further north, the sun, the movement of the sun is very like how do I say it? It's not vertical. Like it's not like on top of you. It's way more horizontal. Like you can see it like when it's the 6 month cycle where it's day. You can see it going up and down, bobbing, but like at the 30-degree angle. But
That's
like
right. Because as things move closer and further from you, they're going to look like they're going up and down, right? In your perspective.
yeah, but like way
Okay,
north or way south, it's always at that 30-degree angle. But like the more you go towards, like for example, Algeria, you will see that it goes up vertically towards the 80 to 90-degree angle in summer.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
don't
absolutely.
you think,
Mhm.
like if I am here relying absolutely upon my observations, and let's say during summer here, like in Algeria, I look up and I see that the sun is taking a certain trajectory, that it is more vertical, and during winter it is more around the 60 to 70 degree angle. How
Wow,
can I?
you're from Algeria? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, kannst du Deutsch?
Ja, ich spreche Finnisch, Deutsch.
Okay. Yeah, gut. Yeah, because
But
for the
please don't
audience
stress on
listening,
it, bro.
Germans love to go to Algeria like Americans go to Florida.
Americans
That's not.
go to Florida.
Yeah, Americans go to Florida like Germans go to Algeria.
Okay. I
True,
thought it was
right?
Tunisia. I thought it was yeah, I've seen actually, yeah. When I used to work at the customer service industry, I've dealt with a lot of Germans.
Dude, Germans love Algeria. I don't know why, but they do.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. So, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, using fully my observations, if at the utmost of the north, the sun is always at the max of 30-degree angle, and the closer we get to the center of the map we know currently, the sun starts climbing vertically. Doesn't that mean that there is some form of
Oh,
curvature?
you're starting to sound like a flat earther, describing the sun as moving.
No, I'm trying to build what I'm saying
Sorry,
Yeah,
based on
look,
what
the
is
sun moves in a particular
specified.
cycle, a particular path, right? You
But
explain
the
it on the
particular
globe by the.
path is
Mhm.
it has to be uh, uh, avec une proposition, like it has to be according to a certain, like, something. Fuck, my English is betraying me.
Well, it's going to rise in the east and set in the west for everybody. Okay, so
Yes,
depending on the
but at
time of
different
year, it's
angles.
going to be taking a different path in the sky. The different angle is due to perspective. Okay, it's due to the way you're standing. Okay, and how
Yeah.
far away that path of the sun is from you, from where you're standing, and where it's going to appear in your field of view, right? Your personal perspective. Okay, so you can picture it kind of like this, kind of like how the celestial sphere is explained. How you picture a big giant plane, an infinite plane under your feet. Okay, and then you have a big giant imaginary sphere over the top of you, which would be your sphere of or hemisphere of perspective. Okay, everything that you see, right, anything celestial is going to appear somewhere in that grid of vision. Okay, so the way you see the sun, right, when it's taking a particular path, let's say you're in the north, okay, and it's summer in the south, okay, you're going to see that at a low angle. Okay, depending on how far you are north, it's going to be lower and lower of an angle.
So how does that so that does
I
does
can
that mean
try to
that?
find a diagram. Like I got a little animation to try to
Yeah,
make
I
it
noticed
more
I noticed
explainable.
that I am sort of approaching this with the, like, I'm asking about maps, I'm asking about certain things that, and then you guys always tell me that most of the things you don't really know the conclusion, or like the
Well, yeah, I
final
would
Because
say
we're
that.
result.
honest, dude. Wir machen
No, I'm not
Ferien in
saying
Algerien.
it's not the, come on, like, it's not dans le sens péjoratif, like, I'm not saying
Yeah,
it
This
I'm
is
not
the
as
attempting
thing.
to
a
explain
Look,
negative.
everything.
as much as, yeah, like I'm not attempting to explain what the sun is, exactly what distance the sun is, what medium the sun's in, the size of the sun, what the sun's made of, any of that. I'm just kind of explaining
Like, yeah,
what we
I
all observe
understand.
in the sky. We all observe the same thing in the sky. It is able to be explained on a flat Earth as well. I
Yeah,
found
yeah.
a couple of diagrams just to give you
Okay.
an idea. So this is also how it's explained on the globe. Okay. Right.
Celestial
But have a look
sphere
at this.
line.
Have a look in the side chat. Okay. So this
Yeah,
is
there you go.
the motion
Okay.
that you will see. So this is unique for every single individual observer. And if you move this little a dome of vision, essentially, right, it will move with
Why
you.
is it a dome?
Well, we can see the same. It's just the way we see, right? You can go into Stellarium and click the azimuthal grid of vision option, and it will bring up the same thing, right? It's basically it's kind of like the way that we imagine seeing the motion of the stars in the sky. Okay, due to the way our perspective works on a
Okay.
globe, they'll say it's because you're on a globe.
Okay.
And so, like the Greeks, they called this the celestial sphere.
This is where the globe came from, actually.
Yeah. You know, the thing here, like it's what I mentioned earlier, the further you move, or depending on where you move, like the celestial sphere, or like this dome, it changes. The constellations change, like it's known, like the constellations in Australia are not the same ones in Iceland.
Correct.
Yes. So
No, we do share some. There is some shared.
no, of course, but like I'm talking
Yeah.
about the, like, you know, the north, like, there's a point above the equator and below the equator, the constellations are different.
The equator is
You're talking
actually
to two
like
Australians right now.
yeah. Right. So the equator is actually defined by celestial motion. So it's not a place on the ground. It's in the sky.
Of course, no, that's not what I
Yeah.
said. That's not, like, I did not mean that. I only meant that, you know, if like from a human perspective,
Yeah, look, just quickly,
how
let
big
me
is the
just
fucking
finish this
dome?
quickly. It'll make a little more sense. Okay, so have a look at the top animation. Okay,
Yes.
that's what they would see with the motion of the
Mm-hmm.
stars if they're standing at the equator. Okay, take a
Mm-hmm.
look at where it says the N, right? That would be the North Star. Okay, probably wouldn't be
Okay.
visible because of the atmosphere. Okay, but that's where the North Star would appear. Say that observer's looking at the North Star. Okay,
Mhm.
and then you're going to move a bit further north. Okay, and then that North Star is going to look like it rises up.
Yes.
Okay, so as you keep going further north, by the time you get to to true north, it's going to be essentially right above your
Right on
head.
top of you, yeah.
Yeah, so as you move away towards the equator, it's going to get lower and lower until you can't see it anymore. Okay, but you could kind of like just to give you a real simplified analogy. Let's say you had a giant warehouse or a stadium or a planetarium. Okay, that was say 2,000 miles across. Okay, and
Yeah.
you're on one side of it, and you can see a certain set of lights up on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you can't see the lights on the ceiling on the other side of the giant warehouse. Okay, but if you go over to the other side of the warehouse, right, you're going to see a completely different set of lights up on the ceiling.
Yeah, but there will always
And the ones that you were the ones that you were previously under will appear to have dropped in elevation.
Yeah, but they will always be on a certain elevation, like at least a few degrees, like depending
Right, this is something that we can't
on my
do though,
star.
right? We can't give stars and celestial objects distances. Actual heights. We can only refer to them in an angular sense, an
Yes, that's what
apparent
I'm trying to
position.
do. I'm trying to explain, like, the warehouse example for like, let's say there's a light bulb that is approximately, like, I'm just giving, let's say it's 1 kilometer away from me in a warehouse. It'll seem like it's very low, angularly speaking. The further I go to it, like these diagrams show, it'll start climbing until it's right above my head. But it's always at an angle. So if the Earth is round,
Yeah, this is the problem
that
though. You
light
need. Well,
bulb
sorry. Go ahead.
will.
Sorry, man.
I'm just
I thought
trying
you were
to.
finished. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, yeah. So basically, if the Earth is round, if the warehouse is built on a ramp that is like you know, like a hill, the light bulb will hide behind the hill. But if it's flat, I will be able to see it, but at an angle.
Not necessarily. Not once you introduce the dense atmo, right? The atmosphere.
And reach the critical angle.
Yeah, so have a look at this. This is an easy way to think about it with the streetlights. Okay, so I just put a picture of some streetlights in the side chat.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, so see how they're converging into a vanishing point. Okay, once
Yeah,
they
but-
reach that vanishing point, you're not going to be able to see them. Now, let's say these streetlights kept going for, just say they were much higher, or even just this height. Just say they kept going for, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers down the straight road. Okay, you're not going to be able to see all of them. You're not going to be able to see the other ones at the end of the road. They're going to become like the light from them is not going to be able to push all the way through the air to reach back to you. There's going to be an extinction, and there's also going to be the maximum angle due to perspective, due to linear perspective, the convergence point, the vanishing point, and that vanishing point, that's going to be your horizon. That's what a horizon essentially is, right? It's a straight line between vanishing points.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So we can't see forever when we're looking through the thickness of the air, and things in the distance are going to be,
I guess
converging.
Yeah. I guess like my original thought was, if the sun is, like, God, this sounds very caveman-like, thinking-wise, but I'm really tired. But like, if the sun is disappearing due west and rising due east, what was the point of conversion? Where was the point
Yeah,
of
so it's like everything that's outside of your maximum field of perspective. It's hard to, it's kind of project the sun that you see is kind of projected into your vision through the atmosphere. Okay, and it will appear in an apparent location, right, due to your personal point of perspective. It's right. Just say you and 10 other people were all looking directly at the sun. Okay, but you were vast distances apart from each other, and you all drew a straight line right from your eyes to where you can see the sun. Those lines from each person's eyes to the sun, they're not going to intersect at the same point. Everyone's going to see the sun in an apparent position in the sky, right, due to their own personal dome of perspective, right, and due to the way the atmosphere is making the sun an apparent point of light. There's some great demonstrations that show exactly how this works. I could show them to you, but hey, sup? So I did message Drace because we were talking about Iceland, and he's a very knowledgeable flat earther. He's from Iceland. We were talking about the 24-hour sun, 24-hour darkness in Iceland. I don't know if he's listening at the moment.
Didn't this guy have to go study some schizos like half an hour ago? Sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, you gotta head off, or?
I actually, I'm. God, I got invested. I got invested in the topic.
Yeah. Just 1 second. I just wanted to bring up one last thing before you go, just in relation to the sun and perspective. If I can find it. Just give me a second to find it. If I can't, then.
Of course, yeah. Take your time.
I have so much in my folders now. When I use the Windows search function to type in the name of the file, it doesn't all come up anymore. Some stuff just doesn't show up. All right, found it. Here we go.
I feel you. I have the same problem.
Yeah, my downloads folder is crazy. All right, so here's a test someone's done in their kitchen. Right, this is just a basic. Right, this is super simple. Like, it's extremely simplified. But so what he's done, he's set up a string horizontally across his flat kitchen bench. Okay, and he's moving this little light source across the line, and he has the camera up at the same altitude of the horizontal line. Okay, and in the video he slides it across. So you can just see it going straight across. Then what he does is he actually places the camera down on the bench top. Okay, so the first image would be a celestial view of the path of the sun, and then the second image, right, is a terrestrial view from the Earth, or from the benchtop in this case. Okay, and all he's doing, right, that's the same line.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's just moving that across the horizontal line, but now all of a sudden, from the perspective of the terrestrial camera, it looks like it's going down, exactly pretty much how we see the sunset, or how we see anything go off into the distance. It looks like it's going on a crazy angle down, right? It's hard to
Wait,
even.
so the second
Yeah,
is
the
from the
second image
bench.
is. Yeah, it's just like from our view, basically. Of a really good example of this is if you think about how you see the clouds. If you're standing on the ground and it looks like the clouds are converging with the horizon. Okay, that's just purely due to perspective. If you actually go up to the level of the cloud deck in a plane, all of a sudden it's going to look like it's completely flat again. And then if you go down again, it's going to look like it's converging. It's going to look like they're drastically going down. Or if you go up above the clouds, it's going to look like they're ramping up. The same clouds that look like they were ramping down or meeting with the horizon, they're going to look like they're going upward if you go up above them.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, gorgeous. I'm finished my conversation. I see the frustration in your face. Oh, sorry, I'm hot miking. I was meant to go. I was meant to go about half an hour ago myself. So I better head off. So anyway, hopefully you can come back again sometime.
I do, yeah.
And
I want to come
continue
back.
the conversation.
Yeah, I'll have to, like I said, I have to check the documents you guys sent me first, like read them and understand them, and then later I will come back, hopefully with more questions.
Cool. Hey, just before you go, I just found one more video. Just uploading it quickly. All right, tell me if you can explain this on the globe. I don't think any globe Earth has ever had a good explanation for this. Okay, so this is a high altitude balloon.
Uh-huh.
And what you'll see on the clouds in the distance is an obvious hotspot on the clouds. If the sun is 93 million miles away. Now, I'm not even saying the sun is directly above those clouds right there. I'm saying the sun seems like an apparent light in the sky. There's a lot of mystery to it.
Yeah, but like the camera, like perhaps it's up to the camera quality and the reflection. I don't know.
Well, yeah. So here's a couple of extra images using some different filters.
I didn't know this.
Okay, so look, let's.
Yeah.
So this is from a mainstream video. I can show you the full video, but think about this, right? If that sun was 93 million miles away from those clouds, why would it leave that little hot spot, right? Let's say you covered your whole floor in cotton wool balls, okay, to represent the clouds. And you got a bright spotlight, right? As soon as you keep moving that up higher, you're not going to be able to have a hot spot right on the clouds like that. Just an interesting observation, something to think about.
Okay. Yeah, that is quite strange. These are not photoshopped or anything, right?
No. So if you go on YouTube and you just type in dog cam footage, this is not even done by flat earthers. That's like a long video where they're just putting up a.
That is strange. What is that spot?
Balloon. Yeah, what is that spot? The sun does all sorts of crazy stuff, right? I got a folder filled with crazy sun observations.
The second one is heat vision, right?
Yeah. Just some filters added.
So that is heat. Okay. If that's heat. Okay. Oh. Well, isn't that strange? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, check that one out if you think that one was strange. There's another one in there before you go.
Okay.
So I'm not saying the sun is actually there, like the physical sun is embedded within those clouds, but it sure looks like it is. Okay, even though it's not. And if someone else, right, let's say someone else could see that same sun, and they were 100 miles away. Okay, they wouldn't be able to see those clouds. Okay, they would have different clouds or no clouds above them. Okay, so they're not going to see that same sun lighting up that section of clouds. That's only unique to the person that's observing it right there, right then.
Yes.
Yeah, there's lots of mysteries. Like that's why I say the sun that we see in
Yeah,
the
it looks
sky
like
is
the
an
sun is
apparent.
setting amid clouds, not beyond clouds.
Yeah, there's tons of crazy footage of the sun that we've got.
Dude, I feel like this is too simple to actually make any sense. You know what I'm saying? It's like a fallacy. it's like a fallacy, some form of like I don't know. Like if the evidence is very simple, you kind of discard it. It
Yeah,
is
there's
pretty
just
interesting.
there's tons of this footage. I'm not even making claims with the footage. I'm just saying the sun's
Yeah,
super
it's just
trippy. You know,
showing footage. Yeah.
check the footage out. Yeah.
10,000 feet. Okay.
Yeah, check this one out. This one's pretty crazy as well.
Oh wait, someone protect hate speech is typing. Holy shit. Oh.
Maybe it's an ice patch. That's a cloud deck. It's a cloud deck. An ice patch on a cloud deck.
Schizophrenics.
No, I mean where that hot spot is, maybe there's some ice right there reflecting.
But it's a cloud deck. It's clouds.
Yeah, there can be ice up there. Ice in the clouds.
Come on, ice in the clouds. That doesn't function. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't function?
Actually, I don't even know how it works anymore. How anything works, but like, yeah, ice cannot form on clouds.
Condensation forms on dust particles.
Yeah, and if it's cold enough, it could turn to ice.
It condenses. It does not form on top of a cloud.
Like a little misty, icy, reflective patch.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like that's a reflection, but reflection of what? And why is it a patch? And why on the heat vision it's like directly? Yeah, doesn't make sense. Sort of.
This isn't the only incidence, though. So you'd have to be claiming that every time it's seen, that the camera is just at that perfect angle to make it look like the sun's directly above that spot, and not off to the left or the right or somewhere else.
Yeah, it is kind of perfectly situated right there.
Yeah, that's why at first I was like, is this like photoshopped or something? But like when you look at what I'm focusing on, look at the rays of the sun, so the distribution, and then you see that spot. Eesh. Sort of looks like what happens when you focus a heat with a lens. Well, like Sun Tzu said, I am too tired from the schizophrenics and I have to go to sleep. Thank you guys for your time and good night.
Tammy called y'all schizophrenic and you're just going to let him leave?
Did he meant like the glow believers, the schizophrenics, right? Is that what it is?
I don't know. That was the first thing I heard when I joined.
Oh, because earlier they were talking about that. Cause he has like a psychology degree or something between other stuff that he said. And someone said that the glober experienced the Earth as flat and stationary, and then believes that is the total opposite, curving and spinning. So that will be the schizophrenic one. So what about you that just joined? Got any questions about the topic?
Oh no, it's Josh. I'm good.
Oh, Josh.
I'm just popping in here. I've been putzing around some of the smaller servers.
You're doing your rounds?
Yep. Just got to make sure if any new voices pop up, I mark them down and pass them over to the intelligence community.
Yeah, someone has to spread the misinformation, right? Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, come on. What am I getting paid for?
Yeah. Right?
Don't have AI for that though.
Who's to say I'm not an LLM?
But this is the point, yeah.
Nah, if I was an LLM, I'd at least lose a couple pounds in my avatar. Jesus.
What is the position that you're holding then, Josh? You're like, haha, we're scamming the whole world, and what are you gonna do about it? Is that what it is, Josh?
Do you want the facetious answer or the actual one?
I don't know, just say whatever you're gonna say.
No, I enjoy talking to y'all. It's good leads to some good conversations.
Okay, sounds good. I'm just saying, these days there's so many things coming out to the light, right? And the people doing the dummy things, they're just like, yeah, whatever. It's like the globe.
Shit's fucked.
It's a scam, obviously, but the scammers are like, yeah, who cares? We're gonna just keep scamming.
I mean, I've told folks if for whatever reason the Earth actually was flat, right, and I've been deceived, and yada yada yada. As long as the end sort of goal of the work that I'm doing is achieved, the means by which it's achieved don't really matter as much to me. So like my goal is to increase internet connectivity globally to bridge the digital divide. And so if the system works.
Yeah.
Sam, my sensitivity around the word globe is actually like spilled over into my work. Like I was writing a document today and I said the word globally and then I said around Earth instead because I thought of y'all. Like it's actually affecting the words I choose when I'm writing documents for my job.
Yeah, that's an effect that you have when you join an English channel and learn English. Yeah, it has happened to me as well. I feel that too. Had to
I got
adjust
one
my
for you.
language.
Use etymology on everything. Every single word that you can possibly think of. Type that word and then the word etymology into Google and check it out. It comes up with very interesting results, and some of them are really funny.
We live in a society, man. Words only mean things because we agree upon what they mean.
Nah.
We
Roots
agree
matter.
on what they mean, rarely. Okay, there's what you think you meant when you said something, right? So you say something, right? You're communicating a message, so you think you're communicating a certain thing, but that person heard it a certain way, so they interpreted what you said, right?
Oh yeah, they're just tokens, but there's
But then
there's like a
and there's
metadata.
what the words actually mean, like as Aggressor is just saying, the actual meaning of them. And the thing is, the idea that was in the person's head in the first place that communicated the message, they just used the words that were good enough to express that idea. Maybe those words are 80% of what the idea actually was, or maybe 70% or 90%. It wasn't the actual idea and the thoughts that were in their head. It's some transcription of it that's lesser than. So when the person transcribes those words in their mind of what they heard and they interpreted it, now they have a 70%. So, communication's tough, man. It's a tough art. Which is why you can be like Barack Obama and talk for fucking 30 minutes and not say a goddamn thing, and everybody heard exactly what they wanted to hear. They all interpreted it all a different way. They can be on each side of an issue, and they all heard something that's agreeable to them. Because we fill in the blanks a lot of times. It's how we expect people to say certain things a certain way, and we sometimes fill in the blanks or anticipate words that aren't even ever said, or will assign meanings to words that it isn't meant that way because we want it to mean that way because the way we feel at the moment, or the way the way we feel about that person. So I'm taking Ethergrass's advice. I know they're tokens, but those tokens are very freaking valuable. I mean, how many times in here we argued about the definitions?
Oh, 100%.
There'll be an argument about definitions probably in the next 30 minutes. I guarantee it.
You need a bingo board.
Well, I mean, when you're talking about technical subjects, you have to have rigorous definitions. They have to, so that everybody knows what the definition is. So, like, there is no. Okay, let me back up one step. If you want to have a conversation about things that are objective, you need definitions, and those definitions must be words that have objective connotations. You can't slip subjective terms into it, which is what people try to do. People in your profession, they try to slip subjective nonsense into what appears on its, people are trying to have an objective conversation, like an objectively descriptive conversation. I took a tape measure. I walked over to the table. I stretched out the tape measure. The side of the table aligned with the 28-inch mark. Right. None of that's subjective. So you think you're having a conversation that's like that, but people try to inject subjective words and like, oh, I felt like it was 28 inches. What? See what I'm saying? Like there's this in modern day communication, because science has become something like a cultural fad that none of you fucking people would even give a shit about when they're back in the 80s when being a nerd wasn't cool. It's only cool now, so everybody wants to be a nerd. So when it wasn't cool, okay, we had strict, rigorous definitions where you actually had to well-define stuff so everybody knew what they were talking about. That the tokens you're talking about had hard reference. They had a really hard reference that didn't mean anything else. Now, you could mean something else in other context, but if you knew you were talking in the context of physics or science, those words actually meant certain things rigorously. They didn't mean something else. But nowadays, with this wishy-washy bullshit fucking scientism, you get subjective words inserted in what you thought was an objective conversation. You get Neil deGrasse Tyson saying shit like, science is wrong science is right whether you believe in it or no. Science is true whether you believe it or not. Now, if you decompose that fucking sentence, it's just garbage. The systematic study of the natural world and the things in it is true whether you believe it or not. What the fuck does that even mean? Can someone decipher that for me?
Whether or not you think the Earth is flat doesn't change, how the world around you acts. Like your own interpretation of it doesn't affect the world around you.
Yeah, but what he said, that statement, is bullcrap. Okay, because science has a precursor. It's called logic, and that precursor that science relies on to even make true statements says that science can't make true statements. So it relies on belief because it uses inductive reasoning, which relies on the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. So his statement is garbage. It's just garbage. Even within the scientific paradigm, I'm sure you're aware of Hume and the problem of induction and all that crap, right?
I take a much more pragmatic approach.
Well, that's fine. That's fine, but that's not what he's saying. He's saying it's true whether you believe it or not. Science can't even find truth. Because truth is determined by logic, not by science. That's where truth claims are determined, within logic, not within science. Science uses logic, but you can't prove logic with science, can you? Where can I go out in the world and empirically verify logic? Where's the test tube I can put it in? Maybe I can pick it up with a spectrogram. What's the empirical evidence for logic? There isn't any. It's a transcendental category. It doesn't exist in the physical natural world. It exists in our minds. But you could also say that it does exist in the physical natural world because it's like a rule that all reality kind of adheres to, and that you can't even argue against it, because to argue against it, you would have to use the thing you're arguing against and argue that the thing you're using doesn't exist, which is a performative contradiction and self-refuting. So you have that problem. But all that isn't the point. The point is that statement, science is true whether you believe it or not, is an absolute garbage statement. But it gives people the idea that what he's really saying is what scientists say about reality is true whether you like it or not. That's what he's really saying. That's what he's really saying through all that crap.
So you took the tokens he chose and interpreted them.
Because I just said what he's saying can't possibly mean, if you use the true meaning of the tokens, it can't possibly mean that, because it doesn't make sense.
Well, exactly. You get into the whole thing of like, was he inaccurate in how he chose things, or exact, ambiguity on the sender side of things.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a track record of taking a big dump on philosophy, not realizing, which he should, because he should have took those classes, that he's relying on philosophy to make scientific statements in the first place about truth. He's making epistemological statement. He's making epistemological judgments. He's making ontological judgments as well. Right? What actually exists? How does he know anything? How does he know, when you combine though, how do you know anything exists, right? So when he says, hey, that star has a freaking a redshift. Well, you're making a statement about the existence of something, a star. Okay. How do you know anything exists? Oh, then you go, now you're back in epistemology. And how do you know anything at all? What's the basis for knowledge at all? And he would just give a self-refuting argument that would make knowledge impossible. That's the problem. I don't know about you. I'm not going to speak for you, Josh, but you, the scientism types and I don't even know what I should call you guys. It's a whole cultural fucking phenomenon that didn't exist 50 years ago. Yeah, like you try, just like the Big Bang, you try to get one free miracle. You don't want to have to justify any logic behind truth claims. You just want a free one. Oh, empirical evidence is truth. You just want that free one, right? And then empirical evidence is the only truth. The only thing we can say for sure is what we know empirically through testing. That's horseshit. We know things are true that can't be proven empirically, including the statement that empiricism leads to truth. That statement itself can't be proven empirically.
I guess I don't.
Empiricism can't justify empiricism, is what I'm telling you.
Well, no, I guess where I operate isn't really at the edges of, scientific understanding. Like, I agree with you. Like, there's always an edge, right? Another question that you have to answer, and then you push at that. Like, that's how we ended up with fucking special relativity and space time and dark matter, dark energy, antimatter, like a bunch of things that are like, we'll just, this doesn't make sense, so we'll come.
You died out, Josh.
Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call.
Oh, that's fine. My point is that statement, what he's really trying to communicate isn't the words. He's trying to communicate an idea that there's some human practice, and he's a practitioner of this human practice. And what they do is find the truth of reality. This is his whole shtick. This is his whole gimmick. This is his whole act. This is what he makes all his money off of, is portraying or projecting this out there into the minds of human beings through the media, right? And they say flat Earth is dangerous. That shit's dangerous because it leads to things like the fucking pandemic, dude. Which was a fucking joke. I don't care what side you stand on it, real, fake, vax, not vax, whatever the fuck your take is. Whatever they did, it was the wrong thing. They fucked up. I don't care what you say. They fucked up.
It could have been a lot worse.
That doesn't mean they didn't fuck up. They gave everyone a false sense of security and said, we know more because we're scientists and do what we say because we know a bunch of shit. You got to trust the science. Fucking Fauci said he is the science. Using that fad adherence to the idea of science being some fucking higher fucking door to truth than everything else. And then if you believe in science, that's gonna that's the promised land. That's the door to truth is science. And all of that was horseshit. They had no idea what the fuck they were doing. All their models were wrong. They all turned out to be wrong. Everything they did was bullshit. Turns out, did you know that like everything they said about transmission was wrong? They know now about it spreading, about the coughing, about how long it was airborne, about how long it lived on surfaces. Everything they said they knew then, it was all wrong. All of it. The masks, everything they did, every precaution they did, the social distancing, every procedure that they put on the public as to mitigate the effects. None of them had any effect on the outcome. The outcome was based upon the normal spread of viruses in human populations. The same way that you have a seasonal flu, that it'll peak, it'll dip, it'll peak again, but that next peak will be lower than the first peak. Then it'll dip, and then it'll peak again, and that peak will be lower than the second peak, and it works its way like an attenuating wave, right? That's basically what it is. If you looked at the fucking graphs of people that are infected and dying, it would look over time. It would look like an attenuating wave that petered out, right? That was going to happen no matter what. And all the shit that they said that they could do to stop it was a lie. It might not have been a lie. They might have actually believed it, but it was bullshit. Okay?
I guess it gets into like likelihood consequence charts, right? Like the percentage of a chance. Like if you're operating in an environment with some level of ambiguity, you have to make a decision. So you do a risk profile and you figure out, what could happen or what could be the actual answer. You make your best guess and you go from there.
Yeah, but is the cure worse than the disease, Josh?
Yeah, obviously they didn't think so.
Yeah, and they were wrong.
Okay.
But they didn't think so. Wasn't based upon any science.
Well, yeah, this is policy. There's a huge disconnect. I mean, that's actually where I live, is the bridge between, technical work, science, et cetera, and public policy. Policymakers are not technically inclined.
Dr. Fossey is a medical doctor.
Well, I understand that, but he's also a politician. So he understands like the technical aspects of things, but he's doing, once again, the technical information deals with some level of ambiguity. So he takes that information and has to sort of make a decision, right? You're not going to be able to operate within 100% certainty. Like no matter what, if they did was wrong, that's fine. Like you can own up to being wrong, but in the moment, you got to make a call. You're not going to be 100% right all the time.
Dude, I mean, maybe you're not getting it, Josh.
No, I'm
They
not saying you
altered
have to trust
the
it.
societal structure of the entire world on a fucking hypothesis based upon fucking paranoia and imagination. It wasn't based in anything scientific. There was just because the people saying the words had degrees in some scientific field doesn't make their statements scientific statements. There was
Agreed.
no scientific basis for any of it. Meaning there
Agreed.
was no previous research. There was nothing. It was at best all you had was simulations based upon imagination.
Yeah, medicine we used to have 4 humors and bloodlet people to cure their diseases
Oh
before
my
germ
god, you
theory.
are
Like,
a bootlicker, bro.
no, I'm just saying, like you can have a healthy amount of distrust for institutions while realizing that like institutions are just made up of people that are fallible, just like you and me.
Oh, did they get up on frickin' said Project Warp Speed? Oh, by the way, we're infallible? Or we're fallible? They didn't tell everybody they're fallible. They said there was a scientific basis for all the stuff that they were doing when there wasn't. That was just made up. People did things because when they hear the word science, they think the same thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson says, that science is true whether you believe it or not.
Yeah,
They
agreed with you.
think, oh, they're using science. So what they're doing when they make a decision based upon some idea about what the virus is doing, it's a true statement because they have some sort of scientific research, experiments, lab results, clinical results, I don't care what, something that tells them that they should be doing this thing, but they had nothing. They literally just made it up.
Yeah, no, agreed. There's a difference between
Look, you would've
publishing
got a
a
better
journal paper versus writing an executive order or publishing public policy. Like, these are 2 separate things and they're decoupled.
Well, Josh, you coulda went down to the, let's just take a fucking industrial enterprise. You coulda went down to the auto industry and said, "Okay, who's all the workers working on this line? Okay, we're gonna grab all these guys. We're gonna pull them into a room. We're gonna tell them there's a pandemic. What should we do about it?" Whatever they came up with would have had the same scientific basis as the public health officials came up with. It
Yeah,
had
but you
no
wouldn't
basis
have
in
had
any science.
but you wouldn't have had 50% of the population having that interpretation of the word science and actually buying in on it. Right? So I agree with you that you're using public
We'll give them
perception of
honorary
certain
degrees. How about
institutions.
that? We'll give them
Yeah,
honorary
exactly.
degrees.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's like the fucking white coat doctors that were talking about the other side of the thing, right? Like, there's you can definitely prop people up with titles.
But you remember what I was saying is what Neil deGrasse Tyson doing is fucking dangerous because then people think when you use that buzzword science that fucking is equivalent to the word truth, and that when someone says the science justifies X, Y, and Z, they fucking did it. This is the shit the Nazis did. You know, Darwin's theory of evolution was the justification for the final solution.
Yeah, again, the technical understanding of the world around us and the power to enact policy and convince populaces to, act in accordance of your guidance are 2 separate things.
Well, let's get to the heart of the matter then. Let's just fucking... God, please don't get fucking banned off YouTube. Fuck.
I was gonna say we can take it over to QOps or somewhere else if you.
No, it's fine. I don't know what lit a fire into my ass. But like, okay, say the fucking theory of evolution is proven 100% true. Natural selection, blah 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 blah. Don't we have a moral duty or some sort of duty to our further generations to wipe out all the defective fucking humans so that they don't reproduce and make a Ubermensch?
Do you want to play God?
You believe in God, Josh?
Well, no, I'm just saying, do you want to play God? Do you want to imitate
No. Well,
divine
this is the
divine
funny.
choice?
This is the contradiction. This is what I'm trying to bring up. The people that believe in the materialist atheist evolution paradigm, they have no basis for making moral judgments about what's good or bad or playing God because they don't think God exists. There's no such thing as playing God. So here you have, if we had absolute 100% proof for evolution as a matter of pure pragmatism, and say it's like, you're trying to reduce suffering. You want to reduce suffering for the whole human species? It's better to frickin' wipe out some subset of human species now so that so the suffering in the future is minimized because because obviously populations grow, so it's gonna be a greater amount of people. So just as a pure numbers game, you're gonna have less people suffer by wiping out people now, right? So if you have these purely pragmatic evaluations of fucking what human beings should be doing, if you don't have any morals, yeah, that's fine. But if you have any sort of moral, misgivings, then it's not fine. But
I guess that
people used the point is that people use idolizing and deifying science as a human activity is fucking dangerous, is what I'm telling you. And I don't run around saying certain human activities are dangerous, but this particular one I think is super dangerous. And science is fine, but people don't think about it the way, because this is how all this started: communication. Science doesn't mean to people, the average person that doesn't know anything about science, it doesn't mean to them what it means to you or what it means to me. You know the limitations of science. Do you think some freaking bartender somewhere, some girl, when she
oh,
hears
not at all.
science says whatever, blah blah blah, she just hears fucking that's the God's truth.
Agreed. I guess that's one of the issues we run into with science communication, right? Is
Well,
that
all you have to
there's
do is
a lack of
convince.
nuance.
Yeah, well, all you got to do is convince the most amount of people that you got the science beside you, and now you have an army.
Agreed.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. Well, you're at the fucking goddamn the frickin' veil that divides public policy and frickin' technocratism or whatever it is you're after. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be fucking fighting for space travel. Maybe you should be trying to help like humanity not get fucking sucked down the primrose path of scientism, because it's fucking dangerous. I just think it's super fucking dangerous, man. And I'm like sensing more and more danger to it. It's like making like, and like, because people say flat Earth is dangerous, it leads to you not trusting science. There's actually there's a video on my channel, Josh, about them doing a flat Earth CBS. I think it was 60 Minutes. They did a segment on flat Earth, and they bring some fucking sociology or government. No, he was government affairs. He like flat Earth is dangerous because it whittles away people's trust in science. Oh my God, heaven forbid, whittle away someone's trust in science. Science must be fucking exalted. It's the fucking golden calf, dude. Just fucking raise it up and bow. This is any
Yeah, how are you
fucking
going to
human
get people to
activity.
comply?
What?
How are you going to get people to comply if they don't trust science?
Someone burn this guy at the stake. He's a heretic.
No, hey, listen, I gotta help my wife with her dissertation proposal she's got tomorrow, so I'm gonna duck out. But no, Indio, really appreciate
Just have
the
the AI
candor.
do it. Well,
I
yeah.
wish.
Don't have the AI do it.
No. Yeah, we're not that far down that rabbit hole yet. I appreciate y'all.
All right. Have a good one. Fucking bootlicker. And Jedi, I came back. You weren't here. Sorry about the rant, guys. That shit, like, Josh just tweaks me.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Hello,